O Nana, the shrine of Ur has been destroyed, and its people have been killed. These were the words carved onto a clay tablet nearly 4,000 years ago, and they lament the fall of the great Sumerian city of Ur. Horror and sorrow following one of the earliest recorded massacres in history. The Bronze Age, roughly 3000 to 1200 BCE across much of the Old World, was an era when the first cities and kingdoms rose, and with them came organized warfare on a scale never seen before. But far from a peaceful prehistoric ideal, the Bronze Age was often bathed in blood. Cities were sacked and burned, armies clashed in brutal battles, and entire populations were sometimes wiped out or enslaved. Today, archaeological excavations and ancient texts allow us to piece together the stories of some of the biggest massacres of that distant era, at a time when civilization was beginning, and all of those unpleasant aspects of humanity were beginning to rear their heads. Welcome to the channel. Well, you know what we're talking about today. Bronze Age massacres. And let me welcome you to the channel before we begin. For any newcomers, good to have you with us. And once again, a thank you to those who are supporting the channel through Patreon, YouTube, the donations every now and then, and the merch store. Certainly keeping everything ad-free across the entire breadth of the playlists. And I invite you to like and leave a comment as well for the algorithm. It really does help push the video out more, and if you want to fight the brain rot on this platform, it's good to support things that are the antithesis of the new trends. Anyway, with that being said, settle in, get relaxed, and we can begin. Go all the way back thousands and thousands of years. By the dawn of the Bronze Age, we're talking around 3000 BCE, give or take depending on where we are, human societies had developed cities, writing, and complex governments, and with these came organized violence on a completely brand new level. Now do remember that when we say cities, we're not talking about the size of places we have now, we're just talking about large concentrations of populations that are not nomadic anymore, people deciding to stay in one place and farm and domesticate animals, these kinds of things, which is, of course, new technologies, a topic of another video we'll get to eventually. Now, bronze, which is an alloy of copper and tin, was the star of the show. It provided stronger weapons and armor than stone ever could, not to mention flint, which was the other gold standard materials for tool making and pretty much everything else before bronze came along. And they even had a little bit of use of flint at the same time. It just depends on where you were. Now, kings and chieftains could equip armies with metal-tipped spears, swords, and arrows, while the invention of the wheel also led to war chariots. So for the first time, armies numbering in the thousands began to emerge, and wars were fought not just for survival, but now for conquest, plunder, and glory. The result of all this was that conflicts grew larger and deadlier than in the Neolithic age before. It wasn't the beginning of conflicts, we always had that. I'm afraid it's just one of those parts of human nature. But the difference is now that it was more organized. It was grander in scale. People were inventing new ways to smash each other's heads in. And the big difference now, it was more state-sponsored. In any case, ancient evidence suggests that Bronze Age contemporaries were well aware of the devastation that war could bring. The world's earliest known historical records often center on battles and conquests. we find boastful inscriptions of victorious kings, as well as these sorrowful laments for the destroyed cities. The Stele of the Vultures from Mesopotamia is one example of how Bronze Age people remembered their wars. This was erected around 2450 BCE, a carved stone monument celebrating a victory of the Sumerian city-state Lagash over its neighbor Umma. On it, we see a rather gruesome scene. A flock of vultures carries aloft the severed heads of the defeated, and the war god Ninkirsu holds a giant net full of enemy soldiers' bodies. The ruler of Lagash, Enatum, is shown marching at the head of his phalanx of soldiers, trampling over the corpses of his foes. Pretty raw imagery, and it makes a clear image to anyone who sees it. It's a warning, in the clearest of terms, of what's going to happen to those who dared challenge Lagash. And by the way, the Stele of the Vultures is the oldest known war memorial, and it's a pretty vivid picture that massacres were part of the early Bronze Age warfare. Well, it was in this era that war chronicles became a regular part of recorded history too. Bronze Age kings liked to boast in writing about how many enemies they killed or captured. In Egypt and Mesopotamia especially, where writing was established quite early, we have official accounts of battles that often tally the slain by the dozens, hundreds, or even tens of thousands. And of course, when we get up to those numbers, we open ourselves up to a bit of possible exaggeration, which is the trend with a lot of these documents. For instance, Egyptian pharaohs of the New Kingdom, that being between the 16th and 13th centuries BC, left temple inscriptions listing enemy casualties and piles of severed hands or heads that were taken as kind of trophies. These boastful records often blur the line between battle and outright massacre. After a decisive victory, it wasn't uncommon for the victors to slaughter prisoners, or raze entire settlements as a show of force. The Bronze Age concept of war often did not spare civilians. When a city fell, its inhabitants could be massacred or sold into slavery. Not sure which one you prefer. Remember, slavery in those times, you could end up anywhere. Maybe you'd end up in a house preparing meals for some upper-class noble, or you'd end up in some mine somewhere, digging tin out of the ground. Well, some slaves get more pleasant jobs than others, but still being a slave is not good. In any case, as we shall see, some of the largest massacres of the Bronze Age came in the form of cities being violently destroyed and their people decimated in the aftermath of battle. And so before we get into the specific events, it's important to understand that our knowledge of these massacres does come from the two main sources, which is archaeology and ancient texts. Yes, we do have a lot of ancient texts from that time, and fun fact, many of them were still yet to translate. You've got vaults of these cuneiform texts just waiting to be translated, but a lot of them are quite monotonous. Things like records from traders and things like that. But I'm sure there's a few gems among them just ready for someone to come along and do the hard work. Thank you very much to those hard-working translators. Now, archaeology gives us more physical evidence. The charred ruins of cities, the mass graves of victims, arrowheads embedded in skeletons. While texts such as inscriptions, letters, and epic poems gives us a more human perspective, albeit they are always colored by their own biases, always for the victor's glory. But neither source on its own gives a full picture. That's why we put them together, and they allow us to kind of reconstruct these grim chapters of prehistory. And so, with this context in mind, let us explore the biggest Bronze Age massacres. moving roughly chronologically and geographically to cover the breadth of the ancient world. The fertile lands of Mesopotamia, modern Iraq and Syria, saw the rise of some of the first cities and kingdoms, and accordingly, some of the first recorded wars and massacres. Now, we've already encountered the stele of the vultures commemorating a savage victory in Sumer, and for all its grimness as a archaeological artifact just off the record, it's pretty damn cool that we have things like that. But in any case, not long after this event, Mesopotamia was united, often by force, under the Akkadian Empire. Sargon of Akkad, ruling around 2330 BCE, famously conquered a vast region, forging what is often considered to be the world's first empire. While detailed accounts of Sargon's battles are pretty rare, later legends and king lists claim that he defeated 50 governors and destroyed their cities. His grandson, Naram-Sin, 2250 BCE or thereabouts, left us another iconic war monument, the victory stele of Naram-Sin, which depicts him as a godlike figure climbing a mountain strewn with bodies of his enemies. Naram-Sin's inscriptions speak of his crushing victories over the mountain tribes, such as the Lulubi people of the Zagros Mountains. Though these stelae are propagandistic, their imagery of fallen foes and triumphant kings suggests that the aftermath of such conquests often involves slaughter and subjugation on a large scale. When a proud city or tribe resisted, the consequence could be quite catastrophic. One Mesopotamian mythological text, the Curse of Agade, written after Naram-Sin's time, even accuses him of impiety and mass violence, saying his actions, for example, the alleged sack of the holy city of Nippur, brought a curse that led to his empire's collapse. Now, superstition aside, and whether or not Naram-Sin truly sacked Nippur, the story reflects the memory of those whole cities laid waste in early Mesopotamian warfare. By the 3rd millennium BCE, another dramatic event occurred in Mesopotamia, the fall of Ur. We discussed that a little bit in the introduction. A good way to set the scene, I think. Ur was the capital of the great Sumerian Empire, the 3rd dynasty, that is, that flourished under kings like Shulgi and Ibbi-Sin. Around 2004 BCE, Ur was attacked and destroyed by an alliance of Elamites and other eastern tribes. The devastation of Ur was total. The city was burned and looted, and the royal dynasty was ended. We know how traumatic this was because the Sumerians composed their heart-wrenching lament about the catastrophe, the lamentation over the destruction of Ur, that poetic dirge that we mentioned in the introduction. It goes on to say, Ur has been destroyed and its people killed. The good house, i.e. the temple, was entirely devoured by fire. The lament goes on to detail how the people of Ur were scattered or slaughtered, and how even the gods abandoned the city to its fate. But Ur was not alone. The city of Ebla, in what is now Syria, provides another example of an early Bronze Age massacre. Ebla was a powerful city-state with its own empire around 2400 to 2300. Archaeologists at Ebla have uncovered a thick destruction layer dating to about 2300 BCE, with collapsed, burned buildings and smashed royal archives, ironically preserving thousands of clay tablets by firing them in the conflagration. Lucky for us. It appears that Ebla was destroyed suddenly and violently. Later Mesopotamian tradition, and some historians, attribute this destruction to Naram-Sin of Akkad, suggesting that he was the one who attacked Ebla and left the entire place in ruin. In any case, whoever it was, Ebla's fall was catastrophic. the city never fully recovered its former power. If Naram-Sin led this campaign, it would rank as a major massacre of that era, likely involving mass slaughter and burning of one of the largest cities of its time. Even if Ebla fell to a lesser-known enemy, or perhaps an internal revolt, the evidence is clear that its end was abrupt and accompanied by widespread death. In any case, it doesn't make a difference to those with their skulls smashed in or burned to death under that destruction layer. Another significant early episode was the collapse of the Akkadian Empire itself, sometime around 2200, amid invasions by mountain tribes known as the Gutians. Some Mesopotamian sources describe the Gutian hordes as a scourge that, quote, filled the land with corpses and spared no one. While such accounts are colored by later prejudice, which portrayed the Gutians as barbaric destroyers, there's certainly no doubt that many cities were devastated in that chaotic period. The city of Akkad, Sargon's capital, was so thoroughly destroyed that archaeologists today still debate its location. It became a ruin, remembered only in legend. Well, this too is part of the pattern. You see, in Bronze Age warfare, cities could vanish from history after a massacre. Names preserved only in lamentations and king lists. And thus we see from the very start of the Bronze Age, the lands of the Fertile Crescent saw great massacres, wars of conquest, sackings, and annihilations. These events were documented by the people who experienced them, and that gives us a somber record of human brutality. Through stelae and clay tablets, we hear of a chorus of voices, kings gloating over the vanquished, the victims mourning, the destruction of Ur commemorated in a lamentation where even the gods wail. It sets a template, one that we'll see repeated in different forms across the ancient world. And, speaking of which, we now move eastward to the Indus Valley Civilization in South Asia, circa 2600 to 1900. This civilization, contemporary with the early Bronze Age Mesopotamians and Egyptians, built grand cities such as Mohenjo-daro and Harappa in what is today Pakistan and northwest India, kind of like Punjab area. But it's all quite mysterious, because the Indus cities were abandoned by around 1900 to 1700. For a long time, scholars speculated that these cities met a violent end at the hands of invaders. In the mid-20th century, the prominent archaeologist Sir Mortimer Wheeler proposed a dramatic scenario: Indo-European Aryan tribes sweeping in from the northwest and massacring the inhabitants of Mohenjo-daro. Wheeler's team had found some scattered human skeletons in the streets and houses of Mohenjo-daro, some lying in contorted positions, not formally buried. Wheeler famously invoked a line from a later Indian tradition, saying that Indra stands accused of the crime. Now, if you're not familiar with Indra, he's basically the Vedic storm god, and was known in ancient hymns as Purandara, the fort destroyer. The Sanskrit Rig Veda, composed after the Indus Valley Civilization, of course, but recalling an age of battles, praises Indra as the one who rends forts as an age consumes a garment. One verse describes how, quote, in the kindled fire he burnt up all their weapons, suggesting a fiery destruction of enemy strongholds. Now this does seem to align eerily with the ruins of Mohenjo-daro, where Wheeler imagined the defenders falling amidst flames and carnage as invaders with superior bronze weapons and horse-drawn chariots overran the city. It's quite a gripping tale. The peaceful, urban Harappans, slaughtered by the fierce, warlike Aryans. An ancient massacre, marking the birth of a new age in India. However, as enticing as the idea was, later research has cast a bit of doubt onto it. Archaeologists re-examining Mohenjo-daro found that the evidence of a massacre is far from clear. Only about 37 skeletons were discovered in the entire city, a city that likely had tens of thousands of inhabitants. They were found in different strata and contexts, not in one single destruction layer. And many of the skeletons might not even date to the final occupation of the city. Some could be earlier burials or later intrusive remains. Importantly, excavators did not find typical signs of an armed invasion. There were no arrowheads or weapon points embedded in bodies, no remains of burned fortifications or widespread ash, things you would expect from a sacked city. The distribution of bodies, mostly in lower town areas and not in defensive positions, led some experts like archaeologist George F. Dales to conclude that no compelling evidence of a battle or massacre exists at Mohenjo-daro. Dales memorably titled a 1964 study The Mythical Massacre at Mohenjo-daro, where he debunked Wheeler's interpretation. He noted that if an invader had truly slaughtered the populace, we would expect hundreds of corpses, weapons scattered about, and signs of combat, things which were just not present. But we're still left with the question, what ended Mohenjo-daro? The truth might be a little bit more mundane. Climate change, shifting rivers, economic decline, things that caused the city to be abandoned gradually. Some of the skeletons could represent people who died of disease or other causes during the city's waning days, or victims of local skirmishes or crimes, rather than a single mass killing. One cluster of about 14 skeletons found together was initially touted as a tableau of massacre victims, but upon closer analysis, it showed they might have been placed there intentionally, perhaps a hasty burial, rather than left where they fell in battle. So in short, while it sounds tantalizing, the Aryan invasion massacre scenario is just no longer accepted by most scholars. But who knows, maybe we'll find something in the future. For now, though, it is what it is. Now that being said, South Asian tradition is not devoid of memories of ancient battles. The Rig Veda, compiled in the centuries after the Indus cities fell, does describe conflicts between the incoming Indo-Aryan tribes and the local Dasyo or Dasa, a term for adversaries, possibly reflecting to indigenous groups or rival chieftains. Indra is celebrated for destroying enemy forts, and there are references to the conquest of walled cities. These accounts are poetic and mythologized. They're not straightforward history in an academic sense, but they hint that as new peoples migrated into the subcontinent, violent clashes occurred. The famous Vedic battle is the Battle of the 10 Kings, in which a Vedic king, Sudas, supposedly defeated a coalition of 10 tribes along the Ravi River. If this event, tentatively dated around the 14th and 13th century by some, had a historical kernel, it might represent a significant conflict in the late Bronze Age Punjab, perhaps leaving many people dead. But once again, without solid archaeological evidence, we have to tread in the realm of legend. So while the Indus Valley's decline was once attributed to dramatic massacres, modern evidence doesn't really support it, whether that's being at Mohenjo-daro or Harappa. Instead, any violence that occurred in South Asia's Bronze Age was likely spread over time and in many smaller conflicts rather than a big event. The real tragedies of the Indus cities might have been slower, the collapse of urban life and the population dispersal, rather than one epic final slaughter. Still, the idea of an ancient massacre in Mohenjo-daro certainly captures the imagination. But it is a cautionary tale too. Not every abandoned ruin is the result of a mass killing, and myths of conquest must be weighed against hard data. The problem is, when you are looking for a massacre, and you find something that might point to that direction, there's a little bit of confirmation bias that comes into it. And this is what happened with the earlier theories. Perhaps there's not a devil behind every door. And as archaeologists, well, you have to take things as they come. In any case, let's move on from South Asia. Let's take a look at the Near East and North Africa. The mid-2nd millennium BC saw powerful kingdoms colliding, and their battles often resulted in heavy slaughter. Ancient Egypt, in particular, emerged as a military superpower of the Late Bronze Age. The Egyptian pharaohs of the New Kingdom, dynasties 18 to 20, roughly 1550 to 1200, campaigned far and wide, into Nubia, which is modern-day Sudan, Libya, and the Levant, Canaan and Syria, leaving vivid records of their victories. Although Egyptian accounts are prone to a little bit of exaggeration, they give us insights into the Bronze Age warfare situation and its often merciless aftermath. Let's take a look at one of the earliest major battles. That is the Battle of Megiddo, circa 1457. The pharaoh Thutmose III faced a coalition of Canaanite city-states at the fortress of Megiddo. Thutmose's own inscriptions, carved into the temple walls at Karnak, describe how he marched his army through a narrow mountain pass to surprise the rebels. In the ensuing battle, the Egyptian army routed the Canaanite forces, who fled into the walled city of Megiddo. Thutmose then laid siege to Megiddo for several months, until they were finally starving and surrendered. The interesting thing about Megiddo is that according to the Egyptian account, Thutmose spared the lives of the defeated rulers in exchange for their submission. While the battle itself likely saw heavy casualties, the Egyptians claim to have killed around 8,000 enemies. Might be inflated. The aftermath saw a more strategic approach. The pharaoh took hostages and treasure, but he did not exterminate the populace. Megiddo's captured soldiers and civilians were instead incorporated as slaves or vassals. This shows that not every Bronze Age victory ended in indiscriminate massacre. Often the goal was subjugation and tribute. However, mercy has its limits. Egyptian texts boast of heaps of enemy dead, and carrying off severed hands or other grisly trophies to prove the body counts. Thutmose's annals list thousands of prisoners taken from Megiddo and surrounding towns. Those who weren't killed in battle were essentially enslaved, which was a different kind of suffering inflicted on vanquished populations. A pharaoh who reveled in brutality was Amenhotep II, ruling from 1427 to 1400. That was Thutmose's son. He left an infamous account of one of his campaigns in Syria where he captured 7 princes, chiefs of a Syrian uprising. He proudly stated that he personally killed them with his mace and arrows. Afterwards, to send a message, he hung the corpses of 7 princes upside down from a prow of his royal ship and sailed back to Egypt. Upon reaching home, he displayed 6 of the bodies on the city wall of Thebes, which was Egypt's capital at the time, and the 7th he took down to Nubia in the south and hung on the wall of Napata, which was a rebellious Nubian town, a pretty gruesome warning against further revolt. Well, this was recorded on a victory stela, and it shows how pharaohs could too resort to terror tactics. It's a small-scale massacre, 7 elite captives executed without mercy, but what's important is its symbolism. Amenhotep also claimed in inscriptions that another campaign saw him slew outright thousands of enemy troops and deported tens of thousands more as captives. One record from his reign tallies 101,128 prisoners taken over a couple of campaigns. Once again, likely exaggerated, but even a fraction implies a large-scale devastation. Many of these captives were women and children, showing that entire towns were emptied. While not all were killed, the social impact was similar to a massacre. Families and societies destroyed, either by death or permanent enslavement. Now beyond Egypt, the Near Eastern theaters of war produced their own notorious massacres. The kingdom of Babylon in Mesopotamia experienced a cataclysm around 1595, when a foreign conqueror from what is now Turkey descended upon it unexpectedly. Mursili I, the warrior king of the Hittites, led his army over 500 miles from Anatolia to the heart of the Babylonian land. Babylon at the time was the seat of a venerable dynasty, that being the dynasty of Hammurabi, ruling over a rather prosperous empire. Mursili, seeking glory and perhaps plunder, sacked the city of Babylon. According to later records, the Hittites stormed the city, looted its riches, and overthrew the last of the Babylonian line. The Hittite chronicles do not detail the bloodshed, but we can make a good guess that it was quite immense. A foreign army running rampant in the streets, temples pillaged, possibly many inhabitants put to the sword. Now, intriguingly, the Hittites did not stay to rule Babylon. Mursili grabbed what he could, and then hurried back to his own lands, where he was soon assassinated in a palace coup. In the power vacuum he left, Babylon fell into chaos, and a new group called the Kassites eventually took over. The sudden fall of Babylon in 1595 effectively ended Babylon's golden age, and it's often described as a pivotal massacre. The human toll is unquantified, but given Babylon's population and the ruthlessness of ancient sackings, we can imagine thousands dead or enslaved. One later Babylonian chronicle laconically notes how Babylon, quote, was smitten with the sword, and the reigning king met his end when the Hatti came up against the land, end quote. Babylon's people would have bitterly remembered that destruction, and indeed it took Babylon years to recover to its former glory. Similarly, around the same era, Mari, a city-state in eastern Syria, met a violent fate at the hands of Hammurabi of Babylon, the famous lawgiver before his own dynasty fell. Hammurabi had been an ally of Mari's king, Zimri Lin, but around 1761 he turned on him and seized Mari. It seems that Mari had surrendered rather than being destroyed in open battle. Yet not long after, Hammurabi ordered Mari's great palace and fortifications to be destroyed. Archaeologists excavating Mari's royal palace found that it had been intentionally burned, and it was one of the largest at the time too. Apparently it had about 260 rooms. Very big. The thick ash and charred timbers, along with collapsed brick walls, show a conflagration swept through the complex. Hammurabi's own letters refer to destroying the walls of Mari. So even without a pitched battle, the destruction of Mari seems to be quite thorough. The population likely suffered deportation or slaughter of any resisting elements. Now, in the Levant, Canaan, that is, outside powers and local wars led to repeated massacres too. The Egyptian pharaohs after Thutmose III continued to campaign there. Seti I and Ramesses II fought the Hittites and their allies in Syria, including at the famous Battle of Kadesh in 1274, which, while one of the largest chariot battles ever, ended in a stalemate and truce, rather than a one-sided victory. But in Canaan itself, Egyptian control was sometimes enforced harshly. Revolts were met with brutal retribution. One site, Deir el-Medina in Egyptian records, possibly the biblical Diahe, saw a battle where Ramesses claims to have slain thousands of locals. Pharaoh Mernetar, circa 1208, also left an intriguing inscription, the Mernetar Stele, which includes the line, quote, "Israel is laid waste, its seed is no more." Now this is the earliest mention of Israel, likely referring to a people or a tribal group in Canaan rather than a country. Mernetar lists having defeated several communities in Canaan and says he utterly devastated them. And then there's that phrase, "its seed is no more." Well, that implies genocide, the destruction of the future of a people, leaving no offspring. Whether this was literally true or just hyperbole, it shows the mindset of the victors. They boasted of leaving nothing alive. At least some Canaanite towns like Gezer, Yanoam, and others are listed by Mernetar as wasted or captured, made as non-existent. Archaeologically, many Canaanite cities show destruction layers in the late 13th century, which could correlate with these Egyptian campaigns. While Mernetar probably did not wipe out the Israelites, whoever they were at that time, he clearly inflicted heavy casualties on the rebellious subjects. We must also consider the perspective of the Canaanites and later Israelites themselves. The Hebrew Bible, which was compiled much later, contains a few echoes of possible Bronze Age massacres. The book of Joshua describes Israelite conquests of Canaan. Joshua's forces are said to have besieged and destroyed cities like Jericho, Ai, and Hazor, devoting them to destruction. At Jericho, the biblical account famously says, "The wall fell down flat," and the Israelites utterly destroyed all that was in that city, both man and woman, young and old, with the edge of the sword. Similarly, the capture of Hazor is described as a total burn-down and a complete massacre of its inhabitants. But how historical are those accounts? Look at the archaeology and you might find a mixed picture. Jericho's great walls actually fell, and the city did burn. But that happened around 1550, likely due to an earthquake or an earlier Egyptian attack, not by Joshua, if he lived around 1200. By Joshua's time, Jericho was a small, unwalled village. Hazor, on the other hand, does show a massive destruction layer by fire in the 13th century. Hazor was the largest Canaanite city. Some 20,000 people lived there, and the ruins of the palace bear intense burn marks with thick destruction layer dated around 1250 to 1200. Someone annihilated Hazor, and the entire city fell into ruin at that time. The Israelites later remembered Hazor's king Jabin being defeated by Joshua. But another possibility is that Hazor was destroyed by the invading sea peoples, or by internecine Canaanite conflict. Regardless of who the agent was, the fall of Hazor qualifies as one of the biggest localized massacres in the Bronze Age Levant. An entire urban population put to the sword or sent fleeing. The archaeological record at Hazor includes smashed statues and charred architecture, indicating deliberate destruction. In fact, it's quite chilling to stand in the remains of Hazor's throne room, knowing that its last moments involved slaughter and flames, whether by foreign invaders or rebellious captives. I suppose maybe we'll never know. Well, let's move on now to the general picture of around 1300 to 1200. And this was when things were really shaking up, the Great Collapse. Well, the Bronze Age world was interconnected by trade at this time, diplomacy, but also warfare. Empires like Egypt, The Hittite Empire in Anatolia and the Mycenaean Greek kingdoms dominated their regions. Yet in the span of a few decades, around 1200 to 1150, this international system dramatically fell apart. This period, often called the Late Bronze Age collapse, was marked by the destruction of countless cities and disappearances of entire civilizations. A period rife with massacres. So many historians sometimes refer to it as a systematic collapse rather than an isolated event. While multiple factors, climate change, economic troubles, earthquakes, contributed, waves of violent incursions played their role. We hear whispers of mysterious marauders called the Sea Peoples, and we see archaeological evidence of cities burned layer after layer. In essence, the end of the Bronze Age came with sword and flame. Well, let's start with the Trojan War. It's perhaps one of the most famous conflicts of antiquity, and once again it sits in a blurry line between myth and history. According to the later Greek legend immortalized in Homer's Iliad, a coalition of Greek or Achaean kings laid siege to the city of Troy in the northwest Anatolia for 10 years, finally capturing and destroying it. The cause? The Trojan prince Paris had abducted Helen, the wife of a great king. Of course, if you ask him, she went willingly, but depends who's telling the story. The result was one of the greatest massacres in legend. The story goes when Troy fell, the victorious Greeks put the city to the sword. The Iliad itself ends before Troy's fall, focusing on the rage of Achilles. But other ancient sources, and later parts of the epic cycle, describe the sack. King Priam of Troy was slaughtered at the altar of Zeus in his palace. Priam's grandson, Astyanax, was thrown from the walls. Trojan men were killed en masse, and the women and children were slaves. The burning of Troy was seared into Greek cultural memory as the epitome of a city's destruction. Even the gods were said to have been horrified. But the question is, did it even happen? That's where we look at the archaeology. There's a few clues. The mound of Hisarlik in Turkey is the site of ancient Troy. Excavations have revealed multiple layers of settlement. One layer, Troy 7A, which is how they organized them, dates to around 1200, and shows clear evidence of violent destruction. The walls of Troy 7A bear marks of fire. Within the ruins, archaeologist Carl Blegen in the 30s found skeletons of people who died during the city's collapse. Unburied bodies lying in debris. And one of them apparently was gripping a child, possibly trying to shield them. He also found bronze arrowheads of a foreign style scattered in the rubble, and sling stones stockpiled on the towers, as if desperate defenders had prepared for a siege. Large storage jars, sunk into the floors, hinted that the inhabitants had been stockpiling provisions within a blockade. All this suggests that Troy was indeed besieged, and that it did fall in war. Whether the attackers were Mycenaean Greeks, as the legends say, or the other enemies, we cannot be certain. But many scholars think that the Homeric tale has a kernel of truth. Basically, there was a war at Troy at the end of the Bronze Age, and the city was indeed sacked. If so, the massacre at Troy would have been one of the biggest in the Aegean world. You see, Troy was a wealthy city controlling trade through the Dardanelles. Its population in the lower town might have been up to 5,000 to 10,000 people. A Hittite text from around 1280 mentions a city called Wilusa, likely Ilion or Troy, and its king Alexandru, possibly the Paris/Alexander of legend, in a treaty with the Hittites showing Troy was a significant player. The destruction of Troy 7A meant that those thousands were killed or displaced. The very dramatic legend of the Trojan horse, a trick by which the Greeks infiltrated the city, ends with a night of horror as sleeping Trojans are murdered in their beds. While the wooden horse itself is probably a fiction, it symbolizes the sudden breach and ensuing slaughter. For the Bronze Age listener of such tales, Troy's fate was a grim warning. No city, however strong, was safe from annihilation. But at the same approximate time, across the sea in the Greek mainland, the Mycenaean palatial centers, the heartland of those Achaean Greeks, were themselves having a bit of a rough time. The fortified palaces of Pylos, Tiryns, Thebes, and Mycenae, and others were burned and abandoned in the decades of 1200. In some cases, we have signs of struggle. At Pylos in southwestern Greece, clay tablets written in Linear B, the Mycenaean script, were found in the final destruction layer. One tablet rather ominously records the dispatch of watchers to the coastal headlands, apparently to keep an eye out for approaching enemy ships. It seems that Pylos' last days involved frantic preparations for an attack from the sea. But despite this, Pylos was overwhelmed. Its palace was consumed by fire around 1180. But we do not have skeletal remains here, likely because the survivors may have fled, or the attackers might have cleared the bodies. But the sudden collapse of these palaces still implies large-scale violence. The very network that possibly sent Greeks to Troy may have come undone by new invasions or civil strife. Some theories suggest civil war or uprisings could have brought down the Mycenaean elites, hence burning their own palaces. But others point to outside raiders, perhaps the Bronze Age boogeyman, the Sea Peoples, who were ravaging the East. Either way, the Greek world around 1200 saw multiple cities and palaces destroyed within a short span, which would have entailed the massacre of many inhabitants and the collapse of social order. Greece entered a dark age after these events, implying population loss and migration, typical outcomes of widespread massacres and upheavals. Now, speaking of the Sea Peoples, these enigmatic groups are recorded in Egyptian inscriptions as swarms of invaders coming from the Isles, or the northern Mediterranean. Around 1207, Pharaoh Mernetar fought an invasion of Libyans who were accompanied by names that appear to be Sea People tribes, like the Ekwesh, Shekelesh, possibly Achaeans and Sicilians. But the big clash came in the reign of Ramesses III, around 1177. Egyptian records describe a confederation of foreign peoples, including names read as Peliset, which is one of the first mentions of the ancient rendering of Palestine, Sherden, Denyen, Jeker, and others, all moving en masse, destroying everything in their path. Ramesses III's mortuary temple at Medinet Habu is covered in dramatic reliefs of the battles he fought. One scene shows the Egyptian navy defeating the Sea People's ships in the Nile Delta, with enemy bodies floating in the water. Another depicts the land battle, Egyptian archers raining arrows on the advancing invaders, and piles of slain enemies heaped before the pharaoh. The inscriptions boast that the Sea Peoples had already laid waste to the great powers of the Eastern Mediterranean. Quote, "No land could stand before their arms. Hatti, Kode, Karkemish, Arzawa, Alishia were all cut off." Now, this does suggest that the Hittite Empire, i.e. Hatti, coastal Anatolia, Arzawa, northern Syrian states like Karkemish, and even Cyprus, Alashia, were ravaged by these invaders. And indeed, archaeologically, we do see destruction. For example, the Hittite capital Hattusa was violently destroyed around 1200 and abandoned. The once mighty Hittite empire was now fragmented. The city of Ugarit, a wealthy port in Syria, was burned to the ground and never reoccupied. At Ugarit's dig site, excavators found a letter from its last king, Hammurabi, that was never sent. He writes in a panic to the king of Cyprus, saying, quote, "The enemy's ships came here, my cities are burned, and they did evil things in my country. The 7 ships of the enemy that came here inflicted much damage." You can feel the desperation. In any case, shortly after that, Ugarit was no more. The pattern repeated across the Levant. Cities such as Ashkelon, Lachish, Hazor, and others show destruction levels around 1200 to 1150. Some sites have arrowheads, collapsed walls, and unburied bodies, pointing to a violent conquest. Now Megiddo, which Thutmose III had spared centuries earlier, was destroyed in this wave too around 1150. Ekron and Ashdod were also destroyed or abandoned. Many of these places would later be reoccupied by new populations. For instance, the Philistines, who may have been one of the groups of the Sea Peoples settled in coastal towns. But the transition was anything but peaceful. It was conquest and displacement. Even Egypt, which survived the onslaught of the Sea Peoples, did not come out completely unscathed. Ramesses claimed a great victory in 1175, saying he killed hundreds and captured many Sea Peoples. He had scenes carved of piles of enemy corpses and bound prisoners. However, Egypt's power waned after this, and one might note that Ramesses III's reign itself ended rather tumultuously, with an internal palace conspiracy and likely an assassination. The fact that Egypt had to fight invasions on multiple fronts suggests that around 1200 mass movements of peoples were occurring, often generating violence on a tremendous scale, as it usually does. Some of these sea peoples may have been fleeing famine or disaster in their homelands, but as they migrated, they clashed with the societies in their path. The result was chaos and carnage. Let's put it into perspective. In a few decades, almost every major city from Greece to Canaan was destroyed. The map was dotted with these destructions, all the cities burning roughly within the same human lifespan. Each of those burnings entails a massacre. Populations killed, temples looted, palaces destroyed. Some sites like Enkomi on Cyprus show evidence of violent destruction and signs of a desperate last-minute fortification, implying the people saw trouble coming, and they tried to stop it but couldn't. The toll in human life is impossible to quantify, but it was enough to cause population decline and migrations. Refugees from fallen cities likely became part of new ethnic groups. By around 1100, the politics of the Near East was entirely altered. Larger empires were gone. Smaller successor states were emerging. The Bronze Age did not end peacefully. It ended in fire and sword, and in one of history's greatest waves of collective violence. Well, thus far we have focused on the Near East and Mediterranean. But what about Bronze Age Europe? Well, for a long time, scholars assumed that Bronze Age societies north of the Alps were relatively small-scale and peaceful compared to the great kingdoms of Egypt or Mycenae. But that is a view that has changed quite radically in recent years. In fact, there's been a discovery in northern Europe that reveals a Bronze Age battle of unprecedented scale. This is the site of the Tolenz Valley in present-day Germany, dated to around 1250 to 1200, roughly the same time as the Trojan War and upheavals in the south. What archaeologists found in the Tolenz River Valley stunned them: the remains of what may be Europe's oldest known large battle. It all began in 1996, when an amateur archaeologist found a human arm bone sticking out of a riverbank, a flint arrowhead still lodged within it. Pretty lucky, isn't it? To find it, not for the guy with the arrowhead stuck in his arm. Well, systematic excavations followed. Over the past 2 decades, researchers have recovered more than 12,000 human bone fragments, belonging to at least 140 individuals and still counting, strewn along a 3-kilometer stretch of the Tolens River. And these were healthy young adults for the most part, overwhelmingly male, the demographic profile of warriors. Many showed signs of traumatic injuries, crushed skulls, parry fractures, arrow and spear wounds. Weapons have been found too, over 50 bronze arrowheads, numerous wooden clubs and spears, even bits of leather, wood, and bronze from shields. The evidence indicates a fierce confrontation took place on the river's edge, based on distributions and density. Archaeologists estimate that around 4,000 warriors may have fought at Tolens, and if so, roughly 20 to 25% were killed. The death toll could have been around 800 to 1,000. Now that's a big deal for Bronze Age Europe. But what makes Tolens really remarkable is that it was completely unexpected. We are in the Nordic Bronze Age culture here, an area with no written records, yet clearly large organized forces were engaging in combat. The battlefield seems to have been a river crossing. Perhaps a wooden causeway existed where 2 groups met, possibly one trying to defend local territory and another moving through, maybe a raiding or migrating band from a different place. The discovery of artifacts like a belt box and dress pins from southern Central Europe among the warriors suggests that some of them did come from far away, hundreds of kilometers to the south. Chemical isotope analysis of teeth confirmed that some fighters grew up outside northern Germany. In essence, Tolens might have been a meeting of different cultures in war. One hypothesis is that a convoy of people carrying valuable goods, maybe amber, bronze, or tin, was moving north or east, and locals attempted to stop and plunder it, or perhaps vice versa. Whatever the cause, the result was an all-out battle. In fact, Tolens might be the largest prehistoric battle known in the world up to that time, aside from the battles of the Near Eastern Empire. If 4,000 combatants fought, well, that implies warrior classes and social organization capable of mustering and leading them. The battle was significant enough that it left a demographic dent in the male population of that area. The losers may have been completely wiped out, an entire community of young men perishing together. It's not hard to label that a massacre, especially if one side routed and slaughtered the other as they attempted to flee across the river. Some researchers even wonder if it was less a formal battle and more of an ambush or a massacre of a marching group at the crossing. Now, Tolens is just one site, but it forces us to reconsider the prevalence of war in Bronze Age Europe. There are other hints: mass graves in Germany and Denmark from later periods, fortifications around settlements, etc., which imply that violence was never really far. For example, an earlier site at Hornoster in Sweden revealed a number of men's skeletons and lethal wounds, possibly another battle or raid. And a bit later in the Iron Age, we have numerous finds of war victims cast into bogs in northern Europe. Tolens kind of bridges the gap, telling us that large-scale killing did occur in Europe's Bronze Age, even if the names and causes are lost to time. Now, before we go, let's just talk about China for a little bit. We can talk about the Shang and early Zhou dynasties. While China's Bronze Age developed somewhat later, the Shang dynasty traditionally dates 1600 to 1046, followed by Zhou. It too saw the rise of cities, states, and warfare. Early Chinese historical texts and archaeology together reveal at least one major battle that can be considered a pivotal massacre, the Battle of Mu around 1046, which, of course, led to the fall of the Shang dynasty. The Shang kings ruled in the Yellow River Valley and were known for their bronze weapons, chariots, and practices of human sacrifice, often of unlucky war captives. They built walled cities and frequently waged war on neighboring tribes and states. But the Shang met their bloody end at Mu Ye. According to later traditional accounts, recorded in texts like the Book of Documents and later by the historian Sima Qian, the last Shang king, Zhou, also confusingly called King Di Xin, had become a tyrant, and the neighboring state of Zhou, led by King Wu of Zhou, mobilized an alliance to overthrow him. The figures given by later sources are quite astonishing. If exaggerated, they say that the Shang king arrayed 170,000 soldiers, while King Wu led an army of about 50,000 disciplined warriors. The two forces clashed at Mu Ye near the Shang capital, in what became the decisive battle. The legend goes that many of the Shang's troops, being oppressed slaves, defected or fled as the battle started, leaving the core loyalist army vastly outnumbered. Even so, ancient poems describe the fighting as bitter and a very bloody battle. The Shi Jing, classic of poetry, describes an ode believed to refer to Mu Ye, depicting how the Zhou forces charged and smote the great Shang. An oft-cited phrase claims, quote, "The blood flowed so deep it could float a log." Whether literally true or not, this conveys the idea of a massacre on the battlefield, and indeed King Wu's forces prevailed, and then showed little mercy. The Shang ranks were slaughtered. In the aftermath, the defeated Shang king Zhou retreated to his palace, and facing capture, decided to, light himself on fire amid his treasures. King Wu of Zhou entered the capital and put many of the remaining Shang royal family to the sword. Some members were spared, though, or married into the Zhou nobility. In any case, the Battle of Mu Ye thus marks the end of the Shang dynasty and the beginning of the Zhou. While numbers like hundreds of thousands of troops are probably not really realistic, it was clearly a very large engagement, possibly tens of thousands. The fall of the Shang capital would have involved widespread killing and looting. Some archaeological evidence from Anyang, which was the last Shang capital, suggests burning and destruction around that transition, though interpretations do vary. If we read between the lines of the text, King Wu's own speech after victory, as recorded in the Book of Documents, admonishes his troops not to slaughter civilians unnecessarily, implying that such slaughter was a real possibility when a city was taken. It's likely many who remained loyal to Shang were just executed. The Shang populace that survived was largely incorporated into the new Zhou polity, but under very harsh terms. One account says that the Zhou conquerors executed a swath of Shang nobility and warriors, but spared and re-educated the others to serve the new order. Interestingly, even after the war there was a gruesome coda. The Shang king's beloved consort, historically called Daji, was killed by the Zhou. Some sources say she was executed as a witch or a malevolent influence. Additionally, a few years later, there was a rebellion by Shang loyalists, which was put down by King Wu's brother, and that likely led to another massacre of remaining resistance. The Zhou victory steles metaphorically mention that the Shang remnants were swept away. Chinese archaeology of the late Shang also gives a window into the atrocities of that time from the Shang side. For example, at the site of Shimao, in today's Shanxi province, dating to around 2000 to 1800 BCE, slightly before the Shang proper, but well within the Bronze Age, there is evidence of captured enemies being massacred. Hundreds of skulls from decapitated victims were found buried in pits near the city walls. They might have been sacrificed after a victory in war, which in effect is a mass execution of war captives. This practice likely continued into Shang times. Anyang's sacrificial pits with war prisoners a testament. So Bronze Age China certainly had its share of mass killings, whether in the heat of battle or the aftermath. In any case, the fall of the Shang at Muye is perhaps standing as the largest single clash in East Asia's Bronze Age. It had far-reaching consequences too. A new dynasty, a new political order. But it was ushered through in bloodshed. The traditional narrative celebrates it as ending a cruel regime, but, well, you can't overlook the tens of thousands that died for that cause. The event is sometimes compared to the fall of Troy, or the collapse of other Bronze Age kingdoms, and intriguingly it occurs around the same time, within a century or so, of the late Bronze Age collapse in the West. While likely unrelated directly, it does show that the turn of the first millennium BCE was certainly a turbulent time across the globe. In the ancient land of Sumer, over 4,000 years ago in Mesopotamia's fertile river valleys, the institution of kingship was infused with a divine mystique. The Sumerians believed that when kingship was lowered from heaven, kingship was first in Eridu. What does that mean? Effectively, it means that royal authority itself originated as a gift of the gods. Thus, to be a Lugal, a king in Sumer, was to be chosen as the steward of the patron deities, not just a human political figure. And thus life as a Sumerian king straddled the boundary between the mortal and the divine. These earliest kings of city-states like Uruk, Ur, Kish, and Lagash lived in a world just emerging from prehistory, a world of the first cities, the first writing, and eventually the first empires. It was a life filled with lavish ceremony, weighty responsibility, and occasionally a little bit of drama. A story that needs to be told. Luckily for us, we have enough written records and archaeology to get a pretty good idea of what the life of a Sumerian king would have been like. So, spend the next hour or so with me, and we can get a good understanding as we travel back in time. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. Perhaps you'd like to tell me what time it is in your part of the world and where you're listening from. And we should as well acknowledge that this channel is 100% ad-free due to the contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional visit to the merch store, and of course the occasional donation. All links can be found in the pinned comment and the video and channel description, if you are inclined to find them. But if you are not, well, just enjoy the video and give it a like and subscribe. You know the drill. Anyway, let's begin. Well, what exactly was life like in general back then? I mean, we're talking 3000 to 2000 BCE, as the world of Sumer, which is, southern Mesopotamia in what is now Iraq. It wasn't a unified place, more a patchwork of city-states, and each one of them had their own patron deity and ruling dynasty. It wasn't until later times when things would get a little bit more unified. Now we got cities such as Eridu, Uruk, Ur, Lagash, Nippur, and Kish that rose from those marshy floodplains between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. They are often called the cradle of civilization, and for quite good reason. They were the ones who really took on the new technologies of writing, law, and urban life. Now, in Sumerian belief, rulership was not arbitrary human assent, but a divine institution. Kingship descended from heaven. The Sumerian king list, an ancient chronicle compiled around 1800 BCE, opens with gods granting kingship to the first cities before a great flood. It then catalogues generations of kings, some with implausibly long reigns of hundreds or even thousands of years, blurring myth with a bit of history, which, to be honest with you, is my favorite kind. That's why I like ancient Greece and Sumer and all of that. It walks a bit of a thin line, you know? Well, for example, the Kings list names Etana of Kish, quote, the one who ascended to heaven on an eagle. It then goes on to name Gilgamesh of Uruk, the hero of the Epic of Gilgamesh, both of these as rulers who reigned in the early dynastic period. These legendary accounts convey the idea that Sumer's first kings were culture heroes ordained by the gods. Historically, by around 2500, the Sumerian city-states were ruled by mortal kings, who left archaeological footprints of their own. Early inscriptions mention kings such as Mebaragesi of Kish, who, quote, carried away the weapons of Elam in victory, and of course again Gilgamesh of Uruk, credited with building Uruk's walls, which were famously formidable. While each city-state had its own king, there was fierce competition for supremacy. The king list often says hegemony passed from one city to another. For instance, after a flood, it notes kingship re-established at Kish and then later transferred to Uruk, and so on and so forth. This hints at periods when one city's king dominated a region. In fact, the king of Kish became a coveted designation implying leadership over all Sumer, even if it was primarily symbolic. Sumerian kings were thus aware of existing in a lineage of rulers stretching back to mythical times, and they sought divine sanction to legitimize their rule among peers. Crucially, kingship was also entwined with religion. One cannot go without the other. The king was often considered chosen by the chief deity of the city, through omens or divine favor. One text describes the gods Enlil and An, the chief Sumerian gods of earth and sky, decreeing a great destiny for King Ur-Nammu of Ur, effectively beaming at him approvingly and selecting him as a king. Aspiring kings sometimes claimed the gods physically chose them. Ur-Nammu says Enlil picked him by extipacy, on an auspicious day, that is by reading a sacrificial liver. Now, this divine mandate was the bedrock of the king's authority. The politics of Sumer could be unstable to say the least, and a king's life was often marked by wars and alliances with neighboring cities. For example, around 2500 BCE, Einatum of Lagash led his armies to victory over the rival city of Umma in a conflict over the fertile borderland. His triumph is recorded on the famous Stele of the Vultures, a stone carving showing vultures plucking at the corpses of Umma's soldiers as Einatum marches ahead of his phalanx. The inscription, which is fragmentary today, I know, it's a shame, right, suggests that Einatum credited the god Ningirsu for the victory and claimed kingship over the land. Such events illustrate that a Sumerian king's life could pivot from ritual to battlefield, and back again. In peacetime, he was the pious shepherd leading his people. In war, the ferocious warrior hero. This dual identity was encapsulated in the common royal epithet, shepherd of the black-headed people. The Sumerians called themselves black-headed, by the way, and implies that the king's protective pastoral care was there as well as his leadership. It was said that the gods expected a king to defend his flock like a shepherd defending a sheep from lions. And indeed, early kings even staged ritual lion hunts to demonstrate bravery and divine favor. A tradition began by the priest kings of Uruk and continued by Mesopotamian rulers for a millennia. And as we see at the dawn of our history, the Sumerian king stood as an extraordinary figure, sanctified by myth, yet governing real cities and people. He resided in palaces, i.e. the Sumerian gal means big house, by the way, which emerged alongside temples as power centers. He was surrounded by attendants, advisors, generals, and priests, but unlike later absolute monarchs, early Sumerian rulers had to consult with city assemblies or noble councils at times, as hinted in the Epic of Gilgamesh, which portrays Gilgamesh seeking counsel of Uruk's elders. We see in the record that some kings boasted of uniting these often fractious city-states into a broader realm. Ur-Nammu of Ur, for instance, around 2100, claimed the title King of Sumer and Akkad, heralding a brief Sumerian empire. But whether reigning over one city or many, the king's legitimacy always rested on fulfilling the sacred and practical duties expected of that good shepherd appointed by the gods. After all, you wouldn't want to disappoint them, wouldn't you? Alright, so we know the general situation. Let's get into the most, well, perhaps one of the foremost roles of the Sumerian king, and that is that of the high priest and chief servant of the gods. It wasn't all sitting around and eating wine or eating grapes and drinking wine like the movies, not at all. They had things to do. You see, in Sumerian culture, each city was believed to belong to its patron deity. The city's temple was the god's house, quite in a literal sense in spiritual terms, and the king was essentially the estate manager on the deity's behalf. Kings often bore religious titles too. For example, the ruler of Lagash might be called Ensi, meaning governor or priestly ruler under the city god. Early on, kingship likely evolved from priestly leadership. The king was expected to lead or at least sponsor all major religious rituals and festivals. This meant performing temple sacrifices, libations, and prayers to ensure the gods' favor upon the land. We've even got royal inscriptions that we've found where kings present themselves as the beloved of the gods. For example, I am Shulgi, beloved of Ninlil, endowed with strength by Ninurta, showing that their right to rule was indeed divinely sanctioned. One Sumerian king even has King Shulgi of Ur declare himself the man whose fate was decided by Enlil, and a faithful provider of lavish offerings to all the gods. The king was basically the religious figurehead of the state, responsible for maintaining Meh, the divine order or cosmic balance. Think about it kind of like Ma'at in the Egyptian sense. Now, temple building was thus a sacred duty and a lifelong preoccupation of Sumerian kings. Almost every king's year annals and inscriptions proudly record construction or renovation of temples for gods. Archaeologically, we find that city temples like the White Temple of Uruk or the Ziggurat of Ur were often built in stages by successive kings. A remarkable artifact, the foundation figure of King Ur-Nammu of Ur from around 2100 BCE, quite literally illustrates this pious duty. It is a small bronze statue of the king, carrying a basket of earth or bricks on his head, dressed in a humble loincloth. In the inscription on its base, Ur-Nammu proclaims that he built and restored the temple of Inanna in Uruk, quote, for his lady, the goddess. Now it's a pretty powerful image, I think. A mighty king, depicted not in this classy light, but just as a laborer, heaving around construction materials. It's perhaps not what was happening in reality, but more of a pious metaphor, the king taking on the work of the building of the god's house. While many kings placed such figures in or inscribed clay cones into the foundation of temples, and by doing so, they left their name for all eternity in these sacred structures. For the Sumerians, building a temple was not an act of vanity, but of devotion. Kings often claimed the god ordered them to build it, sometimes in a dream. King Gudea of Lagash, from around 2125 BCE, famously recorded that the god Ningirsu appeared to him and instructed the design of the great temple. Gudea describes consulting omens, bringing special wood, stone, and precious materials from distant lands, and employing the whole city in the temple's construction. Upon completion, Gudea held days of feasting and led a procession to invite the deity's spirit to dwell in the new sanctuary. Such projects were at the core of a king's sacred obligation. The king also acted as the chief officiant in seasonal festivals. In Uruk, the Akkadu New Year festival likely involved the king in rituals of sacred marriage, symbolically ensuring fertility of the land by ritually marrying the goddess, often represented by a high priestess. And while details from Sumer are scant, later Mesopotamian traditions, which built on Sumerian ones, suggest that the king and the priestess would often enact the union of the god Dumuzi, a dying and rising fertility god or deified king, with the goddess Inanna. We know that Sumerian rulers took titles connecting them to deities. Gilgamesh was called brother of the sun god Utu, and later kings like Shulgi were even declared divine in their own right. By the third dynasty of Ur, 2100 to 2000 BCE, kings such as Shulgi and his successors were openly venerated in temples, with cult statues and offerings effectively establishing a royal cult during their lifetime. And this was a significant development. Earlier Sumerian kings were not typically worshipped as gods. They were divinely chosen, but not incarnations. However, Shulgi, after decades of prosperous reign, assumed the status of a god-king. One text refers to offerings for the divine Shulgi. Now that being said, even divine kingship was framed as being a servant of greater gods. In royal inscriptions, Shulgi, Urnamu, and others frequently called themselves, quote, the beloved shepherd of goddess Ninhursag, or trustworthy farmer of Enlil. The king's divine right was always conditional on honoring deities through prayers, offerings, and, don't forget, just rule. It is hard to overstate the time and resources that a king devoted to spiritual upkeep of his realm. The king sponsored temple economies, providing endowments of land, livestock, and workers to the temple. By doing so, he ensured the god's statues were clothed and fed with regular offerings, an expensive but vital duty, since a hungry god could abandon the city. And, well, then you've got all sorts of problems on your hands, don't you? We find administrative tablets recording deliveries of grain, beer, and sheep to temple storerooms, all offerings in the king's name. Kings also took part or supervised rituals to avoid disasters, for example, performing exorcisms or lamentations if the land was struck by drought or eclipse, seen as a divine displeasure. In one instance, when the city of Uruk was threatened, the king, possibly Utu Hengal of Uruk, is said to have led the populace in reciting the great hymn to Inanna seeking her aid. The blending of the roles is pretty clear. The Sumerian king was both priest and monarch, and he expected to maintain what they called Meh, the right order of the universe, by satisfying the gods. But if he failed, the gods could withdraw their mandate, often evidenced by misfortunes befalling the kingdom. But beyond his temple duties, a Sumerian king was the supreme authority in matters of law and justice. Kings derived part of their legitimacy from being seen as protectors of justice, bringing order to human society, just as they brought divine order. In fact, some of the earliest law codes in history come from the Sumerian kings. The oldest known is the Code of Ur-Nammu, which predates Hammurabi's laws by centuries. In fact, the Code of Ur-Nammu is around 2100 BCE. King Ur-Nammu's legal code, portions of which still survive on clay tablets, proclaims in its prologue that he, quote, established equity in the land. He banished malediction, violence, and strife. It sets forth laws and their corresponding punishments, notably favoring fines over brutal retaliation. For example, if a man caused another man's eye to be lost, the code ordained a payment of silver, rather than the old eye for an eye, vengeance seen in later Semitic law. Similarly, Ur-Nammu's code fixed monetary compensation for injuries, and even for a case of divorce or adultery. This approach suggests the king's aim was to standardize justice and reduce blood feuds by placing legal authority into the hands of the state and not the aggrieved families. It is notable, too, that one of Ur-Nammu's year names was titled Year Ur-Nammu Made Justice in the Land, indicating how central this was to his royal reputation. And yes, by the way, you'll find on documents like the King's List that many of the years are actually not so much named in numerical terms, but more about the events that happened in that year, which I think makes it quite interesting. In any case, kings were often depicted as judges of their people. In art and texts, the king sits on a throne presiding over cases or pronouncing verdicts. One hymn of Shulgi describes him as the knowledgeable judge who strikes down the wicked, claiming that under his watch wickedness cannot pass unnoticed. While such language is probably propagandistic, there is evidence of a real royal judicial activity. Excavated tablets from city archives include reports of lawsuits and verdicts, sometimes invoking the king's name. Kings appointed official judges or governors to handle routine cases, but the toughest of disputes or any crime involving the temple or state property might be escalated all the way up to the palace. One illustration of that comes from the letters of the Ur-3 kings. One letter from King Shulgi to a governor sternly orders him to reopen a case of stolen silver, because the initial handling was unjust. In another, Shulgi warns an official against harboring fugitives or showing leniency to rebels. The king reminds him that only the king can pardon such offenses. These letters, part of the royal correspondence archives, reveal a king actively supervising the administration of justice and demanding accountability from his subordinates. And they close with formulas like, "Now my king is informed," or the king writing, "It is urgent," showing again that royal orders in justice were expected to be executed at haste. Now, importantly, Sumerian kings portrayed their laws not as arbitrary edicts, but as the fulfillment of divine will. In the prologue to the later Code of Lipit Ishtar from 1930 BCE, but in the Sumerian tradition, the king says the gods tasked him to, quote, bring well-being to the Sumerians and Akkadians, and establish justice in the land. This tradition likely harks back to earlier kings like Uruk of Lagash from around 2350, who is known for instituting social reforms described in his inscriptions. Uruk Reform Decree, often hailed as the first recorded attempt at social justice, complains of abuses by officials and priests against the poor, and lists measures to curb corruption. Uruk claims that he, quote, dismissed corrupt officials, established fair prices and taxes, and decreed that the widow and orphan would no longer be at the mercy of the powerful. One evocative line from his Liberty Cone inscription says he acted so that, quote, the orphan or widow to the powerful will not be subjugated. Earlier, Enmetana of Lagash, that was Uruk predecessor by the way, had a similarly freed citizens from debts and obligations that forced some of them into servitude. Enmetana's tablet records, quote, a remission of obligations in Lagash. He returned the child to its mother, and the mother to her child. Well, this basically means that he cancelled debt slavery and allowed families to reunite. Tellingly, the Sumerian word amargi, which was used for obligations, meaning return to mother, came to signify freedom or manumission. Now, this concept of royal debt forgiveness became a periodic policy by Mesopotamian kings. Later Babylonian and Assyrian rulers too would declare debt cancellations in time of crisis, but the Sumerians appear to have pioneered it as a royal prerogative to restore the social equilibrium. But what drove these kings to act as reformers? Partly genuine concern for order, and partly savvy politics. You see, by protecting commoners from excessive exploitation, a king could strengthen loyalty to the throne and undercut his aristocratic rivals. Sumerian kings uniquely cast themselves as the champions of the people against the greedy elite. And this was extraordinary, in a time when power usually aligned strictly with the wealthy and noble classes. Yet the king himself relied on those same elites. Temple priests, wealthy merchants, nobles. He had to have them somewhat in his pocket for support. So royal rhetoric about defending the poor might have been a double-edged sword. It projected the king as a ruler upholding divine justice, while subtly reminding the elites that their privilege was not absolute. In practice, a Sumerian king's court likely heard petitions from all levels of society. Subjects might appeal to the king in the case of unjust treatment by officials or creditors. For example, if a man's field was seized unlawfully by a governor, he might travel to the palace gate in Ur or Lagash and loudly petition the king, or the crown prince or vizier for redress. Kings also periodically toured their realm to dispense justice. Shulgi claims to have traversed Sumer to inspect canals and hear disputes personally. The imagery of the king as the ultimate judge is vividly seen in art. Stelae show kings like Ur-Nammu depicted larger than others, often with one hand raised, possibly in a gesture of giving verdict or assurance of order. But in daily life, the king delegated much of the legal administration to others. There were scribes and judges in each city's tribunal, but the laws in force were royal laws, and significant legal decisions were issued as royal decrees, often commemorated in year names, etc. The year Shu Sin abolished the tax on fishery. By the way, Shu Sin was Ur-Nammu's son. A name like that might be one of a year. Just an example. While a king's reign was remembered as just or unjust, depending on how well he lived up to the idea of maintaining the straight paths of the land, a Sumerian phrase for just governance. Tablets from the Ur-3 period refer to the king's responsibility to not let the strong oppress the weak, echoing the standard royal ideology. And indeed, later Mesopotamian monarchs from Hammurabi to the Persian kings would continue to invoke this Sumerian ideal in their own inscriptions. So, To sum all that up, life as a Sumerian king meant carrying on one's shoulders the supreme duty of both lawgiver and judge, to create the semblance of fairness in a world that could easily fall into complete chaos. This was seen as part of the king's sacred compact. As the sun god Udu granted light and justice, the king was his agent on earth to shine light on injustice and ultimately rectify it. But then there is that metaphor of the king as a shepherd. It's not only spiritual, but in terms it's kind of economic. You see, the king was expected to ensure that prosperity and sustenance of their people would keep going, quite literally to keep the flock fed, watered, and safe. So in practical terms, this meant overseeing agriculture, water management, and the redistribution of resources. Sumer's bounty depended on irrigation canals channeling the Tigris-Euphrates waters to the fields of barley, dates, and vegetables. One of the king's primary tasks was to build and maintain these canals and reservoirs. All Sumerian kings built canals for irrigation and transportation, and by doing so, they turned barren plains into fertile croplands. For instance, King Ur-Nammu records in an inscription, quote, "I drained the marshes and controlled the waters. I straightened the road from north to south," boasting that under his rule the fields yielded good crops, with barley so tall, quote, "it rises to the chest of the farmer," and once again using that Sumerian saying, "the straight roads." These are probably propagandistic flourishes, kind of like at the end of the year where the president or the prime minister will get up and spruik their achievements and everyone rolls their eyes. But in this case they are supported by the fact that Ur-Nammu did actually sponsor major canal projects. In any case, another king, Lipit Ishtar, was praised in a hymn as the one who, quote, "made the grasses abundant and the grain plentiful." The king's epithet, farmer of the land, was as important as mighty warrior. Because irrigation was vital and also collective, a king had to coordinate large labor forces for digging and dredging canals. Sumerian society had a system of corvée labor. Citizens owed a certain amount of labor to the state each year for digging canals, building city walls, etc. And the king's administrators oversaw this workforce. One royal letter from Shulgi to an official admonishes him to ensure that workers are diligently cleaning the canals and not shirking their duties. Very serious how canal maintenance was taken. Now, if an irrigation canal became clogged with silt, it could ruin the harvest of multiple villages. Kings sometimes named years after the opening of a new canal. And these projects were celebrated because they literally brought life. Water equals life, right? Sumerian art sometimes depicts the king with streams or flowing water. Notably, statues of Gudea show water gushing from a vase he holds, symbolizing bringing fertility. One inscription says, "Gudea made the waters of Lagash flow like the Tigris." And in a sense, the king acted like a chief engineer of the early state. Hand in hand with irrigation was the duty to ensure ample food supply and prevent famine. Sumerian kings took pride in stockpiling grain in state granaries for lean times and organizing distribution when necessary. The archives from Shulgi's reign reveal a well-run economy. Standard weights and measures were implemented, and royal granaries kept track of harvests and disbursements. There's an old hymn, too, that put it in a more poetic way. "Because of me, the king, the fields of barley are resplendent. The people eat splendid food." The king's name was associated with plenty. We also see that kings tried to keep key prices and wages stable. Uruk reforms, for instance, set limits on what temple priests could charge for religious services like funerals and weddings, and regulated the fees for hiring oxen or boats. And this suggests that kings paid attention to the everyday economy, not just the grand infrastructure. The Sumerian king had to also be a manager of the state's resources. Large estates of land, including fields, orchards, and herds of livestock, were considered the property of the crown or temple, and the king allocated these to officials or used them to support craftsmen and soldiers. In many cases, the palace and temple were intertwined economic units. The king often acted through the temple to redistribute food and goods as offerings or rations. Tablets from Ur-3 show monthly rations of barley, oil, and wool being given out to laborers and craftsmen, essentially an early form of state ration systems, with the king as the ultimate guarantor that laborers would be well fed. Royal decrees sometimes even cancelled debts or grain loans to relieve burdens on farmers, as we noted with Etmatana and Urakagina, which in turn kept the agricultural workforce stable but also loyal. Sumerian kings even took credit for ensuring some of the more enjoyable staples of life, beer and bread. A colorful bit of text claims that Sumerian kings, quote, built breweries, guaranteeing their subjects a steady supply of beer. And beer was indeed the daily drink of Sumer, brewed from barley and safer than water at the best of times. A king who ensured abundant beer was truly taking care of his people. But don't think it was one of those things that people drank to get drunk. It had a very low alcohol content, maybe like 0.5 to 1%. You're barely going to get much out of that, aren't you? It was more about the drinking something cleaner. In any case, the Standard of Ur from around 2600 BCE, a famous mosaic artifact, has a peace panel. It shows a royal banquet. Rows of servants bring fish, animals, jugs of drink, while the king and elites toast to their prosperity. This scene likely reflects a ritual feast celebrating a successful harvest or victory. On the standard's lower register, common folk carry provisions and lead animals, symbolizing the land's productivity. And on the top, register the king, a figure larger than others, drinking with a lyre-playing musician behind him. Well, in essence, the message is that under a good king's guidance, the land yields bounty, and everyone, all the way from the king down to the peasant, can enjoy that. The king's duty was to make this ideal a reality. Now, trade and commerce were also in the king's purview. Sumer lacked many raw materials, no forests for timber, no large stone quarries. They had a few metal ones, but, pretty scarce. Thus, the kings organized long-distance trade to acquire luxuries and essentials. They sent merchants or emissaries via caravans and boats to places like Dilmun in Bahrain, Magan in Oman, Meluha in the Indus Valley, all in search of copper, gold, carnelian, lapis, and fine woods. Cuneiform records from the city of Ur mention royal agents arranging shipments of copper from Magan and trading textiles or grain in return. One letter from the last Ur-3 king, that is Ibi-Sin, to a general, Ishbi-Era, famously invokes purchasing huge quantities of grain from abroad to alleviate a famine, showing a king grappling with supply chain issues during the crises. The king thus could be seen as a chief trader, negotiating tribute or trade agreements. In some cases, foreign lands sent gifts, really diplomatic trade, to Sumerian kings like timber from Lebanon or diorite stone from Arabia, which kings like Gudea used to carve their statues. Gudea, in his inscriptions, thanks the gods that, quote, the foreign lands bought him their resources for building the temple. listing wood from Amanus, stone from Magan, etc. But perhaps the most human aspect of a king's economic role was responding to hardships like famine or flood. A clay tablet from Lagash records how a king distributed emergency grain rations during a bad year. And in mythic poetry, kings are remembered for saving their people from starvation. Gilgamesh in one poem is said to have opened his storehouse during a famine. Conversely, if a king mismanaged land, the consequences were dire. Crops failed, hunger spread, and the people might blame the king for angering the gods. Give you an example. The fate of King Ibisin of Ur, 2028 BCE. Under his reign, Ur's power began to wane away, not completely collapse, but it was not looking good. A famine struck and grain prices skyrocketed beyond what ordinary people could afford. Letters from governors at the time describe people eating grass or just starving. Eventually, Ur fell to invaders, the Elamites, and chronicles portray Ibisin as having lost the mandate due to inability to provide for Sumer. Now, the argument is, of course, whether the Elamite invaders would have been able to take out that city without the famine. But it certainly didn't help. In any case, it serves to show that a Sumerian king's reputation and survival depended greatly on his success as the steward of the land and the caretaker of his people's welfare. You do a bad job, you get fired. Well, while the king's peacetime roles were priestly and administrative, he also bore the title of Supreme War Leader. And in fact, many scholars believe that the office of the king, Lugal, literally meaning big man, okay then, emerged in early Sumer when leadership was needed to defend cities in war. Life as a Sumerian king, therefore, often meant a life of combat, or at least in military preparedness. The king was commander-in-chief of the army, which could consist of professional soldiers and citizen militia levied from the farming population. Sumerian armies were not large by later standards, but they were well organized. A typical city's forces included infantry with spears and copper helmets, archers and primitive chariots, more properly heavy four-wheeled chariots drawn by donkeys or onagers, that could charge the enemy and disrupt formations. Kings took pride in their martial prowess. They often styled themselves as mighty men, appointed by war gods. For example, Einatum of Lagash called himself the Net of Ningirsu, his war god that ensnared the enemy. Shulgi of Ur claimed to have personally run 100 miles in a day between temples, and but also to be a formidable archer and warrior without equal. His words, right? Many royal hymns are essentially victory songs, thanking the gods for granting triumph in battle. The symbolism of the king as a provocateur is vividly shown in art like the Stele of the Vultures and the Standard of Ur. On the Standard of Ur's war panel, we see in one register the king standing among his soldiers as prisoners are presented. The lower register shows the Sumerian chariots charging at full gallop, their wheels scything down foes, and infantrymen advancing over fallen enemies. Now, this artifact encapsulates the royal ideology of war, the king as the embodiment of the city's might, leading from the front and bringing the enemy to heel. After such victories, kings would often dedicate trophies to the gods. Einatum, for example, deposited weapons from his defeated enemies in the temple of Ningirsu and erected his stele as a monument to divine-sanctioned victory. Sumerian inscriptions frequently credit the gods with martial successes. Yet, they do not hide the king's personal glory in battle. Kings were expected not only to win wars, but also to fortify and defend their cities. The city walls of Uruk, Ur, and others were continually maintained and expanded under royal orders. Ur-Nammu's foundation figure inscription also notes that he built the city walls and the first Ziggurats. These ziggurat towers could double as watchtowers. The year names of Shulgi include building a massive defensive wall across Mesopotamia's frontier. The wall against the Amorites he constructed to keep out the nomadic incursions. One letter from Shulgi's correspondence hears a report about securing fortresses on the empire's border and demands rapid completion of a certain fortress. It ends with Shulgi's command, "It is urgent," showing again how pressing the border defense was to him. Additionally, kings had to keep internal order against banditry or rebellion. Another Ur-3 letter has an official assuring the king that the bandits and brigands have been cleared from the roads, which implies the king's troops engaged in internal policing to make the travel and trade systems safe. Thus, the king's protective role was both external and internal. But military campaigns could dominate a king's yearly agenda, especially in the dry season after harvest when armies could march. A king might lead his troops to conquer a neighboring city, or to suppress a revolt in a subject town. Victory often meant not just glory, but economic gain. Tribute, slaves, resources, you'd get it all. For example, if Lagash defeated Umma, the king of Lagash might carry off herds of cattle or impose a heavy tribute of grain. Some conquered cities were forced to acknowledge the victor as suzerain, perhaps even to worship the victor's gods in addition to their own, a way to cement political subordination with religious hierarchy. Sumerian warfare could of course be quite brutal. The stele of vultures shows vultures picking at the enemy corpses, and captives being trampled. Yet kings portrayed themselves as just conquerors. One early king, Etana of Kish, is described as, quote, "the one who consolidated all the lands," implying that unifying via conquest was a noble act that brought peace. Similarly, Einatum claimed his wars ultimately enforced the god's justice in the land. His inscriptions say the conflict with Umma was over proper boundaries set by gods. And we also see instances of kings forging diplomatic ties, a carrot and a stick. Marriage alliances were one tool. A king might marry a daughter to the ruler of a neighboring city to secure peace. For instance, historical records indicate that a daughter of the king of Kish married the king of Ur as part of a treaty. Another strategy was confederation under a single strong king. You see, after generations of war, King Utu Hengal of Uruk and Ur-Nammu of Ur cooperated to expel the foreign Gutian invaders around the 2100 BCE period, and then Ur-Nammu took over as king of a reunified Sumer. This event was remembered as a restoration of order. Ur-Nammu, quote, helped wipe out the name of Gutium, who filled Sumer with wickedness. It highlights that kings also had to contend with the constant threat of invasions from outside. A Sumerian king's life was thus partly spent on guard, building coalitions of defenses against these looming dangers, and the end of Sumerian rule itself came when Ur, the last stronghold, was sacked by Elamite forces around 2004 BCE, illustrating that even vigilant kings could eventually be overwhelmed. Now, despite the grim realities, royal propaganda often cast war in almost ritual terms. The king was likened to Ninurta, the warrior god, or to a raging storm or a lion. Of course, between all the campaigns, the kings drilled their troops and kept garrisons. But there was a ceremonial aspect to the king's martial role. He participated in military parades and hunting. Hunting wild bulls or lions in peacetime was a royal sport that symbolized dominance over nature and enemies. We have an early depiction from Uruk of a king hunting lions with a bow. Later Mesopotamian kings continued this tradition famously, and these events served both as training and propaganda. It showed the king as fearless and strong. The Sumerian term for heroism was tied to kingship. You see, the word lugal itself carried connotations of strength. Some kings even took names reflecting might. One king of Uruk was named Ensha-Kushana, which may mean Lord of all power, or something like that. But what about when they're not in the temple or the battlefield? Well, when they were doing that, the Sumerian king spent much of his life within the palace, administering his court and kingdom. Archaeology has uncovered portions of palaces at sites like Kish, Mari, which is slightly later but illustrative, and the Ur-3 palace at Ur. These royal complexes were sizable with numerous rooms for official business, storage spaces, workshops, barracks, and the royal family's private quarters. The Sumerian palace was bustling with activity, a microcosm of the state. High officials, scribes, ambassadors from other cities, craftsmen, and servants constantly went in and out. The king's daily routine would involve holding audience, hearing reports from governors of outlying towns, adjudicating important disputes, and receiving envoys or messengers. For example, the tablets from the Mari archives, although Mari is not Sumer proper, its royal practices in the Old Babylonian period, likely inherited Sumerian traditions, but they show kings meeting foreign envoys with gifts and letters. In early Sumer, we have evidence that rulers exchanged gifts too. The treasure found in the royal tombs of Ur includes precious items from far lands that may have been tribute or royal gifts. The royal court included the queen or queens, princes, princesses, advisors, generals, and a host of specialized attendants. There was the cup-bearer, a high official who served drink, but also acted as a confidant. Interestingly, Sargon of Akkad, who later conquered Sumer, is said to have begun as a cupbearer to the king of Kish. There were scribes who recorded everything too. Inventory of palace storerooms, drafts of the king's letters, astrological observations, etc. The kings prized literacy and learning. One telling boast by King Shulgi is that he was not only a mighty warrior, but also skilled at reading tablets. He could even compose songs. Shulgi, in his self-praise hymns, claims he could, quote, write tablets, solve mathematical calculations, and debate with scholars. And this suggests that, at least by his era, high culture was part of royal life. The palace employed learned men. Scribal schools called edubas sometimes operated under royal patronage to train the next generation of administrators. There's even a delightful Sumerian school text where a model student is presented before King Shulgi to display his wisdom, and Shulgi rewards him, indicating the king took an active interest in education and the propagation of scribal arts, since literate bureaucracy strengthened the kingdom. Ceremonial occasions at court were frequent too. The king held banquets to celebrate religious festivals, military victories, building completions, or royal weddings. The peace panel of the Standard of Ur likely depicts such a banquet. The king sits with dignitaries, drinking from cups while a musician plays the lyre, and servants bring meat on skewers and fish on trays. In Sumerian banquets, entertainment could include music, dance, and perhaps recitations of epic tales or hymns, some of which praise the king's lineage. I'm sure the king enjoyed hearing them quite a lot. Well, the court musicians played on harps and lyres. Indeed, several exquisitely crafted lyres were found in the royal tombs of Ur, showing that music was highly valued in royal circles. A king like Shulgi even boasts that he's a skilled musician and singer, claiming to have perfected songs for the gods. And so we might imagine Shulgi at a feast delighting in poetic verses that glorify his deeds or those of his legendary ancestors. A mix of pomp and culture made the royal court not just a center of power, but of patronage for the arts and literature. In fact, many Sumerian literary compositions, myths, epic stories, and hymns that have come down to us may have been first performed or compiled in royal courts for the king and his retinue. The royal family played important roles too. The queen, in Sumerian Munus Lugal, or the king's woman, could wield quite a bit of influence too, especially if she came from another city's royal line, cementing alliances and so on. The most famous Sumerian queen in archaeology is Queen Puabi, a name found on a cylindrical seal, buried around 2600 BCE at Ur with astonishing riches and attendants. While Puabi's status is debated, her grave goods, a golden headdress, jewelry, and a golden lyre, attest to the opulence surrounding the Sumerian royalty. It also shows the practice, at least in early dynastic times, of human sacrifice in royal burials. Puabi's tomb had the remains of servants who were likely sacrificed or took their own lives to accompany their mistress into the afterlife. And this suggests that in death, the king or queen was accorded an almost divine honor, with a retinue sent to serve them beyond the grave. Later, by Ur 3 times, such extreme burial practices seem to have faded away. That being said, we've not found any, so who knows what else is out there, but Ur-Nammu and Shulgi's tombs, if identified correctly, do not have the mass sacrificial pits seen earlier. Instead, the kings of Ur were deified and given offerings as ancestor deities after their death, which might be seen as more of a humane continuation of afterlife service. Princes and princesses often had specific roles. A crown prince would typically be entrusted with military or administrative duties in preparation for kingship. For instance, Shulgi, under his father Ur-Nammu, likely governed a province or led an army to learn statecraft. Royal daughters were frequently made high priestesses of important cults, especially the moon god Nana or the sky god Anu. This had diplomatic/religious value. The most renowned example is Enheduanna, the daughter of Sargon of Akkad. Though Akkadian, she was a high priestess at Ur, and she did write hymns in Sumerian, so it's worth a mention. Her role solidified Sargon's control over Sumerian Ur, and she produced beautiful hymns to Inanna that also praise her family's rule. In the Ur 3 period, kings continued this tradition. One of Shulgi's daughters was the high priestess of the moon god at Ur, strengthening the king's link to the city's patron. Now, life in the royal palace could be quite luxurious. Kings and queens wore fine wool garments often dyed in bright colors, and an abundance of jewelry. Mesopotamian art depicts royalty with elaborate headdresses. Servants fanned them in the summer heat, perfumed oils were applied, and the best foods were on the tables. A tablet from the city of Mari lists the royal dinner provisions. Dozens of sheep, cattle, bread, beer, honey, dates, and wine were imported from the north. Sumerian kings likely enjoyed similar fare to this. There was a ceremonial regimen. The king held court from a throne on a raised dais in the palace hall, and we have found decorated thrones and reliefs showing subjects prostrating themselves before the seated king. One door plaque, as discussed in the Divine Right text, shows even a gesture of submission by an official crossing his arm over his chest in front of the queen and kings. The decor of palaces included wall murals and precious inlays. For example, fragments of mosaic inlays and shell plaques have been found at that once adorned the palace walls with scenes of lion hunts or ritual processions. However, the splendor was not merely self-indulgence. It had a political purpose. Displaying wealth and generosity kept the court loyal, you see. But palace life could be dangerous as well. Intrigues and plots are known from later Mesopotamian history and are likely present in Sumer too. A usurper might be a royal family member. Indeed, towards the end of the Ur-III dynasty, a general named Ishbi-Era, initially a loyal governor under Ibbi-Sin, effectively declared independence and found its own dynasty in the city of Isin, while Ur was busy collapsing in on itself. So you can imagine the tense councils in Ibbi-Sin's palace, as reports came in of Ishbi-Era's ambitions. Earlier, towards 2300 BCE, the rival between the king of Kish and the king of Umma might have involved espionage or betrayal at court. Kings had to keep a close eye on their advisors and family, a little balance of trust and vigilance. And also it's worth noting intellectual life at court. Sumerian kings patronized literature. Many Sumerian literary compositions, like the Epic of Gilgamesh and wisdom proverbs, so on, might have been written or performed under royal aegis. And Hedwana, the royal woman we mentioned, is the first known author by name, compiling hymns. During Shulgi's reign, scribes compiled and standardized Sumerian literature, possibly as a cultural initiative of the state to celebrate Sumerian heritage. Shulgi was very conscious of legacy, you see. Well, this could be seen as the king surrounding himself with scholars, theologians, and poets, and engaging with them. In one letter, Shulgi actually invites a renowned scribe to come to Ur to debate and show his knowledge. A rare peek into an ancient intellectual court scenario. And finally, the king's life in the palace was also about judgment and mercy. In a personal sense, we hear of kings showing clemency at times. Shulgi once reportedly forgave an official who erred after making him swear a renewed loyalty. And then on the other hand, the king could be harsh. Records of execution of palace conspirators or banishment of disloyal governors also existed. The throne room was the stage for both generous reward and severe punishment, all dramatized as the king enacting his own justice. It's a hard job, but there was worse jobs in those times. Long before the heroes of classical Greece, and long before the knights of medieval legend, there was the Bronze Age, and it gave rise to some of the first epic heroes in human literature. These early heroes, mighty warriors, wise kings, and sometimes even demigods, captured the imagination of their people, immortalized in poems and tales inscribed on clay tablets. Their stories are not simple fairy tales, however. They are complex narratives. They blend history, mythology, and even a few moral lessons. They speak of battles with monsters and men, journeys across uncharted lands, friendship, betrayal, and of the eternal human quest for meaning and even immortality. And so from the bustling cities of Mesopotamia and Egypt to the shores of the Aegean Sea, the Bronze Age world teemed with larger-than-life figures like Gilgamesh and Achilles, and those are names that still resonate with us today. So let's take a journey back to the Bronze Age, and we can meet some of the heroes that defined that period. Before we do, allow me to welcome you to the channel. Hello to any newcomers. And allow me to remind you that we are 100% ad-free due to the support on Patreon, YouTube memberships, donations through PayPal and Super Thanks, and also those who choose to visit the merch store, But short of that, the best way that you can help us out is just by spreading the word. Let people know about that ad-free history channel. It's not a bad deal. And do all the algorithm stuff, like, comment, subscribe. You know what to do, I don't have to tell you. Well, now that you have done the deed, let us begin. And I suppose we better begin by defining this heroic tradition of the Bronze Age, because it's a little bit different. You see, the Bronze Age lasted from roughly 3300 to 1200 BCE, and it was a formative era for civilization. The period saw the rise and fall of the first cities, the invention of writing, and the formation of kingdoms and empires in regions like Mesopotamia, Egypt, Anatolia, and the Aegean. It is against this backdrop that the earliest recorded hero tales emerge. The development of writing was crucial. It allowed myths and stories to be preserved in a fixed form. In Mesopotamia, scribes pressed cuneiform characters into clay tablets, while in Egypt, scribes inked hieroglyphs and hieratic scripts into papyrus. These records mean that some Bronze Age heroes have actually come down to us in direct textual form. And that's pretty amazing considering we're talking 3,000, 4,000, even up to 5,000 years ago. Quite an achievement, that's for sure. But it is important to understand what a hero means in the context of the Bronze Age. Now, often heroes were not simply do-gooders or moral exemplars. They were rather figures of extraordinary ability or significance, sometimes with one foot in the divine realm and one foot in the human realm. Many Bronze Age heroes were kings or warriors whose deeds were believed to have shaped society, slaying monsters, winning battles, even bringing back knowledge from the gods. Crucially, a hero's story in this era often had a dual purpose, entertaining the audience with adventure and imparting cultural or religious values. And another hallmark of the Bronze Age hero narrative is their close intertwining with mythology and religion. The line between history and myth in these times is pretty blurry. Anyone who's looked at Greek history will know that. Some heroes were probably inspired by real individuals whose deeds became legendary over time, while others might have been just purely made up, mythological figures in their own right. In either case, the gods played an intimate role in their tales. The pantheons of ancient civilizations, whether the Sumerian gods, the Egyptian deities, or the Greek Olympians, frequently intervene in hero stories, guiding or thwarting human protagonists. This reflects how Bronze Age people saw their world: human destiny, subject to divine will, and only a truly exceptional person, a hero, might earn divine favor or challenge fate. Of course, the Bronze Age also had a concept of a heroic age in later memory. For instance, let's look at the much later Greek tradition in Hesiod's works. It spoke of an age of heroes who lived in a bygone era, often corresponding to the Bronze Age, of course. It is with this nostalgia that even in antiquity, people looked back on the Bronze Age as a time when giants of courage and strength walked the earth. The great wars and journeys described in epic poems were often set in that remote past, lending them an air of grand significance. And nowhere is this more evident than in our first story, the quintessential Bronze Age hero, and often considered the earliest epic hero narrative in the world. That is, of course, if you've not guessed it by now, the tale of Gilgamesh of Uruk. And that's where our journey begins, right here with Gilgamesh, the legendary hero king. Gilgamesh's story is told in the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is often cited as the oldest surviving epic in world literature. The epic, written on clay tablets in cuneiform, took shape during the Bronze Age, and had evolved over many centuries. Earlier Sumerian poems about Gilgamesh date back to around 2100 to 2000 BCE, and they were later woven into a unified Akkadian epic around the second millennium. By about 1200, a Babylonian scholar named Sin-Leki Unini had compiled the standard version of the epic that we know today, preserving a tale that had already been told for 1,000 years. And what a tale it was. I did a full reading of it a while back. You can find it in the readings playlist. But who exactly was Gilgamesh? Well, in the epic he's described as 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, the son of the goddess Ninsun and the mortal king Lugubanda. This unusual lineage immediately marks him as somebody that is quite extraordinary, a demigod with superhuman strength. Historically, there may have indeed been a King Gilgamesh of Uruk around 2700. His name actually appears in the Sumerian king list as a monarch of Uruk renowned for building its great walls. Over time, however, the figure of Gilgamesh was exalted and mythologized. He was even worshipped as a divine ancestor in later periods. By the Bronze Age, when scribes recorded his epic, Gilgamesh had become a cultural hero symbolizing the ideals and perhaps also the anxieties of Mesopotamian civilization. So what happens in the story? Well, it opens by portraying Gilgamesh as a mighty but tyrannical young king. He lorded over Uruk with a heavy hand, so much that the people begged the gods for relief. The god's response was to create Enkidu, a wild man of the wilderness, as a counterbalance to Gilgamesh's power. At first, Enkidu lived among the animals, knowing nothing about the city life. But after being civilized, in part through a transformative encounter with a temple courtesan named Shamat, Enkidu came to Uruk to confront Gilgamesh. The two fought fiercely, shaking the city's walls, but neither one of them could win the fight. In the end, Gilgamesh and Enkidu recognized each other as equals and became devoted friends, which is, well, not what the gods wanted, but that's what happened. In any case, this friendship is one of the epic's emotional centers. The arrogant king found in the wild man a true companion, one who could temper his excesses and guide his courage. And so together, Gilgamesh and Enkidu set out on heroic adventures that have a mythic quality to them. They decided to journey to the far-off cedar forest, likely the distant forests of Lebanon, to slay the giant guardian Humbaba and cut down the sacred cedar trees. This quest was daring. Humbaba was a fearsome monster, appointed by the god Enlil to protect the forest. The very act of confronting him was a challenge to the divine order. Yet Gilgamesh was eager for glory. Added to that, he was restless for action, and he convinced Enkidu to join him. In their journey, we see a motif common in hero myths. The hero seeks to carve his name into eternity by accomplishing a perilous feat. Gilgamesh declares that he will set up his name where the names of famous men are written, a clear expression of the Bronze Age heroic ideal, to win immortal fame through great deeds. And so, when the favor of the sun god Shamash, thanks to prayers from Gilgamesh's mother and the goddess Ninsun, the heroes entered the cedar forest, braved terrors, and confronted Humbaba. In a dramatic battle, Gilgamesh and Enkidu managed to slay the giant. The victory was not without moral complexity, though. Humbaba actually begged for his life, and at one point Enkidu had to stiffen Gilgamesh's resolve to finish the deed. Ultimately, they beheaded the monster and offered the giant's head to the gods. Now this scene shows a Bronze Age narrative pattern, the slaying of a chaotic monster by heroes working with divine aid, akin to other myths in which gods or heroes establish order by vanquishing monstrous beings. Gilgamesh's triumph over Humbaba brought him fame, but it also subtly foreshadows consequences. By upsetting the guardian put in place by the gods, the heroes had overstepped a boundary. But returning to Uruk, they were celebrated as champions, and Gilgamesh next drew the ire of the goddess Ishtar, also called Inanna. The love goddess was attracted to Gilgamesh's strength and offered to marry him. But Gilgamesh, well, he didn't want anything of that. He spurned Ishtar's proposal, and not in a gentle way either. He rather harshly rebuked her, listing the unfortunate fates of all of her previous boyfriends. Now this insult to a goddess had immediate repercussions. A furious Ishtar convinced her father, Anu, the sky god, to send the bull of heaven to punish Gilgamesh's kingdom with drought and devastation. True to their heroic form, Gilgamesh and Enkidu together faced this new threat. In a titanic struggle, they killed the celestial bull as well, further asserting their prowess. But they also sealed their own doom. And this was a critical turning point. The slaying of the bull of heaven was sacrilege, and the gods could not let it go unpunished. Soon after, tragedy strikes our heroes. The gods decree that for these transgressions, one of the pair must die, and they choose Enkidu. Gilgamesh's dear friend falls ill and suffers for days. Enkidu's deathbed scene is heart-rending. The wild hero curses the door he constructed from the cedar wood, a reminder of their exploit, and initially curses the priestess who brought him from the wild. But he later retracts that curse, accepting his fate. When Enkidu dies, Gilgamesh is devastated. The epic reveals an intense exploration of grief and mortality. Gilgamesh weeps bitterly for 7 days and 7 nights over Enkidu's body and refuses to bury him until a maggot falls from the corpse's nose. That gruesome detail shocks Gilgamesh into recognizing the finality of death. He's overcome with the horror that if mighty Enkidu could die, well then he too, despite being part divine, will one day face the same fate. This realization triggers Gilgamesh's greatest journey, not one for conquest or for glory, but one in the search of immortality. In mourning, Gilgamesh abandons his kingly duties and roams the wilderness dressed in animal skins. His objective becomes finding Utnapishtim, a legendary figure whom the gods have granted eternal life. Utnapishtim, as the epic relates, was the survivor of a great flood in ages past, an episode that notably parallels the later biblical Noah story. He lives in a faraway place at the mouth of the rivers beyond the known world. The path to get there is understandably quite treacherous. Gilgamesh must pass through a tunnel of total darkness beneath a mountain and cross the waters of death, which, well, you sort of know what you're in for when they call them that, don't you? In any case, all of this vividly describes Gilgamesh's determination as he overcomes each and every obstacle, driven by fear of his own mortality. So when Gilgamesh finally meets Utnapishtim, the immortal man shares the story of the flood, and he imparts a sobering lesson. Life, which you look for, you will never find. For when the gods created man, they let death be his share, and life they withheld in their own hands. In other words, mortality is the fate of humankind, and even a hero, even one as strong as Gilgamesh, cannot escape it. But still, Gilgamesh desperately hopes for a remedy. Utnapishtim challenges him to prove himself worthy of immortality by conquering sleep, a brother of death. But Gilgamesh fails, dozing off for days. In a gesture of compassion, Utnapishtim finally reveals a herb of rejuvenation, a plant at the bottom of the sea that can restore youth. Gilgamesh miraculously obtains this plant by diving deep and binding stones to his feet. Here, perhaps, a glimmer of hope. Has he found a way to renew life? Maybe. Yet, the epic delivers one final twist of fate that just underscores its message. Gilgamesh is exhausted from his quest, and he stops to bathe on his journey home. Well, while he's not watching, a snake comes along and steals the precious plant, carrying off the secret of rejuvenation and shedding its skin as it slithers away. Thus the snake becomes young again, but humankind loses its chance forever. This symbolic moment shows that immortality slips out from Gilgamesh's grasp. Heartbroken, but perhaps a little wiser, Gilgamesh returns to Uruk empty-handed, accompanied only by the ferryman who guided him. When he arrives, however, the sight of Uruk's great city walls, which he once built and proudly maintained, brings him a kind of epiphany. You see, Gilgamesh comes to accept that although he cannot live forever, human achievements, like the city's enduring walls or the story of his own exploits, can give him a form of immortality. By inscribing his tale on tablets, as the epic itself suggests, Gilgamesh ensures that his name will indeed live on, even though his flesh will not. Now, it's a very interesting story, and it's profoundly human in its introspection, despite the presence of monsters and gods. It grapples with the question that must have weighed on the Bronze Age people's minds, as it still does today. An almost juvenile question, I think, but a fair one to ask. Why do we have to die? And how do we live, knowing that we will die? And here's another one. What gives life meaning when it's all going to end anyway? Think about them. Well, in the end, as for Gilgamesh, he transforms from a brash young warrior king to a wiser ruler who understands his place in the order of things. His quest for literal immortality fails, sure, but he gains immortal wisdom, the understanding that one should embrace life, perform one's duties well, and cherish human companionship and achievements, since those, at the end of the day, are our real, lasting legacies. So let's now shift from Mesopotamia to the Aegean world, where we meet another pretty popular name, Achilles, the paramount hero of Greek myth during the Bronze Age, and the central character of Homer's Iliad, an epic poem that, although written down in the 8th century BCE, draws on oral traditions about Mycenaean Bronze Age Greece, particularly the legend of the Trojan War, dated around 1200 BCE, the traditional fall of the Bronze Age. In Greek cultural memory, the Trojan War was a defining campaign at the end of the Bronze Age where coalitions of Greek kings, the Achaeans, besieged the city of Troy. Within that grand saga, Achilles was celebrated as the greatest of Greek warriors, peerless in battle, yet fated to die young. The story exemplifies the Greek heroic ideal of kleos, glory or renown, obtained through valor even at the expense of one's own mortality. And just like Gilgamesh, Achilles had a kind of semi-divine pedigree. His father was King Peleus of Phthia, a mortal, but his mother was Thetis, a sea nymph, a goddess of the sea. Thetis tried to make her infant son invincible. In a later myth from the Roman era, it was said that she dipped Achilles in the sacred river Styx, rendering him invulnerable, except for the heel by which she held him. This is the origin of the term Achilles' heel, of course, meaning a single fatal weakness, though interestingly Homer's Iliad itself does not mention this detail. What the Iliad does emphasize is that Achilles' extraordinary prowess and his close relationship with the gods, especially his mother, was pretty important. From youth, Achilles was destined for greatness. He was even tutored by the wise centaur Chiron in some legends, learning arts of war, medicine, things like that. By the time of the Trojan War, Achilles was said to be a young man of unmatched martial skill, and also stunningly handsome, apparently. Often called swift-footed for his speed as well. Really had it all, a venerable Chad of the Bronze Age. Yet Achilles' heroism is marked as much by its inner conflict and emotions as by its battlefield exploits. You see, at the outset of the Iliad, we meet Achilles not in triumph, but in a moment of fury and wounded pride. During the siege of Troy, the Greek commander Agamemnon offends Achilles by seizing Briseis, a captive woman whom Achilles regards as a war prize, and in a way, a symbol of honor. Feeling dishonored and enraged, Achilles withdraws from the fighting, refusing to fight for the Greeks any longer. Well, this is kind of a big deal because the act has huge consequences, with their champion sulking in his tent, one hand on both cheeks sort of thing, you know. He's definitely not in that good mood to support anyone, really. The Achaeans also begin to falter against the Trojan onslaught led by Prince Hector, right when they need the champion with them. Achilles is often described as wrathful or angered. In fact, the very first line of the Iliad invokes the wrath of Achilles. His anger at Agamemnon is personal, but it carries a cosmic weight in the story, leading to a chain of events that will test Achilles' character. Now at this point, Achilles embodies the Bronze Age warrior ethos to its extreme. He is extremely concerned with honor and glory. To Achilles, Agamemnon's slight is intolerable because it undermines his honor. Thus, Achilles chooses to abstain from battle, even though it means his compatriots are going to suffer and die. In doing so, he puts his personal honor above collective duty, a striking choice that paints him as prideful and stubborn. However, it is also during this absence from battle that Achilles faces a profound decision about his fate. In one of the Iliad's most famous passages, Achilles reflects on a prophecy told by his mother Thetis, that he has two possible fates. If he continues to fight at Troy, he is doomed to die young, but his name will be immortal, and his glory eternal. If he leaves Troy and returns home, he will live a long, good, and peaceful life. But he will be forgotten, with no legacy. No one will remember his name. It's quite a dilemma, isn't it? And it gets to the heart of Achilles' story and, well, indeed, a core theme of heroic literature. That choice between a short life of eternal glory versus a long life of obscurity. At first, Achilles leans toward the latter, valuing his life over the abstract concept of glory, and thus prepares to sail home. He even tells Agamemnon's envoys that nothing is worth his life, expressing a surprisingly sober perspective on mortality for a hero. Quote, cattle and fat sheep can be had for the raiding, but a man's life's breath cannot come back again. In that moment, Achilles seems to value life itself over the warrior's code, promise of fame. The turning point comes eventually, though, and it comes with a tragedy that echoes the story of Gilgamesh, the death of a beloved companion. Achilles' closest friend is Patroclus, his dear comrade. Some later interpreters would say lover as well, but, well, the text only emphasizes brotherly camaraderie. Well, when Achilles withdraws from battle, Patroclus cannot bear to watch the Greeks lose. Patroclus dons Achilles' distinctive armor and leads the Myrmidon warriors into battle to hearten the Greeks. He fights brilliantly, but eventually he encounters Hector, Troy's greatest champion, and is slain by him. Patroclus' death is a heart-rending moment, and it shatters Achilles' resolve. The grief and guilt Achilles experiences are overwhelming. His rage shifts now to focus. No longer is he angry at Agamemnon. No, now his wrath is directed at Hector and the Trojans, and even at himself for allowing Patroclus to go. Achilles realizes that by staying out of the fight, he indirectly caused his friend's demise. In a scene of intense pathos, Achilles mourns Patroclus much as Gilgamesh mourned Enkidu. He weeps, he beats the ground, he refuses to eat or wash. Achilles is even visited by his mother Thetis, who laments that she will soon lose her son to his fated death. Achilles' sorrow transformed into a renewed sense of purpose. He will avenge Patroclus. He will kill Hector, even though by doing so he ensures his own fate. And here, Achilles decisively chooses glory and loyalty to his friend's memory over his own longevity. It's as if Patroclus' death reminds Achilles of what truly matters to him. The warrior's code and personal affection merge. Achilles can only make Patroclus' sacrifice meaningful by rejoining the war and achieving the heroic destiny he had contemplated abandoning. And so, Achilles returns to the battlefield. First he receives new armor, forged by the god Hephaestus at Thetis' request, including the famous shield of Achilles, richly described with scenes of human life and cosmic imagery. Armed and filled with a terrible resolve, Achilles cuts through the Trojan ranks with merciless efficiency. The climax comes with his duel with Hector, the prince of Troy, who had killed Patroclus. The Iliad presents Hector as a noble and honorable warrior, in many ways a mirror image of Achilles, just on the opposing side, but with perhaps a more relatable human side. Hector is shown saying farewell to his wife and infant son in a poignant scene. When Achilles and Hector finally face off outside the walls of Troy, it is a meeting of two heroic ideals. Achilles represents the unstoppable martial prowess and the pursuit of eternal glory, whereas Hector stands for duty, honor, and the defense of one's home. The outcome, driven by Achilles' nearly inhuman fury and aided by the goddess Athena's trickery, is that Achilles kills Hector. His victory over Hector is brutal. In his grief-fueled rage, he does not afford Hector the dignity that heroes usually grant a worthy foe. Instead of handing over Hector's body for burial, as the Trojan royal family desperately pleads for, Achilles rather ties Hector's corpse to his chariot and drags it around the walls of Troy. This horrifying act, born of pain and anger, actually serves to highlight Achilles' humanity, ironically. It shows how deeply wounded he is by Patroclus's loss, that he momentarily loses that noble restraint which is expected of a hero. And so, for days, Achilles continues to abuse Hector's lifeless body, and it seems like his heart is just turning to stone. However, the Iliad concludes with a moment of emotional catharsis and regained compassion. King Priam of Troy, an old man and Hector's father, sneaks into the Greek camp by night, and he finds Achilles. Priam humbles himself, kneeling and begging Achilles to return Hector's body, appealing to Achilles' memory of his own father. He asks Achilles to pity a father's grief. And this encounter is profoundly moving. Achilles is struck by Priam's bravery and sorrow, and he finally lets go of his rage. He weeps with Priam, recognizing the shared pain of loss that even enemies can feel. And in that instance, Achilles becomes more than an engine of war. He becomes empathetic again. He agrees to release Hector's body for a proper funeral, and even pauses the war to allow the Trojans time to mourn their hero. The Iliad ends not with the fall of Troy, but with Hector's funeral, and Achilles' wrath at last abated. Achilles himself does not die within the poem, but it is understood from prophecy that his end is near. Later myths detail that Paris, with Apollo's help, shoots Achilles with an arrow, often said to strike his vulnerable heel and kill him. In any case, Achilles' tale, especially as portrayed by Homer, is thus an exploration of the costs and meaning of heroism. Achilles is unequaled in strength, but he is not invincible in the face of fate. He achieves the immortal glory he desired. Thousands of years later, we are still speaking of his deeds, of course, but at the ultimate price of his life. Moreover, Achilles' character arc shows a movement from prideful isolation to passionate engagement, from rejecting the war out of spite to avenging Patroclus, and ultimately to a tempered, sorrowful wisdom, showing mercy to the old man King Priam. In this way, Achilles kind of embodies this tragic beauty of the heroic ideal. He shines brightly, but he is flawed and capable of deep feeling, and he leaves a legacy that endures long after the Bronze Age had ended. So thus far we've looked at Mesopotamian and Greek heroes, but over in Egypt they had their own characters, albeit somewhat with a different flavor. Egyptian narratives about individual protagonists often blended adventure with moral or didactic themes. One of the most famous examples is the tale of Sinuhe, sometimes called the story of Sinuhe if you want to look it up. It dates to the Middle Kingdom of Egypt, which is around 1900, so squarely within the Bronze Age era. Sinuhe's story is not really an epic of gods or monsters, but rather it's a personal saga of exile and return, and it offers an insight into what heroism meant in the Egyptian cultural context. Sinuhe is not a royal or a demigod, but rather an official, an attendant in the royal harem, serving under Pharaoh Amenemhat I. And the tale begins quite dramatically. Amenemhat dies unexpectedly. Now, the circumstances are mysterious, possibly an assassination, and Sinuhe, who overhears news of the king's death while abroad with the king's son, begins to panic. Fearing the chaos that might ensue, or perhaps implications in court intrigues, Sinuhe decides to get out of Egypt. His flight is frantic and unplanned. He traverses the desert by himself, nearly perishing of thirst. Eventually, Sinuhe crosses into what the Egyptians called Regennu, the Levant, roughly modern Syria-Palestine. he is discovered and rescued by a chieftain of a Bedouin tribe, who recognizes Sinuhe as an Egyptian. And thus, Sinuhe's life in exile begins. He is welcomed by a local ruler, Amunenshi, who gives Sinuhe a position of honor. Sinuhe then marries the chieftain's daughter and adapts to nomadic life, and becomes a respected figure among these Asiatic people. Over time he thrives. He says, "Wealth came to me. Cattle on cattle were given to me." Importantly, Sinuhe also demonstrates his valor in this foreign land. At one point, a formidable challenger, described as a strong man of Regednu, issues a single combat challenge to him, likely to test the famous Egyptian who's risen in their society. Maybe there were a little bit of a jealous streak of that, I don't know, maybe. In any case, Sinuhe is not a coward, and he accepts the duel. In a scene that establishes his heroism, Sinuhe cleverly and swiftly fells the challenger. In some translations, he looses an arrow into the man's neck at the moment of attack, which is usually pretty effective. This victory echoes the motive of champion combat. It's common in many hero tales. Think of David and Goliath in the biblical tradition, various duels in Homeric poems, and it cements Sinuhe's reputation. He says, in effect, that he gave strength to the weak, implying he protected the tribe, much as a hero should. Excuse me, just clearing my throat. Now, despite his success abroad, Sinuhe's heart remains squarely in Egypt. The tale emphasizes his longing for home and the cultural identity that he can never quite shed. Even as he prospers, Sinuhe describes gazing toward Egypt and feeling a deep nostalgia. This reflects a powerful Egyptian value, the homeland, especially being buried in Egyptian soil, that was central to one's afterlife hopes. Sinuhe fears that if he dies abroad, he will not receive proper mummification or burial rites, a terrible prospect for an Egyptian of status. And so he prays that the king will have mercy and allow him to return. In a stroke of narrative providence, Pharaoh Senseret I, the new king, the son of Amenemhat, does indeed invite Sinuhe to return, and this is after many years. The pharaoh's letter to Sinuhe is a highlight of the story. Senseret, now secure on the throne, pardons Sinuhe and assures him that he is forgiven and that the palace is not angry with him. Overjoyed and also a little bit anxious, Sinuhe leaves behind his foreign family and riches and journeys back to Egypt. Upon arrival, he prostrates himself before the king. Senseret treats him graciously, calling him father and giving him a place at court. And so, just like that, Sinuhe is reinstated into Egyptian high society, given fine clothing, and, notably, the king orders that a grand tomb be built for Sinuhe, complete with all the honors due to a dignitary. The tale ends with Sinuhe addressing the visitors of his tomb, and the tale returns to its originary funerary textilization. So, why do we consider Sinuhe a hero of the Bronze Age? He certainly didn't kill any monsters, he certainly didn't win any huge battles. But I think that, while it may lack supernatural feats, the tale exemplifies heroic qualities prized by Egyptians. That is, loyalty. Despite his flight, he remains loyal in his heart to the Egyptian crown. Bravery, in the duel where he proves his courage. And wisdom and modesty. He ultimately attributes his return to the king's mercy and divine providence, not just his own merit. Sinuhe's adventures in foreign lands made him a kind of culture hero in literature, showing that an Egyptian could go abroad live with foreigners, and remain virtuous and come home to tell the tale. But the story also served a political purpose. It shows the benevolence of the king. Senusret I appears as a forgiving and almost godlike figure who restores order and justice by bringing Sinuhe home. And in that sense, the hero's journey in Egyptian terms is often about leaving the ordered realm. Egypt was seen as order and civilization, and then getting to the foreign lands being chaos, and then returning to order, a cycle that reinforces how splendid and comforting one's own civilization is. So we can sum it up like this. Sinuhe's tale enriches the panorama of Bronze Age heroes by showing a different kind of heroism, peaceful kind, one of reconciliation and personal honor. The inclusion of a duel, though, does show that even Egyptians enjoyed a good scrap every now and then, but the resolution is uniquely Egyptian. The hero's greatest triumph is just to go home, welcomed by the pharaohs, and getting a proper burial. Through Sinuhe, we can learn that even outside the famous epics, Bronze Age cultures were telling stories about individuals who faced trials and displayed courage and character. And, well, I don't know about you, but I think that is the essence of what makes a hero. So let's move on to Canaan and Anatolia, because the Near East had its own rich hero legends too, particularly in the modern Syria, Levant area and modern Turkey. Now, unlike the famous individual heroes of Greece, these tales often emphasize family, fate, and ultimately divine will. Two of the longest Ugaritic poems from the Bronze Age Syria illustrate this quite well. The stories of King Keret and Akkad. Now let's start with Keret. He is a Canaanite king whose epic from around the 14th century BCE begins with a personal tragedy. He's lost his family. His wife is gone. All his children have perished, leaving him without an heir. In the context of the ancient Near East, a king without a dynasty is in crisis, both personally and for his kingdom's future. The high god El, the chief deity of the Canaanite pantheon, appears to Keret in a dream and guides him on what to do. Under El's direction, Keret sets out an expedition to a distant city to win a new wife and thus restore his lineage. The journey includes a military campaign. Keret marches an army to the city of Udum and besieges it. But rather than sacking it, he negotiates for the hand of the princess Hurriya. Some versions of the story's fragments suggest an emphasis on wooing rather than pure conquest. But of course, nothing's going to impress a woman more than destroying her hometown. I suppose the Bronze Age was a different time, I guess. Now, the plan actually succeeds, and Keret gains a new wife. He eventually has children too, reviving the hopes of a dynasty. However, it's not all happy endings. No daylights nor heel taps, I'm afraid. After these successes, King Keret fails to fulfill a vow he made to the goddess Asherah. Perhaps he had promised a tribute or offering in exchange for divine help. You gotta fulfill your end of the bargain. And subsequently, Keret falls gravely ill, seemingly as divine punishment. His kingdom falters, and one of his sons even tries to seize the throne while Keret lies sick. The surviving tablets break off before the conclusion, but the message is pretty clear. The hero king's fate depends on respecting the gods and keeping oaths. Keret's story portrays a hero whose success and suffering come directly from divine intervention, and that's a reminder too that in Canaanite belief, a king's strength must be coupled with piety, or else, well, you're in for a bad time. Well, then we have the tale of Akkad, also from Ugarit, and that carries a more tragic tone of its own. Danel, a righteous man, prays to the gods for a son. The gods grant a wish. A son, Akkad, is born, and the divine craftsman god gives Akkad a marvelous bow as a gift. That's pretty cool, isn't it? As Akkad grows, the goddess Anat, that is, by the way, the patroness of war and hunting, well, she desires the bow. She offers Akkad gold, and eventually even immortality in exchange for it. Akkad, however, refuses her, bluntly stating that immortality is the lot of gods, not humans. Insulted and enraged, Anat arranges Akkad's murder. A divine assassin strikes him down, and as for the precious bow, it's lost. Akkad's death leaves Danel and his daughter Pagat in grief. Pagat vows to avenge her brother. The tale ends fragmentarily, but its themes are quite striking. A mortal youth is destroyed, not by lack of valor, but by the whim of a god, after asserting the reality that all humans must die. The Akkad story shows the fragile line that Bronze Age heroes walked. One little misstep, one offense to a deity, could doom even the bravest. Now, interestingly, Akkad's refusal of immortality and his fate of dying young invites comparison to heroes like Gilgamesh and Achilles. But in Akkad's case, the narrative allows no triumph, only a somber recognition of mortality and divine power. The theme of heroic struggle against overwhelming divine forces also appears in the mythology of Anatolia. In the Hittite song of Ulikumi, for example, the weather god Teshub battles a monstrous stone giant set against him by an older god, essentially a tale of a storm god hero fighting a chaos creature. Similarly, the Ugaritic Baal cycle portrays the god Baal as a hero vanquishing Yam, the sea, and Mot, death, to secure the natural order. In these stories, the heroes are gods themselves, but they behave like Bronze Age warrior heroes, engaging in combat to protect the community of believers. This blur between deity and hero shows a key aspect of Near Eastern heroism. The gods were the ultimate heroes who guaranteed cosmic stability, and human heroes often acted with divine sanction, or were even semi-divine in their own right. What unites the Canaanite and Anatolian hero tales is the idea that mortals are deeply subject to the will of the gods. Courage and strength don't alone guarantee a happy ending. A hero's fortunes can be reversed by divine anger or caprice. The stories carry a more cautionary and sometimes pessimistic tone when compared to Greek epics. The king's greatness can crumble if he offends heaven, as with Keret, and a young warrior's life can be cut short, despite his righteousness, as with Akkad. But the heroes of these tales illustrate virtues like devotion to family, endurance of suffering, and faithfulness to vows. But they also serve as reminders that human heroes cannot control destiny. And so, we may say that in the Bronze Age Levant, being a hero meant upholding one's duties and honoring the divine order, for only by doing so, one might earn the god's protection and achieve lasting glory, or at least a peaceful end. So there are a few common threads, aren't there? One is the close relationship between the heroes and the divine. In every culture, heroes either carry divine blood or rely on a god's aid, yet they must also beware of divine anger. A Bronze Age hero's success or failure often hinges on the will of the gods. For example, Gilgamesh relies on Shamash's favor in battle but cannot defy the god's decree of mortality. And this shows a key point, that piety and humility before higher powers are often just as important as bravery. Another universal theme is the hero's confrontation with mortality. These stories are frank about the limits of human life. Gilgamesh's entire journey is driven by fear of death. Achilles faces a stark choice between long life or eternal fame. And Akkad's refusal of immortality, well, that leads to his demise, somewhat ironically. But no Bronze Age hero, not even a demigod, can ultimately escape death. But how they face mortality is what makes them heroic. In fact, the quest for lasting renown or life's meaning in the face of death unites heroes across cultures. Sometimes this quest is literal, as when Gilgamesh seeks immortality, and sometimes it's about securing one's legacy, as Achilles does by choosing glory. And so we see the powerful motive of friendship and loyalty. Heroes are often defined by their relationships. Gilgamesh is transformed by his friendship with Enkidu. Achilles' story pivots on his love for Patroclus, and Sinuhe remains devoted to his Egyptian king, even when in foreign exile. The deep bonds between comrades, or between a hero and his people, give emotional depth to these tales and often spur the hero's greatest actions, such as Achilles avenging Patroclus or Gilgamesh lamenting Enkidu. And it reminds us that even in antiquity, the hero's human connections were seen as a source of strength and motivation. Moreover, all Bronze Age heroes engage in epic battles or at least challenges to prove their valor. Whether it's slaying a monster, besting a mighty warrior, or just outsmarting adversaries, as Odysseus does in the later Greek myth, the hero's journey involves testing their courage and skill. Victory in combat brings glory. But these narratives also warn against excessive cruelty, and of course, pride in victory. Achilles must learn compassion after defeating Hector, and Gilgamesh incurs divine punishment after killing the bull of heaven. And so in this way the Bronze Age epics often celebrate martial heroism, but try to backpedal a little bit, temper it with a few lessons about honor and moderation. And finally, the hero's journey itself is a common thread. Many heroes go on long voyages or exiles, venturing beyond the known world, and then returning changed. Gilgamesh travels to the ends of the earth. Achilles leaves home for Troy, and Odysseus in the post-war epic wanders for 10 years at sea. And then there's Sinuhe, who was abroad for 10 years before coming home. It's during these times that the heroes gain wisdom, or achieve a mission that benefits their people. The return, or in some cases like Achilles, the hero's death far from home, brings closure that often restores order, or inspires their society. The notion of the hero who leaves, suffers trials, and either returns or leaves a legacy was already firmly established in the Bronze Age. And it has been ever since. I don't think it's going away anytime soon. The great city of Uruk. Formidable mud brick walls and temple towers that dominate the skyline. It is the early Bronze Age, around the 3rd millennium, and Uruk is at the height of its glory. This Sumerian metropolis, often hailed as the world's first true city, bustles to life at dawn. In its golden age, Uruk may have been home to some 50,000 inhabitants, a population unheard of in its day. And you can almost hear the city waking. Close your eyes and imagine those roosters crowing, livestock stirring in their pens. But our video is about those people beginning their daily routines. What was it like for the ordinary person of Uruk in this era. We'll talk about the typical day of Uruk at its zenith. Of course, we're going to use a bit of imaginative license to tell a bit of a story on this one, but it's all based on archaeology and historical record. Of course, we don't have the stories of individuals, but what we do have is a pretty good picture of what the average person would have been doing from day to day, and that's how we're going to approach a video like this. It's history at the very grassroots levels. It's not about big battles. It's not about kings or soldiers, queens. It's just about farmers, laborers, and everyone in between. People just like you and me, albeit 5,000 years in the past. So, let's spend the next hour together, and we can learn about life in Bronze Age Uruk. Allow me first to welcome you to the channel. If you are new here, good to meet you. For those coming back, good to see you again. Now, you will have no ads in this video or any other videos on this channel, an immense point of personal pride in our ad-infected modern culture. Perhaps this is a nice little escape for you. In any case, we can do this because we are funded by the crowd on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through PayPal and Super Thanks on YouTube, and also the merch store. But what really helps us out is that little kick up in the algorithm. A comment, a like, subscribe, hitting the hype button, and just telling your friends about the channel. So if you enjoy the channel and want other people to enjoy it, well, spread the word. Thank you in advance. Now, with all that out of the way, I won't ask you again. We can begin our video. Let's go back to the Bronze Age, to Uruk. Uruk, just like anywhere else, begins its day at the first light of dawn. In this thriving Sumerian cities, families stir awake as the sky over the Euphrates River turns from an indigo to a pale blue. Early mornings are cool and precious, especially in the hotter seasons, so if you want to get work done before the heat really set in, you better get up as early as you can. Household members rise from their simple beds, perhaps a wooden frame if the family's well off, but more commonly you would have reed mats or stuffed mattresses laid upon the packed earth floor. A little bit more on the general housing condition later. In any case, before the heat sets in, chores would commence. As for the women, they would grind barley into flour using stone cairns, preparing dough for the day's bread. That's the majority of your calories. While others fetch water from the nearby canal, or if they had one, a communal well. Water drawn from the canal system is used to wash faces and hands and to mix with barley for baking and brewing. A small hearth in the courtyard, or a clay oven, is stoked with kindling to bake flat loaves for breakfast. A pretty common staple all over Mesopotamia and Egypt. A typical morning meal is pretty modest, but hearty by the standard of the day, especially when you don't have much to compare it with. You could expect bread, made fresh, of course, from barley or emmer wheat, perhaps accompanied by onions or milk curds, washed down with a sip of barley beer, and, well, if you added cool water, but generally people would drink more alcohol because the water was, well, not always the cleanest. In many homes, however, the first tasks of the day include tending to domestic animals. If a family keeps a goat, or perhaps a few sheep, the animals are let out of their pens, often just a corner of the courtyard, and they would graze at the edge of the city or along irrigation canals. Now, chickens are not yet known in Mesopotamia, but families might keep ducks or pigeons. Of course, ducks lay eggs, so there's that as well. I don't know if you ever had a duck egg. They're not bad, actually. In any case, certainly dogs would roam about as both pets and guards. Practical purposes, of course. Now, after feeding any livestock, The family pauses for a brief devotional act. It's common for households to maintain a small shrine or a sacred niche within the house. An alcove or tiny room is set aside as a sanctuary for the household's protective deity, or for the city's patron goddess. At dawn, a quick prayer or libation at this household altar is offered to seek the god's favor for the coming day. A father or mother might pour out a small drink offering or burn a bit of incense, while the children would watch on respectfully. They'd learn how to do it when they get a little bit older. Now, this simple ritual shows how religion is interwoven with daily routine from the very start of the day, very important to the Sumerians and Mesopotamians as a whole. We've done a few videos about religion in that area. If you are interested, you can find them in the Bronze Age playlist. Now, as sunlight begins to flood the city, everything comes alive. Uruk's residents step outside their mud brick homes and greet neighbors and kin. The typical house is built of sun-dried mud bricks and coated in a clay plaster. From the street, a house presents a plain facade with perhaps a single wooden door. Many homes share walls with their neighbors in long rows along winding lanes. Each dwelling centers on an open-air courtyard where much of the household activity takes place. Cooking, grinding grain, weaving and socializing, they all occur in this central space under the morning sky. Around the courtyard, several small rooms branch off. Storage rooms for jars of grain, tools, sleeping chambers, and workrooms. Hallways are absent. One room simply opens into the next. Many houses have an upper story or at least a flat roof, which family members often use for sleeping outdoors on hot nights. In the cool pre-dawn hours, some family members have indeed been sleeping on the rooftop under the stars to escape the indoor heat. A little trick. It doesn't sound too bad, actually. In any case, as the city awakens, you can hear the bleating of the goats, the clatter of pottery, voices calling out the morning greetings. Sure, it's 5,000 years ago, but people still had neighbors, people still had friends, workmates, all the rest. People are social. That is something that's never changed. Well, people stay in the house a little bit more often these days, but perhaps not by their own choice. Artisans and laborers hurry off to their workplaces, and the children who are not yet working tag along to fetch water, or perhaps help Mum knead dough. The air carries a smell of baking bread and the smoke of hearth fires. It's a pre-industrial world. Sunrise is a call to action, for every able member of the household has their duties at daybreak. They might have to draw water, they might have to prepare food, or perhaps get an early start on craft work. But one rule was universal. Everyone had to do something. No slacking. And so by the time that the sun is fully over the horizon, the people of Uruk have already been busy for hours. They lay the foundation of the day's labor, and that is what we turn to next. So once these morning rituals and meals were all done, the men and women of Uruk turned to their labors. Work in this city is as varied as the society itself. Uruk's population is stratified and specialized, a hallmark of urban life. Many residents are farmers by background, yet they live inside the city walls and walk out to the surrounding fields each day. You certainly sleep a little better when you've got those walls surrounding you. Just after the dawn, groups of farm laborers pass through the city gate and into the broad belt of irrigated fields that encircle Uruk. These fields, fed by canals from the Euphrates, are lush with rows of barley and groves of date palms. Farmers use ox-drawn wooden plows called an ard to break the soil, and simple flint-bladed sickles to harvest grain when the season arrives. By 2900, the ard has made tilling more efficient than hand-digging. Teams of yoked oxen, guided by farmers, draw these plows through the rich earth, while other workers follow to drop in seeds. During the growing season, farmers spend their days weeding and channeling water into irrigation ditches. The labor is heavy, and it gets hot early, so these workers value the cool morning hours. It's much like how in the summer times, at least in Australia, you'll be tradesmen getting up long before the dawn, getting on site pretty much right when the dawn hits, and then finishing work around about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, something like that. At least if they don't have to do overtime. In any case, thank you to all of those who labor in those professions, building the country quite literally. Well, as for the Sumerians, they'll take breaks in whatever shade they can find, perhaps under a palm or the shadow of a city wall, sipping from water jars, or enjoying a bit of bread. In fact, their rations are often provided as part of the work. Archaeological records from Uruk show that workers were compensated with allotments of barley, bread, and beer. A 5,000-year-old clay tablet from Uruk records the distribution of beer rations to laborers. The best evidence you can get the temple or city administration paid its workers in the staple drink of Mesopotamia. But don't get me too wrong, when we say beer, it wasn't the normal 4 to 5% alcohol content that we have in our modern day. It was much weaker, but certainly enough to kill any germs and bacteria lingering in the water. They didn't really understand it that way back then, but, well, they figured it out. All roads lead to Rome anyway. But within the city, there's other inhabitants, and they engage in crafts and trades. Uruk in this period is one of the most advanced craft production centers in the world. Potters turn clay on slow wheels to shape bowls and storage jars, and every household needs some of them. In the potter's quarter, kilns are fired each day, producing everything from coarse cooking pots to large clay vats. In another area, metal workers stoke their furnaces. The Bronze Age is just dawning at this time. Copper is the metal of choice, cast into axe heads, chisels, and sickles. A few smiths experiment with alloying tin with copper to create harder bronze. But tin is rare, and you've got to import that. Alongside the smiths, stone cutters chisel away at imported hard stones to make tools and sculptures. Carpenters, working with the limited wood available, craft doors, plows, and furniture. Many of these artisans work as part of institutional workshops. Textual and archaeological evidence suggests that Uruk's temples and government employ specialized workers to turn out goods for the city and for trade. And yes, trade was a thing. Certainly overland at this time, but still a thing, that's for sure. Now, weavers, for example, often women attached to the temple, spent their days spinning wool and weaving fine textiles in shaded courtyards. Uruk's textile production is quite considerable. The city's storerooms are filled with stacks of woolen garments and bolts of cloth that serve both as offerings but also valuable trade goods. A significant segment of the workforce is under the direct control of this temple economy. The great temples of Uruk, especially the Eanna complex of Inanna, own vast tracts of land, and with it vast herds of livestock. They function as economic hubs, too. Dozens of laborers work on temple estates, plowing temple fields, tending temple herds, milling grain, brewing beer, baking bread for temple offerings or for redistribution. Administrative clay tablets from Uruk, by the way, some of the earliest written records, reveal a complex rationing and payroll system. Scribes in the temple carefully record the grain harvests, the flocks, and the allotments of food to each worker. Through these meticulous records, we as modern historians have gained a pretty detailed glimpse of Uruk's economy and workforce, which of course makes videos like this possible without going too much into the territory of making things up. A little bit of creative license just within the historical sphere. I hope you don't mind too much. We do know, for instance, that carpenters, boat builders, leather workers, and other specialists were on the temple payroll, each receiving standard rations of barley or beer for their service. And literacy, that's a limited thing. Writing was pretty new. So these scribes, among the few who could read and write, hold important positions managing the city's labor and resources. A reader of one such tablet from Uruk might see entries accounting for a team of canal dredgers, or noting the assignment of 10 men to repair a temple wall, each worker receiving a daily quota of grain and beer for their work. But not all of this work is directed by large institutions. Many commoners are engaged in small-scale enterprise. For a potter, they might operate a family workshop. A brewer, too, often women, by the way, since brewing is a traditional female craft, might produce beer at home to sell in the neighborhood. Farmers' wives take garden vegetables or freshly churned butter to the market to trade for fish or pottery. And even the children contribute. A teenage boy might herd the family's goats outside the city, or help his father with carpentry, learning the trade, while a girl might assist her mother in weaving or go with her to the marketplace to sell cloth. And speaking of workers, there are those workers who do so not by their own choice. Slavery exists in Uruk, though it's not extremely widespread at this time. A wealthy household or temple might own a few slaves, typically prisoners of war or people sold for debt. They perform the heaviest menial tasks. These enslaved individuals are property, but Mesopotamian law affords them a few rights. For example, they can conduct limited business, and even in some cases save up money to buy their freedom, which I assume was a priority. The presence of slaves doing drudgery like grinding grain or hauling water allows free citizens to pursue skilled crafts or farming. But the vast majority of Uruk's labor force consists of those free people working their familiar lands or practicing their inherited trades. By late morning, the city hums with industry. The rhythmic tapping of a coppersmith's hammer echoes from one lane, while the smell of clay pots baking wafts from another. Workers often go to labor in groups, whether on a canal maintenance crew or in a pottery workshop. You can imagine a camaraderie in the toil. In any case, as the sun climbs high, many workers pause by midday, seeking rest and refreshment, especially in the warmer months. And there's no strict hourly schedule either. Work follows the sun and the seasons. Around noon, crews take shelter in whatever shade they find, eat a simple midday meal of barley bread with onions or dried fish, and take long draughts of beer from ceramic jars. In these break times, you might hear a farmer humming a hymn to Ninurta, the god of farming. Or perhaps inside the walls you'd hear a craftsman regaling his apprentice with a light-hearted fable to pass the time, hopefully treating him kindly. Small moments of respite, sustaining the workers, until the worst heat abates, and the day's second shift of labor can finally continue. But this great prosperity of Uruk was not just based on craftsmanship and agriculture. They were also a center of trade and exchange. By the early Bronze Age, Uruk had become a bustling marketplace, drawing goods and traders from near and far. The city's location on the Euphrates River and its extensive canal network made it a natural hub for commerce. In fact, Uruk's trade connections extend far beyond its walls. Artifacts originating from Uruk have been found in regions as distant as Anatolia and Iran, indicating the wide scope of its commercial reach. In turn, Merchants bring valuable resources from those far lands into the city. For example, cedar wood and hard diorite stone from distant mountains make their way into Uruk, along with other precious materials that Mesopotamian plains lack. These coveted imports, exotic woods, metals like copper, tin, stones, and semi-precious stones like lapis lazuli, just the quintessential Bronze Age collector's item, attest to an extensive long-distance trade network, enriching the city's economy. The heart of local trade is the marketplace. Each morning, as we saw, villagers and farmers stream in through Uruk's gates with goods to sell, and by mid-morning, open market squares near the city gates or temple precincts are well and truly alive with activity. Traders spread out their wares on reed mats. The aromas of fresh vegetables, baked bread, and livestock mingle in the warm air. Here, a fishing family from a riverside hamlet displays baskets of glistening fish on a bed of wet reeds, calling out their prices. There, an orchard keeper from a nearby village sells baskets of dates and figs harvested from his date palms. You can also find butchers offering cuts of goat or lamb, potters selling stacks of new bowls, and women hawking freshly brewed beer by the jug, if they had surplus of it. As in any vibrant marketplace, haggling is loud and constant. Buyers inspect goods carefully. A customer bites a silver ring to test its quality, or squeezes a melon to judge its ripeness, and then engage in bargaining banter with the seller until the price is agreed, often with a jest or curse thrown in for good measure. Now, long-distance merchants also operate in Uruk, dealing in high-value goods. Some are foreigners from distant lands, others are local entrepreneurs who have ventured abroad and returned with exotic cargo. These traders might organize donkey caravans to bring in raw materials from hundreds of miles away. A caravan from the northwest, for example, might arrive bearing timber logs and bags of rich red soil containing copper ores from the Taurus or Zagros mountains. Another group of merchant poles down river on a boat loaded with rare stones and metals acquired from the Far East. Well, they exchange these for Uruk's own exports. And excuse me, I'll just correct myself, from far to the east, not the Far East. That's going a little bit too much of a distance, I'm afraid. In any case, I continue. They exchange these for Uruk's own exports. Surplus grain, woodland textiles, simple jewelry, things like that, maybe even manufactured items like metal tools or ceramic vessels. Through barter, or sometimes weighted silver, these exchanges link Uruk into a wider world of commerce. And indeed, among the goods in Uruk's markets, one might see blue lapis lazuli stones, originating from Far Eastern mines, or chunks of raw copper from Oman, or even small quantities of tin from an unknown source, all critical materials that Sumer does not naturally possess. Most day-to-day trade in Uruk is conducted through barter, since coined money does not yet exist. That would come a little later. So barley grain serves as a standard measure of value, and transactions are often reckoned in gur or sila, ancient volume units of grain. For larger deals, traders use silver by weight. Merchants carry small weighted pieces of silver, rings or perhaps ingots, and a balance scale to measure out equivalent value. A typical exchange might see a farmer trade a sack of barley for a new copper axe head forged by a smith, or a boatman barter a load of fish for a set of clay storage jars from a potter. Written contracts are rare for everyday trade, since few people can write. They would learn little by little after a while, and the literacy rate would continue, especially among the trading class. But important deals at this time may be overseen by a temple scribe, or sealed with personal cylinder seals on a clay token to record the agreement. Honesty is reinforced by religion and reputation. Traders invoke the gods as witnesses to their bargains, and know that cheating would bring shame and divine disfavor. So you better be good, don't rip anyone off. In any case, by midday the market would reach its peak and slow down under that noon sun. Many vendors would close up shop for a time to have their midday meal or short rest. But still, commerce never truly stops in Uruk. Even during the hottest part of the afternoon, a late-arriving boat from downriver might be unloading fresh fish that must be sold immediately before they spoil. Or a dusty caravan from the west might clatter into the gate with donkeys laden with new goods. The merchants of Uruk are quick to gather, even in the heat if a rare commodity is to be had. In this way, trade in Uruk is a continuous thread. It's woven through daily life. It connects the city's inhabitants not only with each other, but with people and places far beyond the horizon. Of course, you can't have a Bronze Age life without religion. It permeates every aspect in Uruk, from the household's dawn devotions to the grand ceremonies at the temples. The city is famous for its devotion to the goddess Inanna, the patron deity of Uruk, as well as a host of other Sumerian gods. In the center of Uruk stand two great temple complexes. One is the Eanna district, dedicated to Inanna, a walled sanctuary containing multiple temples, shrines, and courtyards, all devoted to the great goddess. Not far from that, on a high terrace, towers the Anu district, with a white-walled temple atop a ziggurat mound that is dedicated to the sky god Anu. These sacred precincts dominate Uruk's skyline and are the focal points of its spiritual life. By 2900, the White Temple of Anu, which was built centuries earlier, still looms over the city, and the Eanna complex bustles daily with offerings and rituals for Inanna, the Queen of Heaven. Throughout the day, a multitude of priests, priestesses, and temple staff carry out rituals to honor the gods. At dawn, as we saw, households offer small prayers at home, but simultaneously in the great courtyard of Eanna, the high priestess or high priest of Inanna leads a more elaborate morning offering. And I certainly hope you don't hear that dog barking in the background. Sorry, but going off script, the next-door neighbor's dogs are, let's just say they're quite vocal. Not angry, I'm just frustrated. Anyway, we'll keep going. In the dim light of sunrise, temple clergy enter the sanctuary and awaken the goddess's cult statue with hymns and burning incense. They dress the wooden statue, which is gilded and bejeweled, and lay out a meal before it. Fresh bread, dates, beer, and fruit are all placed on the altar as nourishment for Inanna. While the deity partakes only spiritually, the food itself will later be shared among the temple personnel. This practice of feeding the god reflects the belief that the city's prosperity depends on keeping its patron deities well provided for and content. Only if the gods are satisfied with their meals and offerings will they bless Uruk with bountiful crops, safety, and success. But religious observance is not confined to grand temple rituals. It's in small everyday moments, too. As the day goes on, individuals continually seek divine favor in the little ways. A farmer heading out to the fields might pause at the city gate to murmur a prayer to Utu, the sun god, for a good day's work, and perhaps a little bit of cloud cover. A fisherman casting his net in a canal utters a quick appeal to Enki for a plentiful catch. Merchants, before opening business, may stop by a tiny roadside shrine to burn a pinch of incense to Ningishzida. Hang on a second. Ningishzida. Excuse me for my ancient Sumerian pronunciation. Another protective deity. This is Ningishzida. Well, all over Uruk, there are minor shrines at street corners, and by gates where travelers and traders can offer a brief prayer for safe journeys or good fortune. In homes, too, family members say short blessings over meals or when undertaking important tasks like starting the weaving of a new cloth or laying the foundation of a house to invite divine favor. These humble devotions show how inseparable religion is from daily activities. To the people of Uruk, the unseen world of gods and spirits are ever present, and nearly every action can be sanctified by calling on a deity. Of course, the most visible aspects of religious life are the major ceremonies and festivals that take place at the temples. We do not know the exact festival calendar, at least not in 2900, or around then. Detailed liturgical texts come from later periods, but certainly Uruk holds seasonal celebrations where the whole community participates. For example, at the New Year, which would be the spring festival for them, the city likely honors Inanna's marriage to the god of vegetation, Dumudzu, to ensure fertility for the coming year. Such an event might involve a ritual procession carrying the goddess statue of Inanna, accompanied by musicians and chanters, to meet Dumudzu's representation, perhaps enacted by the king or a priest, a kind of ceremonial marriage rite. The famous Warka verse from Uruk, carved around 3000 BC, illustrates the kind of offerings and reverences given to Inanna. The bas relief bands show a line of nude men carrying baskets filled with grain, fruit, jars of drink, and leading sheep and goats, all bringing the bounty of the land to present to the goddess. In the top register, the goddess Inanna herself, or perhaps the high priestess, is depicted receiving these gifts, with symbols of her temple around her. This artifact provides a near-primary snapshot of Uruk's religious life, a ceremonial procession likely tied to a festival where the community offers up the first fruits of field and flock to a patron deity. Each day the temple follows a cycle of worship. After the morning services, there are midday and evening offerings. Lesser priests and priestesses perform the routine duties, burning incense at altars, leading smaller prayers, and ensuring the temple fires and lamps remain lit. The high priest or priestess oversees the important rituals and oracular questions. Worshippers come and go from the temple. Throughout the day, a lot of people leave. A lot of people show up, do the rites, and make do with whatever they need for the day. A mother might bring a small loaf of bread as an offering after a child recovers from an illness, or a fisherman might dedicate a clay fish figurine to Enki in thanks for a good catch. The temple accepts the private offerings and often displays votive objects, small statuettes of worshippers carved in stone that people have donated as perpetual prayers on their behalf. It is common sight to see rows of such carved figurines with hands clasped, standing in the temple court, representing those who left them. Uruk's priesthood wields great influence. In this era, the city's secular ruler, the Ensi, or governor, often also serves a priestly role, or is closely tied to the temple. The major decisions, whether to embark on a canal project or how to respond to a poor harvest, are always made in consultation with the gods. Priests interpret divine will through omens, examining the liver of a sacrificed sheep, observing unusual births, or interpreting dreams. Literacy and scholarship reside largely within the clergy class. They maintain libraries of clay tablets, on which hymns, prayers, and even simple medical recipes are recorded. The Eanna temple complex likely includes tablet rooms and schools where young novices, mostly sons of the elite, learn the arts of writing and ritual. The average citizen of Uruk, while illiterate, is deeply versed in the oral traditions of Sumerian religion. In the evenings at home, elders tell children stories of the gods and heroes, how Inanna tricked Enki to bring the sacred arts to Uruk, while the legendary king Gilgamesh built the city's mighty walls with divine aid, he himself reputed to be 2/3 divine. These tales used to reinforce the values and beliefs that the formal religion taught, that humans are co-workers with the gods, that kingship is divinely ordained, and that the city of Uruk itself is under the special protection of those in the sky. But despite Uruk's impressive public life, the busy marketplaces, the temples, the great walls, the foundation of a society is always the family. In this era, the basic unit of society is the extended family household. Multiple generations often lived under one roof, or at least within the same family compound. A typical family might include the father as the head of the household, his wife who manages many domestic affairs, their children, and possibly some aging grandparents. Other relatives can be part of the household too, an unmarried aunt perhaps, a widowed uncle, or a married son with his wife and a new baby might all live together in the family home. Now, houses of the more prosperous sort might have had many rooms, 8 or more, to accommodate such large families, while poorer families had to make do in 2 or 3 rooms, or share courtyard space with relatives next door. Family in Uruk meant a close-knit cluster of kin who lived and worked together every day. The society of Uruk is patriarchal in structure, but is not without rights and roles for women. The father, or at least the eldest able male of the family, holds legal authority. He represents the household in the assembly of citizens, if such meets, and is responsible for the family's land, business dealings, and religious duties. However, women in Sumer enjoy relatively high status, at least for the ancient world. They can own property, they can run businesses, they can even serve as legal witnesses in contracts. Within the home, the wife or the mother has considerable authority as the manager of daily life, allocating tasks to children and servants, overseeing food stores and finances, and acting as the family's physician and educator in many cases. But still, the society is overwhelmingly patrilineal, and husbands and fathers have formal power. Marriages are typically arranged by the parents. A marriage is formalized by a written contract or at least an agreement sealed in front of witnesses, and it becomes official once the groom presents a bridal gift to the bride's father. Wives do not usually choose their husbands freely, but strong love and partnership can grow within the arranged union over time. It just depends who you end up with, I suppose. A husband can also divorce his wife on relatively slight grounds, such as failure to bear children or chronic quarrels. And if the first wife is barren, he is permitted to take a second to ensure an heir. Children are under absolute authority of their parents, and can even be disinherited, or believe it or not, sold into slavery in extreme circumstances of debt. Though such cases are rare, and seen as a family tragedy, of course. Would be selling your own children off to be slaves in some flint pit. My goodness. Well, in any case, life within the household is a constant collaboration. Men and women have different typical roles, but both are vital to the family's survival. You see, the men often handle the heavy agricultural work, manage dealings in the city assembly, and represent the family to outsiders. And the women, they run the home. They grind the grain, they bake the bread, they brew the beer, they spin the wool, they make the clothes, all essential daily labors. But they also raise the young children. The mothers teach daughters the skills they will need as future wives, cooking, weaving, fetching water, managing a pantry. And fathers teach sons how to farm or practice whatever craft is the family trade. Many a craftsman's workshop in Uruk is a familial enterprise, with father and sons working side by side. And so from a young age, The children shadow their parents in daily tasks. A boy of 5 might trot along after his father to the field, learning to tie the ox's yoke or clear irrigation canals. A girl of a similar age is already helping her mother grind flour or tending younger siblings. There is warmth and affection in these relationships. Parents cherish their offspring, and children, in turn, are taught to honor and obey their parents above all. As for disobedience, that is believed to invite not only parental wrath, but also the disapproval of the gods, for honoring one's father and mother is a sacred duty. Formal education in the sense of a school is rare. A few boys from affluent or scribal families might be sent to an eduba, that is a tablet house, to train as scribes under a learned master, but that is an exception. Most children just learn by apprenticeship within the family. And yes, there is also play of some sort. Excavations have uncovered toys like spinning tops and small figurines that could have been children's dolls. Siblings play games of catch or make toy chariots from little clay wheels and sticks. However, given the demands of life, childhood is pretty brief. By the time a girl reaches her early teens, she might already be married. And by the time the boy is a teenager, he is likely already doing a nearly full day in the fields or the workshop. Adolescents in Uruk undergo rites of passage, largely through their first work responsibilities, and for girls, of course, through marriage and motherhood. But then there is the extended family. They offer social safety and support. Family members pool labor and resources. An uncle might help plow his nephew's plot, or a grandmother watch the toddlers, while everyone else works. In a world without formal banks or state welfare, one's kin are the source of help in hard times. If a family member falls ill, relatives nurse them with home remedies. If a man dies, leaving a young widow, his brothers or parents absorb her and the children into their household. Family solidarity is the only way you survive. Feuds and splits within a family are a source of great sorrow, and of course, social stigma. But within the privacy of the home, family life has its moments of joy and leisure. In the evenings, after the day's work, families gather in their courtyard to share the evening meal and recount the day's events. Children sit around, listen to their parents' conversation, and interjecting with some youthful observations, no doubt. Storytelling is a key form of entertainment, and also moral education. A grandfather might tell the children fables about clever foxes and foolish lions, each with a lesson embedded. A mother might sing a lullaby or recite a gentle prayer to Ningal as she rocks a baby to sleep. Though such stories and daily conversations are not recorded, we can certainly imagine that parents would impart the values of hard work, piety, and loyalty to kin. The home is truly the primary source of identity for Uruk's people. No matter what turmoil goes on in the streets or fields, within the brick walls of one's own house and the embrace of one's family, there's a sense of order and refuge. It is the familial haven that sustains individuals through life's challenges, after all. Well, Uruk's landscape was certainly a blend of deliberate planning, but also organic growth. The major civic elements, the towering walls, the temple districts, principal canals, the thoroughfares, were laid out in a planned way, while the residential and commercial areas grew out irregularly around over the centuries. The results of this can be seen in Uruk's physical form by 2900. The city is encircled by a massive defensive wall of mud brick that, according to archaeological finds, ran about 9 kilometers in circumference and may have stood 12 to 15 meters high. Later legend attributes the building of Uruk's monumental wall to King Gilgamesh, and indeed, his fortification was likely constructed a few generations before his time during the early dynastic I period. Several gates pierce the wall, each serving as an entry point from a different road or direction. Through these gates flow the daily comings and goings of merchants, farmers, and travelers, all under the watch of guards and gatekeepers. But inside the walls, Uruk is divided into distinct districts. At the core of the city lie the high temple precincts of Eanna and Anu, and as noted, the Eanna district, also called the House of Heaven, is a walled sanctuary dedicated to Inanna. It contains multiple buildings and courtyards for workshops, storage, and ritual, all clustered around the main Ziggurat and temple. The Ziggurat, by the way, is a kind of tiered pyramid. I've made a full video on them. I think I've released it before this one. I should have. If not, you'll probably find it in the Bronze Age playlist. You should do. Well across the city, the Anu district sits on an elevated terrace, with the wide temple at its summit. These temple districts are set slightly apart from the residential neighborhoods. Eanna is even partially walled off, like a city within the city itself. Around them spreads the rest of Uruk, a patchwork of residential quarters, bazaars, and craft production areas. Without a modern grid, the layout of these areas appears maze-like. Houses cluster along unplanned lanes, and neighborhoods often take on the character of the dominant trade or craft practiced there. For example, one quarter of Uruk may be known for its potters, whose workshops and kilns occupy several adjacent courtyards, while another area might be for the metal workers, having the lingering scent of smelting fires in the air at all times. This informal grouping by profession means that as one walks through Uruk, the sights and sounds can change abruptly from one street to the next. Clay dust and pottery shards underfoot in one alley, the ringing of hammers on bronze in the next. The city's street networks range from broad avenues to warrens of tiny winding alleys. A couple of main processional roads traverse Uruk. One likely leads from a principal gate straight to the Eanna temple, serving as the route for religious processions and official traffic. These main streets are wide enough for carts or armies, and are kept relatively clear. But in contrast, most of the city is crisscrossed by narrow, twisting lanes and dead-end alleyways. Many of these are unplanned footpaths that simply evolved over generations as houses were built and rebuilt. There is a clear hierarchy, though, of thoroughfares. The wide public boulevards, Sumerians even had a term for these, by the way, it's suku, and the smaller cross streets called muhusu, and then the private cul-de-sacs within residential blocks. About 10% of the city's area is taken up by streets and alleys, the rest being solidly packed with buildings. None of the streets are paved. They're simply compacted earth, dusty in the dry season and muddy after the rare rains. Drains are primitive. Some major streets might have a shallow ditch or channel to carry away storm water, but in the heavy rain the lanes turn into rivulets until the water seeps into the soil. While the roads on land are important, Uruk's lifelines are its waterways. A network of canals flow into and throughout the city, making Uruk something of a Venice in the desert, as later scholars have quipped. These man-made canals connect Uruk directly to the Euphrates and to the surrounding agricultural hinterland. They function like liquid highways, allowing boats and barges to carry heavy loads of grain, clay, timber, and other bulk goods right into the city. Archaeologists have described Uruk's canal system as extensive and deeply integrated into the urban plan. One could in fact travel by boat to many points in Uruk more easily than by cart, a significant advantage in an era when wheeled vehicles are still rudimentary and pack animals can only carry so much. The canals also helped irrigate orchards and gardens within or at the edge of the city, ensuring even inner districts had access to water. But maintaining these waterways was an ongoing communal task. You had to dredge the silt, you had to repair the embankments, and it was often organized by the temple or city officials, employing many workers, especially at the start of irrigation season. Uruk's urban form also reflects its social and political structure. The city's very layout proclaims the priorities of its people. The prominent placement of temple districts, slightly off the geometric center, but effectively at the heart of activity. It shows that the religious institutions stand at the very core of civic life. The immense city wall speaks to collective organization and communal pride in protecting the city's inhabitants. Within the walls, near the gates, are often special marketplaces or cult sites, suggesting that certain industries or gods were associated with those entry points. Meanwhile, residential areas fill in the spaces in between, divided by clan or occupation, or simply just by happenstance. But like all Mesopotamian cities, Uruk has been built and rebuilt many times on the same spot. When a building collapses or burns, as mud brick structures do every few decades, new walls are erected up upon the old foundation. Over centuries, this continuous rebuilding gradually raises the ground level, creating a human-made mound composed of layers of earlier settlement. Kind of like the rings on a tree, I suppose. Well, by 2900, parts of Uruk are already sitting on substantial mounds of debris from the Uruk period centuries earlier. Construction of new houses on uneven remains means the final layout of lanes can shift slightly over time. An alley might become a covered passage if someone extends a wall, or a once straight street might acquire a jog where new houses encroach. This gives the residential quarters an irregular, almost organic design, though the overall structure of the city remains constant. Despite the seemingly chaos of the narrow, winding neighborhoods, there is evidence of planning, in the key facilities at least. There are public wells and cisterns at intervals for water. Open squares or courtyards function as community gathering spots or markets for the neighborhood. The city also includes broad areas of cultivated land just outside the walls, fields and date palm groves that belong to the city's farmers and temples. A network of roads and canals links Uruk to these lands, ensuring the daily flow of food into the city. And indeed, one might see herds of goats or sheep driven straight through the city gates each morning or evening, bleating and kicking up dust as they are brought between the grazing fields and urban pens. While in the Epic of Gilgamesh, the narrator praises Uruk by urging the reader to climb its wall and walk on its rampart, or to inspect the fine brickwork, examine its foundation terrace, boasting that the 7 sages themselves laid its foundations. It's a pretty prideful description, but it shows those few key elements: the strength of the foundations, the quality of construction, and the wisdom underlying the design. And indeed, Uruk became a template for urban culture in Mesopotamia, a mix of planned and organic features, spreading to other cities through influence and example. And so as the sun sets, the intense activity of the day gradually winds down. The city was full of clamor in the midday, but it now takes on a more gentler and leisurely pace. Families prepare for the evening meal, the main meal of the day, and communal life resumes within the household courtyards. By dusk, the household hearth is busy again. In a typical home, the mother, with help from daughters or daughters-in-law, cooks a substantial supper in a clay pot over the fire. A common evening dish is a hearty stew of lentils or beans, richly seasoned with garlic and leeks, maybe thickened with crushed barley. If the family is a bit better off or it's a special occasion, the stew might include pieces of mutton, goat, or fowl. Flat barley bread, baked earlier, serves as both a utensil and a side dish. Family members use pieces of bread to scoop up the stew from a shared bowl. There might also be a handful of wild greens or a skewer of roasted fish to accompany the porridge-like stew, but everyone sits together during the meal, often on reed mats or low stools, arranged in a circle in the courtyard. Children jostle for their favorite spots, and grandparents lean against the courtyard wall if they need some support. In the warmer months, the family prefers to eat outdoors under the open sky where a cooling breeze may stir. In the chillier weather, they might retreat to an outdoor room with a small clay brazier for warmth while eating. Well, as darkness falls, the clay lamps are lit. These lamps, simple shallow bowls filled with a sesame or linseed oil with a linen wick. The family, gathered and fed, spends the early part of the evening in relaxation and companionship. It's a treasured time after a long day of labor. Some residents even stop by a tavern to drink beer and relax with friends at a day's end. The alehouses are simple affairs, perhaps an open courtyard or back room where a woman brewer sells her latest batch from clay jars. Men sit around and gossip about the day, sip the thick, porridge-like beer through a communal vessel. The atmosphere is lively. Jokes and local gossip flow freely once work is done. And by the light of a couple of lamps, a group of friends might linger until the stars are bright, debating which farm had the best yield, or laughing over a well-worn, humorous tale. Not everyone goes out, though, of course. Much of Uruk's populace spends their evening at home. As the air cools after sunset, some people just sit with neighbors and chat. In any case, nighttime in Uruk brings a relative peace. Families tidy up their living spaces. Mothers might pre-soak grains for tomorrow's brewing or finish a bit of weaving by lamplight. Fathers make a last round checking that the goat pen is secured and the door is barred for the night. In the height of summer, many families even sleep on their flat rooftops to catch the night breeze. Neighbors sometimes murmur across the darkness, sharing a few last words under the canopy of brilliant stars and a rising moon. Before sleep, devout individuals might say a final prayer. A father might quietly invoke his personal protective deity, and if any family member is ill, this would be the time for incantations. A mother would recite a soft chant to Gula, the goddess of healing, of her ailing child, hoping to ward off evil spirits before the darkness fully falls. Nighttime is also associated with unseen dangers, roaming ghosts of the unburied, of mysterious Lilu demons that might slip through an open window. To defend against that, they hang protective amulets on the door, perhaps a tiny clay plaque depicting Pazuzu, a friendly demon who chases away the worst of the demons, or sprinkle a bit of salt at the threshold. Finally, one by one, the oil lamps go out, and that loud and busy city grows quiet. Only the distant howling of a dog, not the one at my neighbor's house, or the faint strains of a lullaby from a neighbor's roof break the silence. Inside their homes, people lie down to sleep on mats. Privacy is scarce. Many family members often share a single room, but the closeness is its own comfort. They curl up under woven wool blankets or linen sheets, and overhead, the night sky carries that moon. The Sumerians call it Nana, and it's a comfort to them as well, gleaming on top of that white temple in the distance. The guards, of course, stay at their posts on the city wall, spears in hand, keeping an ear open for any disturbance just in case. And within the protective circuit of Uruk's walls, thousands of citizens sleep in peace, trusting that their patron gods and goddesses will watch over them until the new dawn. And tomorrow, when it comes, they'll do it all again. Life in Uruk will begin anew, but carry on as it always does. A timeless cycle of a very monotonous and normal day. The great colossal monuments of the ancient world. We often have the pyramids of Egypt come to mind, and rightly so. But a curious mind may find itself traveling a little way east, where something interesting awaits. Out on the flat plains of ancient Mesopotamia, great structures were built 4,000 years ago by long-dead kingdoms. Man-made mountains of sun-baked brick and glittering glazed tiles soaring into the skies above. But it's not a pyramid. This is a ziggurat, a terraced temple tower built to bridge earth and heaven. In the Bronze Age Near East, nearly every major city boasted of one of these towering monuments dedicated to the local patron god. They were as emblematic to Mesopotamian city-states as the pyramids were to Egypt. Yet today, the ziggurats remain the lesser known, truly forgotten wonders of the ancient world. Their eroded ruins appear as gigantic mounds of mud brick, ghosts of their former glory, overshadowed in popular memory by Egyptian pyramids or classical monuments. But in their own time, ziggurats were unrivaled feats of engineering and spirituality, anchoring the religious and civic life of those great Mesopotamian cities. So perhaps today, the best way to remember the ziggurats is to learn about them. Tell all of your friends about those forgotten monuments. Good news is, I'm here to walk you through it. So welcome to the channel. If you're a newcomer, really good to meet you. I hope you enjoyed the introduction and know what you're in for the next hour. But what you are not in for is ads, because there's no ads on the channel. You won't get any interruptions from start to finish, and that's good news. We do this because it's better that way, and everybody hates ads. But we're able to do it because we're supported by those on the Patreon, the YouTube members, the occasional donation through PayPal and Super Thanks, and those who check out the merch store. Also, just your like, comment, subscribe, hit the hype button, tell your friends, all that sort of thing. So thank you very much in advance. Now, with that being said and introductions out of the way, let's get to the topic at hand, the ziggurats. So where exactly does it all start? Well, you have to go back quite a while for that, although we're not too precise with it. We do know that they emerge from a history of sacred high places. That the very word ziggurat comes from the Akkadian zigguratu, meaning high or pinnacle, and that's a pretty apt description. Now, the concept of building an artificial mountain for worship also traces back to the Ubaid period. That is the 6th millennium BCE. So we're talking 8,000 years ago kind of thing. So quite a way back, as we said. Well, this time early temple platforms had first appeared in southern Mesopotamia. And as legend has it, the first Sumerians descended from the eastern highlands onto the river plains, carrying with them the idea of sacred mountains. Because the flat alluvial landscape had no natural hills, people began constructing raised platforms of mud to elevate their sanctuaries. By the Uruk period, 4th millennium BCE, nearly every city featured a large mud brick terrace as the base for a temple, which is effectively a prototype for the ziggurat. One famous early example is the White Temple of Uruk. We believe that was constructed around 3500 BCE. A whitewashed shrine perched atop a high platform of packed earth. During the early dynastic period, 3rd millennium BC, I'll keep updating you with the approximate times for these periods as we go along, these platforms grew ever larger and more complex, evolving into true multi-tiered structures that are recognizable as ziggurats, though this definition, kind of like pyramids, is one of those where you will encounter ziggurats of different sizes and somewhat different shapes, styles, you see. But they are still ziggurats, just as we encounter pyramids in Egypt that might not be as tall as those at Giza, might not be as grand as Sneferu's pyramids, but they are, even though they are 20 feet tall, something like that, still pyramids. In any case, we're talking about ziggurats today. We won't go too off the topic. But we're at the earliest known ziggurat. Well, the one that we have discovered so far as the earliest known is Tepe Sialk in Iran, dated to around 2900, with a three-tiered mud brick structure that predates even the great ziggurats of Mesopotamia. By the 3rd millennium, ziggurats had become an established institution across Sumer, that is, southern Iraq. The cities of Eresh, Eridu, and Uruk all had step temple towers, attested in the archaeological record, or even a few texts that we have, and we do have quite a lot of texts from that time because they were all clay tablets, quite easy to store them. Kings of early dynastic cities took pride in enlarging and embellishing these sacred structures, and over time the tradition spread north and then east. Akkadians, Babylonians, Assyrians, Elamites, even the Eblaites of ancient Syria built ziggurats or similar high temples for their own gods. And so in broad terms, the ziggurat really was a hallmark of Bronze Age urban civilization across the Near East, from roughly 3000 BCE until the end of the Bronze Age, which we place at around 1200 BCE with that collapse, and indeed into the Iron Age as well that followed it, all these monumental towers rising above city walls as visible symbols of a city's wealth, religious devotion, and ultimately technological prowess. But it is important to note that ziggurats were fundamentally Mesopotamian in origin. While ancient Egypt built pyramids around the same era, those were tombs. They weren't temples. So the ziggurats served a different function. Some historians have speculated that Egypt's earliest step pyramid, like King Djoser's step pyramid at Saqqara, built around 2600, may have been inspired by Mesopotamian ziggurats, or the general idea of having a stepped monument. Well, that is quite a point of argument. Whether or not that is true, the independent development of similar forms, a tiered, pyramid-like shape, it certainly speaks to a common impulse in early civilizations to create a sacred mountain of human construction, and I suppose a global desire to get as close to the sky as possible. However, the function and cultural context of ziggurats, that's the real distinction from the Egyptian pyramids, as we will go on to explain more. The ziggurat was not a royal tomb, but a living part of the city's ritual landscape. In Mesopotamia's Bronze Ages, to build a ziggurat was to stake a claim to fame, not just for the king, but for the city itself, honoring the gods, securing divine favor, believed to keep the city prosperous. By the late Bronze Age, the 2nd millennium BC, that is, ziggurats had reached truly colossal scale. They also appeared beyond Mesopotamia's heartland. For instance, the Elamite kingdom in what is now southwestern Iran, if we're going to put it in rough terms, built a magnificent ziggurat at modern-day Choga Zanbil. Around that time, in 1250 BC, was called Dur Untash, and that demonstrated that even neighboring cultures had adopted this architectural form for their own deities. Now, all be told, roughly 2 to 3 dozen ziggurats are known from archaeological remains or records, scattered across today's Iraq, Iran, and Syria. And each of them was unique. There was no one-size-fits-all, but they did share the same basic purpose, and that was to elevate the most sacred temple of the city high above the ground, bring it closer to that realm of the gods. But I know what you're thinking. How exactly do you build a giant mountain out of mud bricks 6,000 years ago? Good question. Certainly discussed around dinner tables worldwide most evenings. Mesopotamian engineers certainly rose to the challenge, and with remarkable ingenuity. Of course, there were feats of Bronze Age engineering, requiring organized labor, careful planning, and knowledge of materials. Typically, a ziggurat began as a broad rectangular or square platform, kind of like a giant stage, and then successive levels were added on top, each slightly smaller than the one below, and that's what creates that gradated, stepped pyramid profile. Most ziggurats had between 2 and 7 tiers. Smaller city ziggurats might have only had a few levels, while the largest ones achieved 7 terraces stacked high. But there wasn't a standard size. At the modest end, some early ziggurats were only a few meters tall, essentially just a raised foundation for a temple. But at the extreme end, like the ziggurat of Babylon, for example, which was called the Etemenanke. Yes, that's it, excuse me. They're recorded as soaring to the height of nearly 90 meters. Now put that into perspective, that's nearly as tall as a modern 20-story building. Of course, we will take a look at those claims later on, whether they truly reach that height or if the ancient sources exaggerated. We'll get to that later. But of course, the sky's the limit. Well, the core material for construction was the sun-dried mud brick, the staple of Mesopotamian architecture. Millions of these mud bricks, each about the size of a shoebox, and weighing around 33 pounds, about 15 kilograms, were molded from the silt of the Tigris and Euphrates, dried in the sun, and then laid in thick courses to form the ziggurat's bulk. One estimate for the great ziggurat of is that it incorporated some 720,000 bricks just in its base level. Since ordinary sun-baked bricks were not very water-resistant, builders protected ziggurats' exteriors with a skin of fired brick. Now, these kiln-baked bricks were a little more advanced. Firstly, they were harder, but second of all, they often had glazing of different colors. They were set in bitumen mortar, which is a kind of natural asphalt, which acted as a waterproof cement. Impressively, excavations have found evidence of reed mat layers and drainage systems built into ziggurats, ancient techniques to add stability and channel rainwater off the structure. Herodotus, who was writing in the 5th century BCE, described the Babylonian ziggurats' construction. As they built up terraces, they would interpose layers, of wattled reeds every 30 courses of bricks, and used hot bitumen for cement. Now, this does match the archaeological findings of reed layers that likely helped bind the mud brick mass to prevent cracks from moisture. Certainly built to last, these ziggurats, that's for sure. Design elements of ziggurats were not only practical, but also aesthetic. The facades of many ziggurats were paneled or recessed, creating shadow and depth on the otherwise plain brick surfaces. And some ziggurats had their different levels painted or glazed in distinctive colors of their own. For example, Babylon's great ziggurat, which we mentioned briefly, was described in later sources as having 7 tiers, each associated with a planetary color, and that is a tradition that may have developed in the Neo-Babylonian era. It's hard to pinpoint such things. But even if color symbolism is uncertain, we do know kings often commissioned decorative glazed bricks. Deep blue, yellow, white, black glazes have been found, and that hints that at least parts of these towers gleamed with vivid hues under the Mesopotamian sun. Now, the very top stage was usually crowned with a temple shrine, a little more on that later, which might be painted or plated with metals. You can certainly imagine at dawn or dusk the sunlight catching a gilded shrine or golden statue atop a multicolored mountain of bricks. Pretty breathtaking. Even in our modern day breathtaking, but back then, yeah, you can imagine showing up from a village or something to the big city and seeing that ziggurat. Definitely something to behold. Now, as for access to the upper levels, that was provided by staircases or ramps, just in the artists' renditions in the pictures. The simplest ziggurats had a single grand staircase on one side leading straight up to the temple top. Other designs featured a triple staircase, two symmetrical flights rising from the lower court to mid-level, meeting at a landing, and a central flight continuing upward. The great ziggurat of Ur offers a classic example of this three-stairway design on its front face, a monumental staircase that has been reconstructed today. A few ziggurats, according to ancient sources, may have had a spiral ramp wrapping around the exterior. Herodotus claimed that the Babylonian ziggurat's ascent, quote, mounts spirally outside all the towers, and that indicates a kind of corkscrew path. No, modern archaeologists and scholars debate if this was literally the case or just some kind of misunderstanding. There's a few of them within Herodotus's writings, but that's a story for another video, I suppose. Some Assyrian ziggurats in the north were built against citadel walls and likely accessed via sloping ramps. Regardless of the configuration, the climb was steep and ceremonial. It was certainly not your casual walk. Halfway up, there might be a rest area or a gatehouse. In Babylon, Herodotus noted a halting place with seats for repose at the midpoint of the journey at the top. And it's pretty telling, too, that kings love to stamp their names on the very bricks of their ziggurats. Thousands of bricks from sites like Ur, Uruk, Larsa, and Babylon bear royal inscriptions. You can find ones like, I, King so-and-so, built this ziggurat for the god so-and-so, things like that. And it served as both a dedication but also a perpetual record of the builder. One such inscription from Ur-Nammu, the Sumerian king of Ur, the 21st century BCE, has been found on clay cones and bricks. Quote, for Nanna, the mighty lord of Ur, Ur-Nanna, the king built his temple and raised it as high as a mountain. Now, similarly, decades, well, rather centuries later, Nebuchadnezzar II of Babylon of the 6th century BCE recorded of at Eminenki, quote, I made it the wonder of the people of the world. I raised its top to the heavens. I built doors of cedar for the gates and covered it with bitumen and bricks. Now these words, pressed into clay, let us hear the voices of rulers boasting of their ziggurat projects. The task was certainly immense. That is by no means an overestimation. It likely required corvée labor from thousands, digging clay, molding bricks, hauling them up the growing tower, and securing them with hot tar. I'm sure there were no easy jobs, but I would not be putting my hand up for the hot tar or the hauling of bricks, that's for sure. Laborers toiled in the fierce sun, while overseers checked alignments and Priests performed rituals at each stage of construction to sanctify the work. Building a ziggurat was as much of a religious undertaking as an engineering one. The first brick and the final capstone were laid with ceremonies to invoke the blessing of the god. But despite this careful construction, unfortunately, time has not been as kind to ziggurats. Mud brick, water, and a few thousand years do not mix well. Without constant maintenance, rain and wind ate away at the brickwork. Many ziggurats had outer casings of baked brick that were periodically repaired by later kings. Yet eventually, as dynasties fell and cities were abandoned, these massive towers began to crumble. The baked bricks were often plundered in antiquity to build new houses or fortifications elsewhere. Recycling building material is quite an old practice. Left exposed, the softer mud brick cores eroded into giant lumps, and this is why today most ziggurat sites appear as low, eroded monuments, mere shadows of their original heights. It's also why archaeological evidence of the topmost shrine is scarce. The summit levels were typically the first to disappear. Still, the very size of the ziggurats ensured that something remained. You don't get rid of something so big so easily. Early explorers in the 19th century were astonished to find huge man-made hills in the Iraqi desert. They soon realized that they were the stage towers that were described by those ancient writers. So really, the construction of a ziggurat was a bold statement, and even in the Bronze Age, humans could shape the environment on a monumental scale. Using simple materials, mud, reeds, tar, wood, and organized human effort, they built structures that rivaled natural hills in size and durability. The design of receding levels gave ziggurats a distinctive geometric beauty and structural stability, and although they have mostly melted back into the earth, we do have enough that survives for us to appreciate this technical sophistication. Well, now we know how ziggurats were built, but we must ask why. What purpose did they solve in the spiritual life of ancient Mesopotamians? Of course, they were not just monuments or watchtowers. They were deeply sacred structures. To the people of the Bronze Age Near East, a ziggurat was essentially a man-made holy mountain. Its role was to support the house of the city's god high above the ordinary world. But unlike a pyramid that entombs a dead pharaoh, a ziggurat elevates the sanctuary of a living deity. Well, on the flat Mesopotamian plain, rather, height itself had sacred significance. The higher you go, the closer to the heavens and the divine realm. The Mesopotamians believed that their gods often dwelled on mountaintops or in the highest of the heavens. In Sumerian cosmology, for instance, the god Enlil ruled from a mountain-like temple called Kur, the house of the mountain in the city of Nippur. Since most cities had no real mountains, the ziggurat was a symbolic mountain, a focal point where heaven and earth met. And that's kind of a testament to the human ingenuity. If we don't have any mountains, we're going to make one. Well, at the summit of the ziggurat stood the temple or shrine, typically small, but a richly decorated building. This was the actual house of the god, called the A temple, meaning house of, following the god's name or epithet, so A Nana, A Ishtar, this kind of thing. It was here that the deity's statue would reside and where the high priests or priestess would perform daily rituals, and this is, of course, out of the public view. Herodotus, when he describes the top of the shrine at the Babylonian ziggurat, notes that inside, quote, a great bed is laid, and a golden table set beside it, but no statue, and that a lone chosen woman would stay there at night. as if awaiting the god's presence. This likely alludes to rituals of divine marriage, or the belief that the god would descend from the heavens to visit the shrine. In the case of Babylon's temple of Marduk atop Etemenanke, other sources tell us that the statue of Bel or Marduk actually dwelled in a ground-level temple nearby called the Esagila, while the top of the ziggurat may have been left more as a ritual chamber furnished for the god's occasional presence. Whether or not a permanent idol stood in each ziggurat's summit shrine, the concept was pretty clear. The ziggurat was a literal stairway for the god to come down and receive worship, and for priests to symbolically ascend into that divine sphere. The concept of bridging realms is beautifully reflected in the Sumerian names of some of the ziggurats. For example, the great ziggurat of Babylon, as we've mentioned, was called Etemenanke, which in Sumerian means temple of the foundation of heaven and earth. Likewise, the ziggurat of the moon god Nana at Ur was named Temenigur, variously translated as house whose foundations creates or house of the foundation platform of heaven and earth. These names convey the idea that the very foundation of the ziggurat is anchored in the earth, while its top reaches the heavens. One Mesopotamian text even poetically describes a ziggurat terrace as being like a white cloud in the midst of heaven. In a hymn attributed to King Ur-Nammu, the king boasts, quote, "I have built the temple for my lord Nana. As if it were a verdant hillside, I set up its towers in a great place." The ziggurat is indeed likened to a lush hill, interestingly suggesting that they may have planted gardens or sod on the slopes, or at least that it was seen as an imitation mountain. But what about functionally? Well, functionally they were part of a larger temple complex. Typically at the ziggurat's base there sprawled a courtyard and a cluster of buildings, storage rooms, workshops, priests' quarters, kitchens for preparing offerings, and maybe a peppering of lesser shrines. As for ordinary citizens, they did not climb the ziggurat or enter the top shrine. That domain was sacred to the god and accessible only to the priesthood. Instead, the populace participated in ceremonies in the courtyard or surrounding streets, especially on festival days. And so we might picture a New Year festival in Babylon, with processions carrying statues of gods up the ziggurat's steps, or a sacrificial offering of a bull on an altar at the ziggurat's foot, with smoke wafting upward. The height of the ziggurat also had practical advantages. It could serve as a refuge from the periodic floods that inundated Mesopotamia's lowlands, preserving the cult paraphernalia from water damage. Some scholars note that by restricting access via a few narrow stairways, the ziggurat allowed priests to conduct rites in privacy and safety, perched above any prying eyes or potential disturbances below. Just pure concentration. And so in this sense, the ziggurat guaranteed sanctity and security. It was a protected, elevated stage for communion between gods and priests. The symbolism for the ziggurat as a cosmic mountain also intersects with broader mythology. For Mesopotamians, mountains were seen as sacred abodes of gods. Now consider how in the old stories, like Epic of Gilgamesh, the gods convene on Mount Mashu, or how Utnapishtim's ark comes to rest on a mountaintop after the flood, signifying salvation on high ground. The ziggurat provided each city with its own Mount Zion, so to speak, a holy high place, right in the center for all to see. I suppose you could argue that that daily sight of their ziggurat reminded people that their patron deity literally watched over them. And it was the pride of the city, a source of identity. A Babylonian hymn might say, "O ziggurat, gleaming mountain of the Lord's heaven and earth bond, provider of the people's abundance, indicating that well-being of the city was tied to the proper maintenance of that sacred tower. Conversely, when foreign conquerors came, they sometimes targeted ziggurats for destruction as a way to break the spirit of those in the city. The Assyrian king, Sennacherib, for instance, bragged that he destroyed Babylon's ziggurat in 689 during a punitive campaign, a sacrilegious act meant to humble the god of Babylon, that being Marduk. But critically speaking, modern archaeology has had to piece together the function of ziggurats from pretty scant evidence. It's not like we have a manual from Mesopotamian priests explaining what the rituals were like. But we do have a few clues. First, we have Herodotus' account. We have later classical writers, the Hebrew Bible story of the Tower of Babel, and numerous cuneiform texts that list offerings or dedications to temple towers. Now, these sources sometimes mix reverence with a dose of skepticism or polemic. For example, the Bible's famous narratives in Genesis 11 imagine a humanity at Babylon building their tower with its top in the heavens out of arrogance, and God coming down and confounding their language to stop them. This reflects in part the outsider's view, likely much later, that such grand edifices could symbolize human pride. But from the Mesopotamian perspective, raising a ziggurat was not hubris, but it was piety. It was the proper way to honor and house the divine. The truth may be that the ziggurat embodied both ambitions, the spiritual aspiration to reach the divine and the political assertion of a city's importance, and in that dual role it is little wonder that these towers became the stuff of legend, and that's not just within Mesopotamia, but far beyond. Of course, the awe that was inspired by the ziggurats certainly is seen in later memory, but also ancient literature. And perhaps the most well-known is that biblical story of the Tower of Babel. Though composed long after the Bronze Age, we'll give it that, likely during the first millennium BC, the story is set in the mists of the primordial time of the city of Babel. If you didn't catch it, that's Babylon. It narrates a story of how all humans speaking one tongue unite to build a city and a tower, quote, whose top may reach unto heaven. Well, God, seeing their overweening project, confused their language and scattered them. So the tower remained unfinished and the place was called Babel, linked etymologically to confusion. But this story is almost certainly taking its inspiration from the real ziggurat of Babylon, Etemenanke, which, by the way, by the time of the Hebrew exile in Babylon, which was about 6th century BC, stood in ruins awaiting completion. The Bible's authors recast the Great Tower as a cautionary tale of human pride versus the will of God. Yet, ironically, the very inclusion of that story in Genesis ensured that the fame of Mesopotamia's ziggurats endured in the Western cultural memory, well, albeit in distorted form. Well, to this day, the Tower of Babel conjures an image of a skyscraping edifice and a linguistic confusion, both rooted in the fate of a ziggurat. Mesopotamian sources themselves also preserve legends. A remarkable Babylonian text, known later as the Borsippa inscription, or a cylinder of Nebuchadnezzar, recounts an older tower that a former king had built, but not finished, whose head or the top was never completed because people abandoned it, not caring for their words. Nebuchadnezzar then describes how he restored this structure to its glory. This has an uncanny resonance with the Babel story, even mentioning an ancient stoppage of work and a confusion of speech. Borsippa was a city near Babylon, by the way, that had its own ziggurat, which was called Ermenenanki. It seems that the Babylonians themselves had a memory of a dilapidated ziggurat from antiquity, possibly dating back to the second millennium, when we don't know. But in any case, it seems to have stood incomplete for ages. Early Babylonian historians, like Berosus from the 3rd century BCE, later wrote of a great tower built in Babylonia and a subsequent scattering of peoples, indicating that the tale of an abandoned ziggurat project was part of local lore and had filtered down into various cultural traditions. Greek visitors to Mesopotamia in the centuries after the Bronze Age were likewise quite struck by the ziggurats. Herodotus, in his histories written around 440, gives quite a detailed description of the, quote, Tower of Zeus Belus at Babylon, which is, of course, unmistakably the ziggurat of Etemenanki. It's just that the Greeks and Romans would usually put things into terms that they could understand. If you would say something like Nannar or the king of the gods, they would just say, oh, we know what you mean. You're talking about Zeus. That's kind of like what it is. In any case, Herodotus describes a square base, nearly about 200 meters long in length, upon which stood a solid tower with 7 successive towers atop of it, reaching a total of 8 levels. Now that sounds like a ziggurat, if there ever was one. An exterior stair or ramp spiraled upwards, with a rest stop midway. At the summit, he recounts, there was a shrine with a large bed and golden table, but as we mentioned, no statue, implying perhaps that the god's presence was actually invisible. He even mentions that the Chaldean priests told him, though he professes a bit of skepticism, that the god himself came to the shrine when night fell. Well, in any case, skepticism notwithstanding, accounts like that certainly fire up the imagination of classical readers. Later Greek authors like Diodorus Siculus and Strabo also mention the great towers of Mesopotamia, albeit they sometimes confuse a few details. Now you see, by then, many ziggurats were already in ruin due to the Persian and Hellenistic neglect. But their fame as ancient, enormous towers was something that could not so easily crumble. One pretty delightful historical anecdote comes from the campaigns of Alexander the Great. You see, when he conquered Babylon in 331, he marveled at its dilapidated ziggurat and resolved to restore it to its former glory. The chroniclers say that Alexander ordered 10,000 soldiers to clear the rubble of the collapsed tower in preparation for rebuilding. Well, they toiled for weeks, removing tens of thousands of bricks. However, when Alexander returned to Babylon some years later, he was a little disappointed. There wasn't much progress. It seems that the project itself was daunting, even for an army of men. Well, he was undeterred, though. He personally oversaw renewed efforts to rebuild the ziggurat. But sadly, or perhaps fatefully, Alexander died in Babylon 323 BCE, with the ziggurat still unfinished, and his successors never carried on the plan. In fact, a Babylonian chronicle called the, quote, Ruin of Esagila Chronicle relates to decades later, in frustrations, one of Alexander's successor actually leveling the remaining stump of the Etemenanki for safety. Thus, by 300 BCE, that glorious Tower of Babel had been entirely reduced to footings, ending an architectural legacy that had begun some 1,500 years before with its initial construction. This tale of Alexander's failed restoration shows how legendary the ziggurat was. Even the world's greatest conqueror yearned to rebuild it, and how even he found it beyond repair. It's a shame, though. Maybe we still have time. Let's build a ziggurat. Maybe I'll start a GoFundMe. Right, we'll all get a big plot of land out there somewhere. We'll build a giant ziggurat, and we'll all live happily ever after. And this time, everyone's allowed to go up to the top. That's a good rule. Well, through all these examples, whether it be biblical, Babylonian, or Greek, I think we can certainly agree that ziggurats straddle that line between history and myth. So impressive that later generations wove stories around them, attributing them to demigods or primeval men. And because they often fell into disrepair, the mystery of their ruins invited explanation. For instance, local folklore in Iraq long associated certain mounds with the biblical Nimrod or other figures. The ziggurat of Borsippa is still called Birs Nimrud by locals, which links it to the old god Nimrod, the mighty hunter who in lore built Babel's tower. Now that keeps the memory alive, that's for sure. But amid all the myths, we do have a few authentic voices from the Bronze Age that call out to us. Now, these are in the well-preserved cuneiform tablets and cylinders. We can read the words of the very kings who built these wonders. Sumerian rulers like Gudea of Lagash, around 2120, left inscriptions about constructing temples, quote, the likes of which no one had seen. King Shulgi of Ur, around 2050 BCE, wrote hymns praising his ziggurat as making Nana rejoice. The texts often emphasize piety and the well-being of the land. By building the god's lofty house, the king ensured that the god would smile upon the city, bringing agricultural fertility and victory in war. In one prayer, King Nabonidus of Babylon, mid-6th century BCE, recalls that the ancient kings of Ur-Nammu and Shulgi had built the ziggurat of Ur long ago, but that over time it had, quote, become old, and on the ancient foundations I rebuilt it with bitumen and baked bricks, as it was in the former times. He then prays to the moon god Sin to enter the temple joyfully and make firm its foundation as heaven. And that shows a continuity of devotion. A king near the end of Mesopotamian independence felt compelled to restore a Bronze Age ziggurat to its past splendor, and he explicitly did so by following a blueprint set by the ancients. So we've certainly covered ziggurats in general, but now let's get a little bit specific. We'll talk about the, well, most famous examples from the Bronze Age and slightly beyond. Remember that ziggurats aren't just a Bronze Age phenomenon. Of course, each of the great ziggurats embodies the general qualities we've discussed, but there's a unique story to a few of them. So let's continue. First we have the great ziggurat of Ur. It's perhaps the best preserved and maybe the most iconic in what is now southern Iraq. It was built around 2100 by King Ur-Nammu of the 3rd dynasty of Ur. It was dedicated to Nana, who was also called Sin, the moon god and divine patron of Ur. Ur-Nammu's inscriptions proudly declare him the ziggurat's builder, and his son Shulgi claims to have completed it. The ziggurat of Ur was constructed with 3 receding levels, a massive rectangular base and 2 higher platforms, topped by a summit shrine which is now unfortunately lost. Its base measured roughly 64 by 45 meters, and it originally rose to an estimated height of 20 to 30, dominating the city's skyline, of course. Don't have many buildings as high as that in those times. In Sumerian, and bore a ceremonial name, A Temenigur, meaning something like temple whose foundation creates aura. And indeed, as the tallest point in a very flat river plain, it certainly would have been awe-inspiring, an almost mystical presence, on a clear day, visible for many miles. Archaeology has revealed impressive facts about Ur's ziggurat, The lower stage is huge square bricks were stamped with Ur-Nammu's name, memorializing him in every layer. The corners of the base were oriented to the cardinal directions, a pretty typical feature likely meant to harmonize the structure with the cosmos. The core of the ziggurat was made of mud brick, but its exterior was layered with fired bricks set in bitumen, forming a durable shell. But even so, by around 1300, which is some 800 or so years after construction, the ziggurat had deteriorated to quite a state. Records indicate that Nabonidus, Babylon's last king, ruling in the 6th century BCE, undertook a major restoration. He rebuilt the upper terraces and refinished the facing, essentially giving new life to the ancient structure. Nabonidus even mentioned finding the inscription of Ur-Nammu when digging into the base, showing how he consciously emulated the original builders. In modern times, the great ziggurat of Ur was excavated in the 20s and 30s. It's 1920s and 30s, so some 100 years ago or so, by the British archaeologist Sir Leonard Woolley. Woolley cleared away centuries of debris to expose the massive foundations and rebuilt the lower staircases. It's thanks to these efforts, and further restoration in the 1980s, that visitors today can walk up the grand stone stairway of Ur's ziggurat, much as ancient priests did 4,000 years ago. And that's pretty cool, don't you think? Very cool. Anyway, the surviving structure stands about 11 to 15 meters high, the first two levels intact, that is. Now, climbing those steps, you can truly sense the scale. I'm yet to do so myself, but I'm using a bit of imagination. The platform looms higher with each step, and one can imagine ascending to another level or two to the original summit. Well, although the top temple is now gone, scholars believed that it housed the idol of Nana, perhaps along with a bed for the deity's comfort and a table for offerings of food. On certain nights, priests may have lit fires or torches at the top, causing the ziggurat to glow under the moonlight, kind of sending a beacon out to Nana himself. But one fascinating aspect of Ur's ziggurat is how it served not just a ritual need, but also administrative ones. Adjacent to it were rooms that likely stored grain, oil, and precious goods collected as offerings or even temple revenue. The ziggurat complex in Ur functioned as a sort of economic hub under the god's auspices. In times of siege or flood, its raised height might even have protected people or supplies. And so it's no wonder that Ur's ziggurat survived the decline of the city. Its massive bulk endured even as the Euphrates River shifted course. That is, in the 4th century BC, the river change effectively left Ur abandoned and half the city buried in silt, but, well, that's a story for another time, isn't it? Poor old people who bought a house in Ur. Bad luck for them. No refunds, I'm afraid. But to the modern eye, thanks to restorations, the ziggurat of Ur appears as a hulking great pyramid with a stark geometric line structure. But in its heyday, I want you to imagine it with a gleaming whitewashed temple on top. A whole structure, possibly plastered and painted, with banners or bronze fixtures catching the sun. Truly, the pride of Ur, so much that a Sumerian poet once extolled, Ur's ziggurat towers like a mighty bull, its horns in the sky. Today, the wonder stands as a tangible link to the Bronze Age, a testament to human devotion and building skill long before iron or steel. All right, well, the next one. Let's talk a little bit more about a few of the unique aspects of Etemenanki, that is Babylon's great ziggurat, often identified as the inspiration for the Tower of Babel. While the fully realized Etemenanki belongs to the early Iron Age, especially in the Neo-Babylonian period of Nebuchadnezzar II in the 6th century, the origins likely go back to the Bronze Age. Some historians believe that a ziggurat existed in Babylon by the late 2nd millennium BCE, perhaps under the dynasty of Hammurabi, that is the 1700s BC. You know, the one who did the law codes and all the rest, and later rebuilt and enlarged the Ziggurats. Well, by the time of Nebuchadnezzar, this structure was in a ruinous state, buckled up and sunken, according to one Babylonian text. But Nebuchadnezzar claims to have reconstructed it on the ancient foundations, making it as it had been in the good old days. The result was a ziggurat of 7 tiers, reportedly measuring about 91 meters or 300 feet tall, an astonishing height for antiquity, rivaled in the ancient world perhaps only by the Pyramid of Giza, which is 146 meters, smashing the record by about almost 60 meters, but it is what it is, isn't it? Its square base was around 90 meters, which is 300 feet on each side, giving it a footprint larger than a football field. Now, if those figures are accurate, modern scholars debate their height. It's still truly a skyscraper of its era. Now, what about the name Etemenanki? Well, it means the temple of the foundation of heaven and earth, and situated in the center of Babylon, it was part of the Esagila temple complex dedicated to Marduk or Bel, the chief god of the city. Each year during the New Year festival, called Akitu, Babylon's king would climb the stairs as part of a ritual renewal of kingship, a ceremony symbolizing the bond between Marduk and the nation. Ancient sources describe the ziggurat's top shrine as the Epiphany Chamber of Marduk, possibly adorned with a bed and a throne of gold. There the high priest, or even the king in some ceremonies, might spend the night to receive divine messages or omens. And of course, we talked about that consort who was waiting for a rendezvous in that lofty chamber. I won't say too much more about that. Some things are kept private. Well, unfortunately, in archaeological terms, most of Etemenanki is lost. It just has not lasted. The site of Babylon was heavily quarried over centuries. By late antiquity, the ziggurat had been reduced to rubble, and as the story of Alexander showed, the bricks were eventually carted off. So there's a little bit of ziggurat everywhere. Today only a rectangular outline and some remnants of the foundation trenches are still visible. However, a remarkable artifact known as the Tower of Babel's Stele, a stone tablet in the Shoyan collection, carved around 600 BCE, actually depicts a relief of a 7-tier ziggurat with a floor plan, and it bears an inscription by Nebuchadnezzar, detailing how he completed Etemenanki, raising the top to heaven. It provides a visual and textual confirmation of the ziggurat's form. According to that and other records, the first 3 terraces of the tower were painted white, black, and red respectively, perhaps corresponding to certain planetary gods, and the top shrine was a brilliant indigo blue, matching Marduk's celestial association. Etemenanki's fame spread throughout the known world, giving rise to all sorts of accounts. Berosus, a Babylonian priest writing for the Greeks, mentioned it in his histories, and later travelers, like Tavernier, in the 17th century still noted a vast mound at Babel. So in a sense, Etemenanki's cultural height grew even as its physical height shrank. It became the byword for human ambition and divine interaction. For the Babylonians, it symbolized their city's exalted status. For the Israelites in exile, it symbolized the empire's pride. But modern scholarship, it represents a pinnacle, literally and figuratively, of Mesopotamian architecture and state-sponsored religion. Well, we travel east now into the land of Elam, which is today's Iran, and is there that we find one of the best preserved ziggurats on earth, the impressive structure at Choga Zanbil. In antiquity, the site was called Dur Untash, a holy city founded by King Untash Napirisha around 1250 BCE. Untash Napirisha built the ziggurat at the center of a new sanctuary dedicated to the Elamite god in Shushanak and the goddess Napirisha. Unusually, the ziggurat was not in a dense urban metropolis, but in a special religious city set apart from major population centers. Kind of like I suppose, a pilgrimage complex of sorts, if we want to use those terms. In any case, the Choga Zambil ziggurat originally rose in 5 levels and measured about 105 meters or 350 feet on each side at the base, with an estimated height of 50 to 53 meters or 175 feet when complete. These dimensions make it comparable in width to Babylon's tower, though a little bit lower in height. Even today in 2025, or whatever year you're watching, fingers crossed they haven't destroyed it somehow, its ruined remains tower about 25 meters high. Essentially the first 3 terraces. They still stand, albeit in their rather decayed form. This ziggurat's state of preservation is due in part to its isolation. Fewer later builders scavenged it, and to the relatively arid climate of Khuzestan. And there is a striking feature at Chogazambil, is that the builders used thousands of baked bricks inscribed with cuneiform texts. Many bricks carry the name Untash Napirisha and the purpose of the building. The design differs slightly from the Mesopotamian ones. It seems to have been a true multi-layered ziggurat from the start. You see, some Mesopotamian ziggurats they began as one story and, well, they just kept adding things later. But this was planned out from start to finish to be multi-leveled. The Elamite architects encased each level with a retaining wall, almost creating a series of nested ziggurats one on top of the other. Stairs or ramps on the corners provided access. Reconstructions vary on how exactly one ascended, but we'll hopefully figure that out later. As for the topmost shrine, well, it likely housed the statue of patron deities. In this case, not just one deity, but multiple, since Dur Untash was meant to honor several Elamite gods. In fact, around the base of the ziggurat were temples to various deities. One theory is that Untash Napirisha tried to create a centralized holy site uniting the pantheons of Elam and Mesopotamia. Could be. Well, they also had practical water features, believe it or not. Archaeologists discovered a system of underground conduits and a brick-lined well, possibly meant to collect rainwater or serve for some kind of ritual purification. Despite being built in the late Bronze Age, the site was unfortunately short-lived. Within a few centuries, Elam was not what it used to be. Power waned, and Dur Untash was abandoned. The ziggurat was left to quietly wither away. It wasn't until 1935 that modern explorers, spotting the odd flat-topped mound, realized that it was actually an ancient ziggurat. Excavations in the 50s laid bare this magnificent monument, and today Choga Zanbil is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, allowing us to walk among its age-old bricks. Well, beyond these 3 famous cases, there's a few other ziggurats we should mention. Let's paint a broader picture, just before we go. Near modern Baghdad lie the ruins of a 14th century BC ziggurat built by the Kassite king Kurigalzu. That is the Ziggurat of Akar Kuf, or Dur Kurigalzu. Its yellow-brown cone still stands about 57 meters high, but in a particularly collapsed state. Pretty prominent landmark. Travelers on the desert highways in Iraq often see this lone towering remnant. Dur-Kutukalzu's ziggurat is a reminder that even lesser-known dynasties continued the ziggurat tradition to legitimize their rule, and its solid mass has survived fairly remarkably, though wind erosion has sculpted its sides unevenly. Locals long thought it a natural hill, or even called it Nimrod's Hill, until excavations proved that underneath all that was a well-planned-out ziggurat structure. Then we have the Ziggurat of Ashur. That is, of course, in Assyria's ancient capital, Ashur, in northern Iraq. The chief god Ashur had a temple on a high terrace that functioned like a ziggurat. While Assyrian ziggurats are not as well preserved, often overshadowed by their palaces and statues, texts that we have do tell us that they built multi-tiered temples too. King Sargon II in the 8th century BCE constructed a ziggurat in his new city, Dur-Sharukin, which is what's called Kursabad, that reportedly had 4 stories, painted in different colors. There is a legend, too, that part of Sargon's ziggurat collapsed after his death, viewed by superstitious Assyrians as an omen tied to the king's fate. Good luck proving that one. In any case, it's an example that ziggurats were also built in the Iron Age, carrying on that Bronze Age legacy. Well, mentioned earlier is the ziggurat of Tepe-Sialk in Iran near Kashan. It is the oldest known, dating to the early 3rd millennium BCE. Though now just a weathered clay mound, excavations reveal it had a tiered platform structure. Its discovery pushed back the origin of ziggurats and suggests that even outside of Mesopotamia proper, early societies were experimenting with raised sacred architecture. Sialk's ziggurat might have been contemporary with the earliest Egyptian pyramids, showing a parallel rise of monumental building in separate civilizations. Well, the concept of towering temples wasn't confined to Mesopotamia and Elam, of course. In Syro-Anatolian regions, high place worship also existed, but they didn't really have ziggurats, not exactly. The closest parallels are Ugarit's step temple, or some Hittite sanctuaries built on artificial terraces. And yet they're not really true ziggurats, but it does show a broader Near Eastern idea of height meaning sacred. The higher you get, the more sacred it is. You know what I'm getting at. In later millennia, when Mesopotamian culture was but a memory, we see distant echoes. For instance, some scholars point out that much later the architects of ziggurats in Mesoamerica, and the Maya and Aztec pyramids, by the way, created similar step temples, though any direct connection is highly unlikely. It seems the impulse to build upward in homage to heaven is quite a universal one. Of course, we'll do a video about the South American temples. Those pyramids, those ziggurats, if we're going to call them ziggurats rather than pyramids. I suppose we could, since they were mainly stepped. Anyway. In any case, the through line, I guess, is the symbolic importance of elevation, whether in a Sumerian city-state in 2100 or an Elamite kingdom in 1250. Raising a ziggurat was a connection of divine and civic pride. Of course, they were expensive, labor-intensive, often only undertaken by kings who had the wealth and stability to marshal these sorts of resources. But it was all worth it. Thus the ziggurat also proclaimed, "This city flourishes, not just under the leadership of a king, but the favor of a god. And this is where the god lives, looking down on all of us." It's pretty telling that after the Bronze Age collapse around 1200, some regions saw a lull in ziggurat building, due to upheavals and poverty perhaps. But once things got a little bit better, stability returning in Neo-Assyrian and Neo-Babylonian times, rulers immediately revived the grand tradition, as if to say, we are as great as the ancients, and we are back. So, are you Team Ziggurat or Team Pyramid? I don't know. I think if we had a few more ziggurats that lasted like the pyramids did, perhaps we'd be talking about them more. Well, the sands of time do what they do. I'm afraid we can't go back and stop that. Anyway, over 4,000 years ago, a man of obscure birth rose to reshape the known world. He is known to us as Sargon of Akkad, and he is traditionally hailed as history's first great conqueror. The story is a compelling blend of documented history and a sprinkling of legend. The old stories recount how he emerged from his humble origins, even a claim that he was set adrift as an infant in a basket on a river, but managed to conquer all of Mesopotamia, forging a new model of a multi-city empire. What we're going to talk about today is how a mere cup-bearer such as him ascended to become this king of Kish, and then a master of an empire, from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. It is a tale that has the grandeur of myth, yet it unfolds against a backdrop of very real historical change at the dawn of civilization. It begins around the 24th century BCE, when Mesopotamia was a patchwork of city-states, Uruk, Ur, and Kish, among others. And these states did not quite get along. They often fought each other. No single king had ever ruled them all by force, until Sargon. In fact, his reign initiated what became known as the Sargonic period, a new era where Semitic Akkadian language and culture spread alongside the older Sumerian traditions. His achievements were so extraordinary that for centuries after, Mesopotamians idolized him as a semi-divine figure, a measure of greatness for all those to come. But we will see that his reign was not without challenges. Certainly not. Revolts simmered, and maintaining control over a vast territory, well, that was as arduous a task as winning it in the first place. And so our story is pieced together from these ancient chronicles, king lists, inscriptions, and later legends. Many of them mix glorification with historical fact. It's just what comes with the time. But today, we're going to give precedence to the earliest sources, those clay tablets and inscriptions that are nearest to Sargon's own time, reconstructing the most reliable narrative. But we won't forget about those intriguing little anecdotes from later legends, of course not without scrutinizing their credibility. The aim is to get a proper portrait of Sargon, as both a man of his time and also a larger-than-life figure of world history. And so before we begin, consider this. Sargon's very name in Akkadian, Saru-Ukin, actually means legitimate or true king. Now that hints that he might have taken a regal name to assert his right to rule, perhaps masking an unusual path to power. Indeed, unlike princes born on the throne, silver spoon in their mouth, Sargon's early years were spent far from any palace. According to tradition, he was a gardener's son, who had to earn his kingship by his own wit and his own strength. So, let's talk all about Sargon of Akkad, his origins first, and see how the stage was set for the rise of a true legend. But of course, let me welcome you to the channel first. I hope that the introduction was sufficient to perk your ears up and give you a little introduction of what kind of character we're talking about here. Well, let me invite those who have not subscribed yet to hit that button and leave your comments down below. Always good for the algorithm. And here's some good news. As usual, this video, like all of the other videos on this channel, is 100% ad-free. Well, that's pretty good, isn't it? Of course. Well, this is made possible because of the kind donations of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and the YouTube donations, PayPal donations, those who checked out the merch store, all these kinds of things. If you want to just enjoy the video, then great. But if you want to check out any of those avenues, there's a link to them in the description and the pinned comments. But for now, let's just get nice and comfortable, shall we? And we may begin. So, the circumstances of Sargon's birth and childhood. We can't quite bring down a historical consensus upon them. It's wrapped up in quite a bit of mythology. Maybe we'll dig something up from the ground in some cuneiform tablet later on, but for now, we have to kind of take what we know with a grain of salt. Either way, this mythological beginning offers a valuable insight into how later Mesopotamians viewed their great leader. Quite a bit of pride, of course. According to an Akkadian text known as, quote, the Legend of Sargon, the future king introduces himself with a rather dramatic tale. He claims that he did not know his father, and that his mother was a rather secretive figure, described as a changeling or temple priestess who could not keep her child. In this legend, the poor infant Sargon was placed in a basket of rushes sealed with bitumen and set afloat on the waters of the Euphrates River. Now do remember, Mesopotamia does mean the land between the two rivers, one being the Euphrates River, the other being the Tigris River. Well, back to it. By fate, the basket was found by a man named Aki. He was a gardener, drawing water from the river, when by chance he just saw it floating by. Now this image of the infant hero cast adrift, only to be saved and adopted, it might sound pretty familiar. It of course closely parallels the much later biblical story of Moses. Of course, all of these old stories certainly come from somewhere. Flood stories, these stories of these humble beginnings of kings, all that. They all have very deep roots beyond what we immediately can recognize them with in our basic Western theological sense. But in fact, most scholars believe now that the Sargon birth legend is the earliest known example of this floating in a basket down a river motif, predating Moses by many, many centuries. But what does this legend actually tell us? It has to mean something, right? Well, on one level, it was kind of a royal propaganda apparatus, presenting Sargon as this man of great destiny, chosen by the gods from birth, despite humble origins. The involvement of the river and the act of being saved from death gives Sargon's rise this kind of providential aura. Now, notably, the goddess Inanna, also known as Ishtar in some rendering, plays a role in his early life in these stories. She's often said to have guided and personally protected Sargon. In later accounts, Sargon explicitly credits Inanna with his survival and success. The subtext is pretty clear. Sargon's power was sanctioned by the divine, and his unlikely path to kingship, well, it was all just part of the great cosmic plan. All rather convenient, don't you think? We've heard these stories before. We can't disprove them, but it's certainly hard to go the other way. But let's talk about, in terms of historically speaking, Sargon was very likely of common birth, perhaps hailing from a region of northern Sumer or Akkad, that is central Mesopotamia. And his original name is unknown too. Sargon was probably a throne name he adopted once he seized power. Of course, we can take a look at this through the Sumerian king list, quite an important source, a valuable chronological record compiled a few centuries after his time, mind you, but it does confirm some key details of Sargon's background. It describes Sargon as the, quote, son of a gardener, and notes that he served as a cup-bearer to Ur-Zababa, the king of Kish. Being a gardener's son, well, that implies Sargon had no noble lineage to claim. He emerged right from those proletariat, working, laboring class. Yet in Mesopotamian society, talented individuals could rise through palace service. The position of cup-bearer, known in the Sumerian tongue as Shakati, was no mere servant's job either. It was a high-ranking official role, quite akin to a royal confidant or vizier. Well, ancient cup-bearers were second only to the king in importance. They not only served wine, but also advised the king and managed palace affairs. Thus, the young Sargon must have shown exceptional capability to attain this post under King Ur-Zababa himself. Well, according to a later Sumerian narrative known as the Sargon and Ur-Zababa piece, Sargon's rise at Kish came with quite a few omens and a sprinkling of danger. Because what's a good story without them, Well, in this tale, this Sargon and Ur-Zababa tale, the gods decide to end the reign of Ur-Zababa, and ominous dreams begin to trouble the king. One night, Ur-Zababa dreams that the goddess Inanna drowns him in a river of blood. Not the kind of dream that you want to have, I suppose. A pretty terrifying vision by anyone's standard. And he suspects that it's related to his new cup-bearer, Sargon. Now, we could perhaps stretch the definition. Remember, we talked about bearing wine and all the rest. Perhaps the wine is symbolic. Perhaps the next day when he goes and sees Sargon bringing this red liquid, it immediately brings back those bad memories of the nightmares. In any case, upon hearing that Sargon too had a disturbing dream in which Ur-Zababa was submerged in blood by a giant young woman, clearly Inanna or Ishtar in symbolic form, the king grew fearful that this upstart might actually usurp him. And this is where the trouble starts. Ur-Zababa's fear turned to full-blown paranoia, and the full-blown paranoia turned to plotting to murder Sargon. The legend describes how Ur-Zababa attempted to eliminate Sargon not once, but twice. The first time, he ordered Sargon to deliver a sealed message to the royal metalsmith, not knowing the letter contained instructions to kill whoever bore it. But the loyal smith nearly carried out the deed by luring Sargon to the foundry, planning to cast him into molten metal. But it was here that Inanna came down and intervened. The story says that the goddess made sure Sargon did not enter the trap, warning that the foundry was a holy place, unfit for bloodshed. Well, that was the first attempt, well and truly thwarted, by a goddess, no less. So Ur-Zababa next sent Sargon on a mission to the king of Uruk, carrying a clay tablet that secretly requested Sargon's execution. This plan also failed, though. The king of Uruk at the time was Lugal-Zaggisi, and instead of killing Sargon, Lugal-Zaggisi actually treated him with quite a bit of respect. Perhaps he was doubting Ur-Zababa's intentions. It's hard to know the exact reason. But either way, things were pretty good for Sargon upon arrival. There are some versions that even insinuate that Lugal-Zaggisi's own wife took Sargon's side, sheltering him from harm. Ur-Zababa himself ultimately met a grim fate off stage in the saga. He disappears from the accounts, presumably overthrown or killed amid the chaos that he feared. They're pretty dramatic episodes, don't you think? And we kind of have to dip our toes outside the realm of history for it, but, like I said, the further you go back, ancient Greece, a little bit of Rome, China, India, and Mesopotamia, Egypt, all these kinds of things, we have to blend this culture of mythology going into history together. And there's nothing wrong with that. Don't let anyone tell you you can't talk about certain things because it hasn't been completely peer-reviewed. It's all right to engage in introspection. If not, just for our own pure enjoyment. Anyway, all of these later literature, of course, they look back upon the events of Sargon. They likely contain kernels of truth about Sargon's environment. You see, Kish, that was a significant city in Sumer, often holding the title King of Kish as a mark of hegemony over northern Mesopotamia. If Sargon was an ambitious cupbearer, it stands to reason that he might have capitalized on any opportunity to take power, especially if his king was weak or perhaps incapacitated by fear. Ur-Zababa's historical end isn't clearly recorded, but it does appear that Sargon did succeed him as the ruler of Kish. Whether Sargon rebelled or overthrew his master, or just stepped into a power vacuum after Ur-Zababa's fall, it doesn't matter. The result is all the same. He emerged as the king of Kish around the year 2334 BCE, in what is known as the Mesopotamian Middle Chronology. The king list states, quote, Sargon became king, the king of Akkad, who built Akkad. Now this indicates that kingship passed from Kish to Sargon's own city, Akkad. That's why he's not called Sargon of Kish, but rather Sargon of Akkad. Makes sense, doesn't it? But there are two important things that happen at this juncture that we need to mention before we move on to our next section, and they really set Sargon apart. First, he founded, or at least vastly expanded, a new capital city, that being Akkad or Akkad, rather than ruling from Kish. It was this kind of act that symbolized a fresh start, a new dynasty, unbound by the old Sumerian city loyalties. Akkad's precise location is lost to history. Archaeologists have yet to identify its ruins, and I say yet. Fingers crossed we will one day, just like how we found Troy. People thought we'd never find that, but we bloody well found it, though, didn't we? But what we do know is that the location was likely on the Euphrates, in the central Mesopotamian plain. A pretty big search area, but it's better than nothing. So by establishing Akkad as his seat, Sargon signaled that his kingship was not merely inheriting Kish's realm, but actually transforming it into something new. So that's the first point. The second is that he almost immediately faced resistance from the rest of Sumer, the city-states of southern Mesopotamia, which had recently been unified under Lugal-Zaggisi of Uruk, were not too keen on the idea of bowing to a newcomer from Kish/Akkad. at least not without a good fight. Sargon's ascension thus sets this stage for this momentous clash of the ancient world with Lugal-Zaggisi, along with the Sumerian elites, and that would really mark the true beginning of his empire building. Because what's the building of an empire without a few bouts of bloodshed? Well, let's do it. When Sargon seized power in Kish, he effectively inherited a state of war. Not the best circumstances to walk into, but, well, it's just the way it is. The Sumerian king Lugal-Zaggisi of Uruk had, shortly before Sargon's rise, conquered a swath of Mesopotamia, and he did so with uniting many Sumerian city-states under his new dominion. Lugal-Zaggisi boasted of controlling the lands from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean, a claim to wide-ranging rule that soon Sargon would contest. But initially, Sargon and Lugal-Zaggisi might have seen a common enemy in Ur-Zababa, but any fleeting alliance or cordiality between them simply did not last. As per the stories, once Ur-Zababa was out of the picture, Sargon and Lugal-Zaggisi became rivals. Sargon moved aggressively to challenge Uruk's supremacy. The confrontation unfolded in a few phases, the first one being Sargon marching south into the heart of Sumer. His target was Uruk, the power base of Lugal-Zaggisi. According to Sargon's later inscriptions, preserved in copies from long after his reign, he won a decisive battle in Uruk, in which he, quote, tore down the walls of Uruk and captured Lugal-Zaggisi himself. Off to a pretty good start, isn't he? There is one particularly vivid account that says Sargon put Lugal-Zaggisi in a wooden yoke or neck stock, just like a common prisoner, a king reduced to a peasant, basically. The conquered king was then brought in a collar to Nippur, the holy city of Enlil, Sumer's chief deity. And this gesture was highly symbolic. By dragging Lugal-Zaggisi to the temple of Enlil in Nippur, Sargon demonstrated that even the greatest Sumerian king was now subjugated, and that Enlil, that god who granted kingship, had clearly chosen Sargon as the new man in charge. And how could you argue with the will of the gods? Ancient Mesopotamians might have understood this scene as the transfer of divine favor. You see, Nippur was kind of a neutral, sacred ground, and triumphing there, well, that was a statement of legitimacy like no other. Sargon's own titles at this point reflect to his new stature. In that Nippur inscription, he calls himself, quote, Sargon, king of Akkad, king of Kish, anointed of Anu, overseer of Ananna, governor of Enlil, king of the land. Bit of a long title, I suppose. Now, just before we do move on, you will hear this word Ensi sometimes. That is governor. Okay, so when we say Ensi, we basically just mean governor. So in one breath, he links himself to multiple religious and political traditions. You might have heard the word Anu. Well, that was the sky god of his northern city, perhaps implying patronage from Akkad's deity. Inanna was his personal patroness who guided him, and Enlil was the supreme god who decreed kingship. And then by taking the ancient Sumerian title Ensi of Enlil, so governor of Enlil, Sargon presented himself as Enlil's chosen administrator on earth. By styling himself as king of Kish, even after founding Akkad, he kept the traditional prestige of the Kish title, which in Mesopotamian ideology conferred authority over all of Sumer. Essentially, Sargon was consolidating Sumer under this new order. So, with Uruk fallen and Lugal-Zaghazi well and truly humiliated, Sargon proceeded to secure the upper key Sumerian cities. He reportedly defeated Ur, Lagash, Umma, and others, bringing the entire southern plain under his control. Some of these conquests might not have been straightforward battles. In some cases, local rulers might have just submitted to him once Uruk was well and truly down. Didn't want to fight a losing battle, I suppose it makes sense. But there is evidence that the conquest of Sumer was, in general, quite hard fought. We have an ancient text that credits Sargon with triumphing in 34 battles in the course of his campaigns. This suggests that numerous city armies and coalitions attempted to resist him. They didn't do very well, though, apparently. Rest in pieces to them. Of course, Sargon's forces ultimately prevailed, and yes, he did destroy the walls of many cities, another strategic measure to prevent further rebellion. Now, destroying city walls was actually a classic policy in Mesopotamia when subjugating foes. It physically disarmed the cities by removing their primary defenses. The victory over Sumer was not just a political and military turning point, but it was a turning point in civilization itself. You see, for the first time in recorded history, the many city-states of Mesopotamia were united under a single monarch, with a centralized authority at that. Sargon effectively ended this era of independent Sumerian city kings and inaugurated a new era, often called the Akkadian Empire. As a mark of this, Sargon and his immediate successors are sometimes referred to as the, quote, Sargonic dynasty, as we've mentioned. The Sumerian king list acknowledges this shift by listing Sargon as the first king of the dynasty of Akkad, and it assigns him a reign of 56 years, a span which may be exaggerated, perhaps even symbolic. But in any case, it indicates a very long and stable rule. But it's worth noting, before we do move on, that Sargon's conquests did not kill off the Sumerian culture, but they rather created a fusion. Sargon himself, likely a Semitic Akkadian speaker, adopted that title of Ensi, which was a Sumerian term, not Akkadian, and honored the Sumerian gods. He appointed governors, often Akkadian officials or local loyal rulers, to oversee the Sumerian cities. One of Sargon's most notable appointments was in the spiritual domain. He installed his daughter, Enheduanna, as the high priestess of Nana, the moon god, in the city of Ur. And this was indeed a masterstroke of political and religious integration, by having an Akkadian princess preside over one of the chief Sumerian religious centers. Sargon wove his family into the sacred fabric of Sumer. Enheduanna herself wasn't just famous for being the daughter of Sargon, but rather she was famous in her own right. A priestess, poet, who composed exquisite hymns. And here's a bit of trivia for you. She is actually the first known author by name. Now that's a world first, isn't it? Well, her works, dedicated to gods like Inanna, were used for centuries, and they indicate how influential Sargon's lineage became in Mesopotamian religious life. Through Enheduanna's position, Sargon secured the loyalty of Ur, and perhaps gained divine sanction from the moon god for his own dynasty. Now, with all Sumer under his domain, he didn't take the chance to rest, but rather to double down. He next turned his attention to the lands beyond Mesopotamia's traditional borders. The ambition and scope of this kind of military campaign was unprecedented.
According to later commemorative inscriptions, Sargon campaigned in every direction. Eastward into Elam, southwestern Iran, north into the mountains of Subartu, northern Mesopotamia and Assyria, and west to the Upper Sea. That's what they used to call the Mediterranean. One year name of Sargon's reign, year names were, by the way, how Mesopotamians identified each year by a notable event, was recorded as, quote, the year in which Sargon conquered Elam. But what's Elam? It was a region bordering Sumer to the east. It had numerous city-states and peoples with their own language and culture. Sargon's army marched across the Tigris and dealt a crushing blow to Elamite cities like Awan and Susa. He boasts of destroying cities there and incorporating Elam into his empire's sphere, and by doing so, he secured his empire's eastern flank and gained access to resources like metals and timber from Iran. Sargon appointed Akkadian governors in the Elamite territories as well, effectively making them provinces of Akkad. Off to a good start, that's for sure. It is certainly Akkadian boy summer, that's for sure. So to the north, Sargon advanced into areas later known as Assyria and parts of Syria. Now, remember, we have to separate those two. Assyria and Syria are different. He reportedly captured the cities of Ashur and Nineveh on the upper Tigris. But these were small settlements then. They would become major cities in later centuries, of course. By subduing the north, Sargon opened the way to control trade routes heading into Anatolia, which is modern Turkey, or Turkey, for those who have not quite got the memo yet, and secured rich agricultural lands that could support his growing army and bureaucracy. Sargon's western campaigns are among the most storied. He is said to have reached as far as the cedar forest of Lebanon on the shores of the Mediterranean, and one account claims, quote, Sargon crossed the sea in the west, and in the 11th year he conquered the western land to its farthest point, establishing that he ventured, of course, into the lands of the Amorites, and perhaps touched the coast. There is actually another anecdote, too, that Sargon set up statues of himself on the shores of the sea and washed his weapons, a ritual act signifying he had no further enemy in that direction, and that his conquest had reached the end of the land. Of course, once again, claims like that might contain a little bit of hyperbole, but archaeologically, we do have evidence that Akkadian influence reached the Syrian city of Mari, which Sargon had definitely conquered. You see, Mari is explicitly mentioned in year names as having been destroyed by him. The fall of Mari, a prominent trading city in the middle of the Euphrates, indicates Akkad's dominance extended well beyond the Mesopotamian heartland. Trade networks from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean came under Akkadian oversight, and this allowed Sargon to produce goods from distant regions. Some later traditions even assert that ships from distant lands like Meluha, that is the Indus Valley, and Magan, possibly referring to Oman, docked in Sargon's ports, bringing all sorts of exotic goodies. Of course, once again, direct evidence of Sargon reaching the Indus is pretty lacking, but it does show the idea that under Sargon's empire, international trade did flourish quite widely, or at least widely in terms of the geography and circumstance. In the northwest, one text suggests Sargon campaigned as far as Anatolia, a possible reference to conquering parts of Anatolia or sending expeditions there appears in chronicles that would align with Akkadian artifacts found in Turkey. It is conceivable that Sargon sought the valuable silver mines of Anatolia, Silver, of course, was the monetary standard of the time. To manage these vast territories, Sargon innovated in military organization. He is often credited with creating one of the first standing armies. A boast from his inscription states that 5,400 soldiers ate bread daily in his presence. Of course, this suggests that he maintained a core force of thousands of professional troops at his capital, essentially a full-time royal army that could be dispatched anywhere needed. And this was a notable departure from earlier reliance on militia levies from each city during civil wars. A permanent army, well, that gave Sargon a strategic edge, enabling rapid responses to rebellions or threats and continuous campaigning year after year. And modern historians generally see this as the birth of a professional military structure, something that later empires would take on board and maintain. Sargon's forces likely included a mix of infantry, perhaps some early chariotry or mobile troops, and auxiliary units from different parts of his realm. He's also said to have combined various types of soldiers in novel ways to maximize battlefield flexibility. An example of that is he could integrate spearmen, archers, and axemen from different ethnic groups into a single fighting force. Tactics like that allowed him to face diverse enemies, from mountain tribes to fortified city militias. The cumulative effect of Sargon's campaigns was the forging of an empire that stretched roughly from the lower sea to the upper sea, at least in Mesopotamian terms. In our terms, we can say from the Persian Gulf in the southeast to the Mediterranean in the northwest. And of course, no king before him, at least that we know of, I'm sure we would have heard about it if there was, had ruled so vast a domain in this region. But conquering an empire, that's one thing. Governing it long term, entirely different skill set, arguably an even greater challenge. Sargon demonstrated a shrewd grasp of administration and statecraft to keep his dominion intact, especially since he really had no point of reference. It's not as if anybody had ever done it before. But one of the primary strategies was to install trusted officials in key cities throughout the empire. He couldn't be in all places at once, so he had to have people go and do the job for him. Delegating, that kind of thing. A later Babylonian text speaks admiringly of the citizens of Akkad, whom Sargon placed as governors in over 65 cities. Now, this indicates a centralized bureaucratic approach. Akkadian administrators, often ethnically Akkadian, or at least loyal to the Akkadian regime, were dispatched to rule conquered cities and regions on Sargon's behalf. By doing so, Sargon diminished the autonomy of local dynasties and tied the governance of each region directly to his throne. These officials likely collected taxes, enforced laws, and maintained their own garrisons. The Empire of Sargon was the first to implement what we might call a federal system, over Mesopotamia. He had an overarching rule, but delegated day-to-day control to governors and ensi who answered to him directly. Evidence suggests that Akkadian became the lingua franca of administration across the realm, gradually supplanting Sumerian for official records. This linguistic shift to Akkadian, a Semitic language, from Sumerian, a language isolate, was a significant cultural change initiated during Sargon's reign. It meant that scribes from different cities could communicate in one language, and it reinforced the unity of the empire under Akkad's cultural influence. But even so, Sumerian did not disappear. It remained the language of religion and high literature, and Sargon himself had quite a respect for Sumerian traditions. In fact, Sargon patronized the city of Nippur, the religious capital of Sumer, by restoring and venerating its temples, thus aligning himself with ancient sacred institutions to legitimize his rule. We already mentioned the canny move of him appointing his daughter Enheduanna as the high priestess of Ur, and this was part of Sargon's broader policy of intertwining his family with regional power structures. Enheduanna's tenure as priestess solidified Akkadian control over Ur's immense religious and economic clout. Now you see, temples, of course, in those days controlled huge landownings and resources. Through her famous hymns which praised gods like Inanna and acknowledged the supremacy of the Akkadian leadership, Enheduanna also helped merge Sumerian and Akkadian religious identity. It's quite telling that Enheduanna refers to herself as, quote, the daughter of Sargon in her writings. Even in devotional literature, the royal family's presence was asserted. Sargon also developed practical infrastructure to manage the empire. Roads and communication. They were both improved to speed up the movement of troops and information across vast distances, and there were certainly vast distances to go across. There are two references to a system of posting stations or checkpoints. One chronicle notes that Sargon stationed his officials at intervals of a double hour along the roads, which implies some regular spacing of outposts, possibly for relays. This might be an embryonic form of the postal or messenger system, and in fact archaeologists have found that by Sargon's time, clay tablets, which I suppose we can look at as letters, were sometimes wrapped in outer clay envelopes marked with the recipient's name and a seal, a secure way to send correspondence that could only be opened by the intended party. It could be seen as the world's first postal system, at least quite in its infancy, ensuring reliable communication throughout the empire. The efficiency of such communication would have been crucial for controlling far-flung provinces, and of course reacting to events like revolts or foreign incursions. And then we have another aspect of Sargon's governance, the standardization of weights and measures. It sounds a bit boring, but it's actually extremely important. To facilitate trade and taxation across diverse regions, Sargon's administration likely imposed uniform measures so that merchants from Akkad to Mari to Susa used the same units. Later tradition credits Sargon with establishing just taxation and fair trade practice, suggesting that he reformed economic management to keep resources flowing to his capital. Akkad, the royal city, accumulated wealth from across Mesopotamia in the form of tribute and taxes, grain, cattle, precious metals, textile, and of course labor for royal projects. And here's a telling sign of Akkad's central prominence, Sargon's relationship with the city of Babylon. There are conflicting accounts in Babylonian and later chronicles. One states that Sargon, quote, built Babylon in front of Akkad. Another says that he dug up earth from Babylon and made a new Babylon next to Akkad. These are clearly anachronistic tales. Babylon was a minor town in Sargon's day, but extremely important later on. So later scribes connected Sargon to it. However, the fact that Sargon is associated with building projects in Babylon hints that he paid some attention to developing cities beyond his capital. He possibly invested in fortifying or beautifying strategic cities throughout his empire, and that includes Babylon, of course. But we do know for certain that Akkad itself was enriched with the spoils of conquest. What chronicle describes Sargon ferrying the West's booty across the Euphrates on barges back to Akkad? Well, this treasure would have included cedar wood from Lebanon, metals, and other valuables. Sargon erected statues of himself in conquered lands too, as mentioned, and likely also in Akkad to display his victories. And then we have Queen Tashnul-Dum, Sargon's wife, who we should note here as well. Though little is said of her in surviving texts, records preserve her name, indicating she was an important figure at court. The knowledge of her name and the names of several of Sargon's children shows that Sargon established a dynasty with conscious intent. He was not a one-generation wonder. He laid plans for succession. Indeed, he had at least 2 sons who succeeded him, Urimush and Manishtushu, and daughters like Enheduanna in influential roles. Sorry about my Facebook notification going off there. Well, the Akkadian Empire under Sargon was a family enterprise in many ways, with royal kin placed in critical positions across the vast realm. But for all of Sargon's brilliant accomplishments, his reign was not peaceful to the end. Empire building tends to generate a bit of resentment, to say the least, and Sargon faced numerous rebellions from those he had subjugated. They weren't very happy with the boot being placed on their neck. The pattern of his rule involved constant warfare, either expanding the frontiers or quelling uprisings within them. Now earlier on, as we saw, the Sumerian city-states revolted almost immediately after Sargon took power, forcing him to reconquer some of them to prove his legitimacy. But even after his authority was established far and wide, discontent simmered beneath the surface. Ancient records, particularly a Babylonian chronicle known as the Chronicle of Early Kings, describe how late in Sargon's life trouble struck again on a grand scale. It says that, quote, "In his old age, all the lands revolted against him and surrounded him in Akkad." Well, one can imagine the aging king, perhaps in his 50s or 60s, suddenly beset by rebellion on all sides. A massive coordinated uprisings of the cities that had been forced into his empire. The chronicle goes on to credit Sargon with rising to the challenge, though. Despite his years, quote, "the old lion still had teeth and claws." Sargon allegedly proclaimed that no opponent would equal him and marched out to battle. He fought decisively and defeated the rebellion cities, crushing their vast armies. A more colorful narrative has him, quote, "knocking them over like reeds and destroying their hosts." Well, if this account is based on genuine tradition, it shows that Sargon's tenacity and personal leadership was even there in advanced age. He reasserts control through blood and iron one last time, proving that his earlier conquests were no fluke at all. Suppose we shouldn't really say iron at this time, but you get the metaphor. However, one revolt was hardly the end of his troubles. The same chronicle suggests that shortly after suppressing a widespread revolt, Sargon faced an invasion from a foreign region, this region called Subatu. That is a term that is often used for Upper Mesopotamian and Syrian areas. Subatu's forces attacked in full strength, Sargon using his tactical skills at an ambush and utterly defeated them, scattering their army and looting their camp. And this victory further solidified his legend. Even in the twilight of his reign, no enemy could defeat the great Sargon of Akkad. But despite victory after victory, these events, the mere presence of rebellions themselves, hindered underlying instability. The conquered peoples, they never really fully accepted Akkadian rule, and unity had to be forced repeatedly by arms, Sargon's own inscriptions perhaps allude to this when they emphasize how the gods Enlil and Inanna granted him no rival, a divine endorsement he likely invoked to quell doubts among the populace. The frequent revolts suggest that managing such a large realm was exceedingly difficult with the communication and administrative tools of the time. But it's a testament to Sargon's leadership that the empire held together through these crises. Ancient Mesopotamians, ever religious in their interpretation of fortune, later ascribed Sargon's late troubles to the wrath of the gods. There's one interesting little anecdote. It holds that Sargon committed an offense against Babylon's patron deity, Marduk. In the Chronicle of Early Kings, after mentioning Sargon's building of a, quote, Babylon next to Akkad, it comments again, quote, because of the wrong he had done, the great Lord Marduk became angry and destroyed his people by famine. From east to west, the subjects rebelled against him. Now, this is a later mythic explanation, historically not accurate since, well, Marduk was not yet a supreme god in Sargon's time. But it is fascinating that later Babylonians felt that even Sargon must be chastened by a god for hubris. In this case, the hubris of trying to overshadow Babylon. They imagined a famine striking Akkad as punishment, and even that Sargon suffered from insomnia inflicted by the angry deity. Yeah, maybe Marduk's angry at me lately. I've been having trouble sleeping. How to fix that problem, I don't know. But such stories show that Sargon's reign had become a canvas for moral lessons by these subsequent generations. In reality, environmental or economic stresses could indeed have played a role in sparking revolts. For instance, a famine would make the populace restive. You know what I mean. And there is some modern evidence that towards the end of the Akkadian dynasty, Mesopotamia faced drought and climate shifts that disrupted agriculture. It's conceivable that late in Sargon's reign or shortly after that the harvests failed, weakening central control and fueling rebellions. People seem to get a bit angry when they're hungry, that's for sure. But if any of that began under Sargon, it would further explain the cascade of rebellions that he had to face. Well, ultimately, after quelling these late challenges, Sargon died in old age, likely of natural causes. What, were you expecting a heroic last stand in a battle? Not all kings go out, guns blazing. Sometimes it's just peacefully slipping away in their bed, or whatever they have that resembles a bed 4,000 years ago. The Sumerian king list affirms that he reigned for 56 years. Some copies say 55 or 54, but in any case, over half a century. This longevity hints that he must have established efficient structures and loyalists to stay in power so long despite so many conflicts. And when he died, around 2279 BCE by modern estimates, he was succeeded by his sons in turn. His immediate heir was Rimush, and after Rimush's short reign, another son, Manishtushu, took the throne. And guess what? They both faced further revolts, a sign that Sargon's passing emboldened subject cities for trying to get their independence back again. But the Akkadian Empire stayed intact through these reigns, but just barely. They were hanging on by a string. Sargon's vigorous presence was sorely missed. So how do we sum up the legacy of the first conqueror? I suppose we can take a twofold approach. The concrete historical legacy of the empire he founded, and the legendary aura that grew around his name for millennia. In strict historical terms, Sargon's creation, the Akkadian Empire, is regarded as the world's first true empire, meaning a multi-ethnic, centrally ruled domain extending over a large territory. That is, our general terms for the word. He proved that one king could rule dozens of cities and diverse peoples under a single administration. This model would be emulated by countless later figures, from Babylonian kings to Persian shahs and beyond. In Mesopotamia specifically, later dynasties like the Ur III kings, for example, Ur-Nammu of Ur around 2100 BCE, borrowed directly from the playbook of Sargon, even stylistically linking themselves to him. The Ur III kings revived a few of Sargon's strategies. They too appointed daughters as priestesses and maintained standing armies. They explicitly looked back to the golden age of Sargon and his grandson Naram-Sin as an ideal to recapture. Even the city of Babylon, which rose to prominence over a few centuries after Sargon, might have been influenced by the Akkadian template. Babylon eventually became the capital of the empire under Hammurabi sometime around 1750. And that empire can be seen as a successor in concept to Sargon's, uniting Mesopotamia under Semitic rule. And indeed, Hammurabi's scribes preserve the memory of Sargon. We find that Sargon's military exploits and maxims were copied in scribal schools throughout the old Babylonian period. One Babylonian text recounts Sargon's challenge to future rulers. After describing how he defeated all his enemies, Sargon purportedly says, "Now, any king who wants to call himself my equal, wherever I went, let him go." Well, it's a bold dare, isn't it? A way to say that no later king could match Sargon's accomplishments unless they could literally reconquer the world just as he did. Now, in a cultural sense, Sargon's reign accelerated the blending of Akkadian, that being Semitic, and Sumerian worlds. The art from his period, such as steles and cylinder seals, show a fusion of styles. One famous artifact often associated with Sargon is the bronze head of an Akkadian king, discovered in Nineveh, though likely made in Akkad's time. It's an exquisitely crafted life-size head, with intricate beard and hairstyle, is thought by many to represent Sargon himself, though some do argue it could depict Naram-Sin, his grandson. But regardless, the Assyrians, who found it in the ruins of Nineveh in the 7th century BCE, treated it as a likeness of Sargon, and honored it accordingly. That piece of art has become an icon of Mesopotamian civilization. It symbolizes the majesty of the Akkadian kings. Its survival and later veneration in Assyria show how Sargon's memory endured as a symbol of power. Well, literature is another realm of his legacy. His daughter Enheduanna's writings were a direct, tangible legacy, the earliest literature by a named author, of course. Well, through Enheduanna, one could say that Sargon's lineage contributed to humanity's literary heritage, but beyond that, Sargon himself became a character in later literary works. That baby in the basket story that we mentioned, the Sargon legend, was copied by Assyrian and Babylonian scribes well over 1,000 years after he lived, showing that the populace continued to be fascinated by his origin story. And then another piece, the Chronicle of Sargon, and the epic King of the Battle, which might reference Sargon's deeds, indicate that a cycle of heroic tales surrounded him too. However, not all mentions of Sargon were glowing. Mesopotamian writers also composed works like the Curse of Akkad, a Sumerian poetic text from centuries after Sargon, which tells of how the gods became angry at Sargon's grandson Naram-Sin and destroyed the city of Akkad as punishment. In that tale, the downfall of Akkad is depicted as a divine retribution of sorts for the arrogance of the Akkadian kings. Well, this tells us that by the end of the Sargonic dynasty, which collapsed around 2190, there was a sense of hubris tied to Sargon's line, the idea that they had overstepped cosmic boundaries. Interestingly, in the Curse of Akkad, Sargon himself is portrayed in a somewhat positive light as a pious king, whom the gods once favored. It wasn't him, but rather his successor that erred. But in any case, the subtext is that the empire Sargon built did not last forever, and was ultimately brought down. And historically, indeed, after Sargon's great-grandson Sharkali-Shari, the Akkadian Empire did fragment, weakened by internal strife and foreign pressures. The Gutian invaders from the Zagros Mountains, often blamed by later accounts for, quote, destroying the civilization of Mesopotamia. Either way, within a century of Sargon's death, Mesopotamia entered a period of chaos and local rule, slipping back into what many have called another dark age. Yet crucially, the idea of an empire was not lost. When order was restored by new dynasties, like the third dynasty of Ur and the later Old Babylonian Empire, they consciously modeled their kingship on Sargon's example. The kings of Ur III sometimes adopted epithets and practices reminiscent of Sargon and Naram-Sin. In Assyria, much later, kings would even take Sargon's name. For example, Sargon II of Assyria in the 8th century BCE, to invoke that legacy of power. Being linked to Sargon of Akkad, it became a badge of legitimacy and ambition. So let's think about all of that. The life story of Sargon of Akkad. It is an archetype of a rise from obscurity to global dominance, a rags to riches kind of tale. In the strictest of historical terms, he transformed Mesopotamia by demonstrating how a centralized empire could be run. He pioneered military and administrative techniques that would reappear throughout ancient history, and the short-term impact of his conquest was the spread of Akkadian language and culture, a brand new political order in the East, too. And the long-term impact, nothing short of inspirational. He became a legend, a cultural memory of what a great king could achieve. The ancient storytellers cast him as that fearless conqueror, the clever commoner who became king, and even as the, quote, old lion who refused to be defeated by the younger generation. Well, from a modern perspective, he stands at the dawn of recorded political history as the first known emperor. His biography, insofar as we can piece it together, reads like a prototype of later legendary leaders. Mysterious birth, divine favor, dramatic reversals of fortune, a ruthless conquest, administrative genius, and eventually struggles. Lots and lots of struggles. I think we can all appreciate that there's a blend of fact and fable that envelops the character, and we can be reasonably certain that Sargon was indeed a historical figure who did pretty much most of what the ancient sources said that he did, unifying Mesopotamia by force and governing effectively. But we also acknowledge that the legend is polished by storytellers to inspire subsequent generations. But I don't think that's so bad, because when I look at it, I certainly am inspired. And I hope you are too, because that's the end of the video. Perhaps it's your turn to go out and conquer the world as we wait for another Sargon of Akkad.
Writing is often regarded as one of the greatest inventions in human history, on par with the wheel or even controlled fire. But unlike those technologies, writing is not about practicality, but rather about information. It allowed words and ideas to be fixed in time and space, no longer bound to the speaker or their immediate audience. And all early civilizations recognized this almost magical power of the written word. Indeed, many attributed it to the gods: the Egyptian god Thoth, Sumerian goddess Nisaba, the Chinese legendary sage Zhangjie, or even the Maya deity Itzamna. They were all credited with bringing the gift of writing to humanity. For better or worse, perhaps. Let's look at an example from Plato and Phaedrus. It recounts an Egyptian myth where the god Thoth offers writing to King Tamus as a potion for memory and wisdom, but he is actually rebuked. You see, the king did not want this gift. He argued that it will, quote, introduce forgetfulness into the soul. People will put their trust in writing and will cease to use their own memory, and thus will gain the appearance of wisdom, but not its reality. That's a bit of a paradox, don't you think? Writing was seen as both a miraculous tool to preserve knowledge, but also a potential crutch that might weaken natural knowledge. As we shall see, writing indeed dramatically enhanced collective memory, yet debates about its effects on the mind have continued ever since. Importantly, writing was not invented in one place and then diffused everywhere. Rather, it arose independently in at least 3 or 4 major regions at different times. Scholars generally agree, at least as of 2025, that true writing first appeared in ancient Sumer, that is Mesopotamia, around 3200 to 3100 BCE, followed shortly by Egypt, between 3200 and 3000 BCE. Thousands of years later, writing was independently developed in China, by roughly 1200 BC in the Shang dynasty, and in Mesoamerica by the first millennium BCE. Each of these scripts, cuneiform hieroglyphs, Chinese characters, Maya glyphs, and others, they had unique forms and contexts. Yet, remarkably, despite vast separations in space and culture, they followed pretty similar stages of evolution. Early signs were mostly pictorial, and then gradually became more abstract and phonetic, able to transcribe anything that could be said. But the initial motivations and uses of writings, that is where they differed in each case. So to understand why writing was invented, we have to look at the specific needs and innovations of each civilization. Was it temple accounting or statecraft that drove people to make the marks on clay or stone? Was it ritual and religion that first inscribed bone and bronze? By comparing all of these cultures, we can find a few common themes, such as economic administration and the desire to preserve knowledge, as well as the distinct triggers for each invention of writing. So let's jump right in, where we can see how writing changed the world. But of course, let me welcome you to the channel first. Are you excited to hear about writing? I sure am. It's quite a story to tell. If you're new to the channel, I invite you to join the club and subscribe. And if you are coming back, well, welcome back to the party. This is 100% ad-free due to the contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who checked out the merch store, and of course those who chose to kindly donate. Thank you very much for your support.
Okay, that's all out of the way. Now let's begin. Get in right from the start, shall we? Of course, it's very hard to trace that beginning, isn't it? You see, before true writing, humans did find creative but limited ways to record information. Prehistoric people painted symbols on cave walls and carved tally marks on bones, but these were proto-writing at best, not systematically representing language. As societies became more complex in the Neolithic era, especially with the rise of agriculture and trade, there was a need to store and transmit information beyond what one person could remember. One fascinating precursor to writing was the use of small clay tokens in the Near East. As early as 8000 BCE, farmers and traders used baked clay shapes, cones, spheres, discs, each shape representing a specific quantity of goods. For example, a cone might stand for a small measure of grain, a sphere for a jar of oil, etc. These tokens were a kind of three-dimensional record-keeping system. By collecting tokens in clay, one could keep track of a debt or shipment, say, 10 tokens for 10 sheep. Something like that. Very primitive kind of systems. Around 3500, some clever accountant out there had the idea to impress the tokens into a flat clay tablet instead of enclosing them, essentially transferring the count into two-dimensional symbols. According to one archaeologist, Demis Schmant-Besserat, this was the direct forerunner of writing. Tokens morphing into what we would recognize as the written word, when their impressions became abstract signs on clay. In other words, in Mesopotamia, a system of counters evolved over millennia into written marks that everyone could recognize without the physical token present. Pretty clever for back in those times. Now, this development shows that writing was not invented overnight by a single prodigy or genius, but rather that it emerged to meet practical needs of accounting, as early villages grew into towns and cities. By the 4th millennium, the ancient Near East was undergoing rapid urbanization, and nowhere was this more dramatic than in Sumer, in what is now Iraq. The city of Uruk, often cited as the world's first true city, exploded in population from roughly 10 to 40,000 or more. And with that, the general complexity of organizing its society is all happening around 3,500 to 3,000. Such a bustling urban society with temples collecting agricultural tribute, merchants carrying on trade, it faced an information crisis. Spoken words and memory alone could not reliably handle the volume of transactions, inventories, and directives needed to run the city. In the temple precincts of Uruk, archaeologists discovered hundreds of clay tablets from around 32 to 3100, the earliest known writing in the world. These are written in the precursor of cuneiform, sometimes called proto-cuneiform, and indeed, no surprise, they're pretty much simple records. Over 90% of the 5,000 plus texts from this Uruk period are administrative in nature. Receipts, ledgers, tallies of goods like barley, cattle, and beer. The tablets are small too, hand-sized pieces of clay, many with lists of numbers and pictographic signs. For example, one tablet might list symbols for various commodities alongside counts, effectively an ancient spreadsheet of sorts. The purpose of these texts is utterly practical. They are the output of a nascent bureaucracy, keeping the economy running smoothly. They are, as one science writer quipped, the ancient equivalent of shopping receipts.
I suppose you could put it that way. It appears that necessity was indeed the mother of invention, the necessity of bookkeeping in an increasingly complex society. But it is important to note that our evidence of early writing is inevitably biased by what materials survive. The only reason we have so many Sumerian clay records is that clay, once dried and occasionally baked by fire, can endure for thousands of years. In other cultures, early writing may have been done, but on perishable materials. Wood, leather, cloth, perhaps, and these all disintegrate over time. Thus, the first preserved texts, we must remember, may not always reflect the actual first uses of writing. They might simply be what happened to survive on durable media. We must keep this in mind, especially for Egypt, China, Mesoamerica, where the earliest surviving inscriptions already show a relatively developed system, implying earlier stages that are now simply lost. Nonetheless, by comparing these early records, we can glean the different contexts that spurred writing into existence. In some places, utilitarian and economic, and in others, ritualistic or even status-driven. Well, let's get to Sumer now. In that ancient land, writing was born as a tool of administration indeed, but it did not remain merely a bookkeeping device. The script that developed there is known as cuneiform, from the Latin cuneus, that means wedge. The reason for this is because the scribes used a reed stylus to press wedge-shaped impressions into clay. So it's the form from the wedge. You know, the earliest cuneiform signs around 3200 to 3000 were mostly pictographs, simplified drawings of objects combined with numerical notations. For example, a picture of a head might mean person or a specific worker. A picture of a jar might mean oil. You see where we're going with this. Often accompanied by scratches representing quantities too. Over the next few centuries, this system became more stylized and abstract. Scribes rotated the tablet 90 degrees and started writing left to right in rows. Pictures were turned on their sides and schematized into collections of wedges and strokes. It seems that by around 2500, cuneiform signs no longer looked much like objects they once pictured. They had become truly abstract symbols for words and syllables. The evolution from tokens to pictographs to syllabary to later alphabets in Mesopotamia shows how writing gradually increased in abstraction and power. Initially, each sign stood for a thing or a concept, a cow, a bushel, etc. But soon, scribes began using signs to represent sounds as well. And this is a crucial leap. The rebus principle meant that you could use a picture of, say, an I to represent that sound in any word, like the syllable I in another word. By combining phonetic signs, scribes could write not just concrete nouns, but also names, verbs, and sentences in short, spoken language. But what factors drove refinements such as these? As Sumerian society grew, so did the demands on writing. By the 3rd millennium BCE, Sumer was a patchwork of city-states and elaborate temples, palaces, and with a great system of commerce. Writing became indispensable for running the state. We find thousands of tablets from the administrations of cities like Uruk, Lagash, and later the vast bureaucracy of Ur-3, 21st century BC, recording everything from labor assignments to tax collections. And indeed, tens of thousands of administrative texts survive from the Ur-3 dynasty alone, detailing a sophisticated bureaucratic system. These dry tablets might not make much thrilling reading, we must admit, but they do indicate that by 2100, writing was thoroughly embedded in governance. It enabled kings to manage resources and people across wide areas through documented orders, archives, and accounts. Yet at the same time, something else was happening too. Writing was escaping the account book and entering the other domains of human life. A critical early use was inscription in monuments and objects. In Mesopotamia, rulers began to commemorate their achievements in writing. One famous artifact, the stele of the vultures from 2450, bears a carved inscription of King Eannatum of Lagash, boasting of his victory in war. It is perhaps one of the earliest historical narratives recorded. By the Akkadian Empire period, being around 2300 BCE, royal inscriptions and dedication texts proliferated. Writing had finally become a medium for memory and sometimes even propaganda. A landmark in this cultural shift was the emergence of literature. The Sumerians developed schools to train scribes. These were called eduba, by the way, which meant tablet house. And as a byproduct of this development, we have lexical lists and practice tablets, where students copied down proverbs and stories. Over time, scribes began composing or recording poems, myths, and epics too. By around 2100, we have written versions of the Epic of Gilgamesh, and other tales too that probably had been oral for centuries. We also see the first author known by name in history, Enheduanna, a Sumerian priestess and princess who lived around 2300. She is celebrated actually as the earliest known named author in the history of the world, credited with hymns to the goddess Inanna that she composed in Sumerian. The fact that we know Enheduanna's name and words today, over 4,000 years later, that in itself is just a testament to the power of writing to extend memory across time, and even confer a form of, I suppose, immortality on individual voices. It certainly worked for Enheduanna. One wonderful Sumerian legend actually mythologizes the invention of writing. In the epic Enmerkar and the Lord of Aratta from the 21st century BCE, King Enmerkar of Uruk is in a dispute of sorts with a distant ruler of Aratta. He sends messengers via a human messenger, demanding Aratta's submission immediately. The messages grow longer and more complex, and at one point the weary messenger says he can no longer remember the latest ultimatum. So Enmerkar takes a reed stylus and writes his message down, thereby inventing cuneiform, sending the clay tablet to Aratta. When the rival king of Aratta receives this mysterious clay tablet covered in signs, he is bewildered and thrown into confusion by the written word, ultimately capitulating to Enmerkar. This epic presents writing as a weapon of the intellectual, a secret tool that can triumph where spoken words have failed. It's a striking insight into how ancient Mesopotamians viewed writing, as something almost magical that only the initiated Enmerkar and his scribe rather could wield, to the astonishment of those unlearned. It wins a war without a battle, just an intellectual mogging of sorts. We can call it that. Well, over the next 2 millennia, cuneiform script continued to be used and adapted in Mesopotamia and beyond. It was versatile enough to be used for multiple languages too, not only Sumerian but also Akkadian, a Semitic language that became the lingua franca of Mesopotamia by the year 2000 BCE, as well as later languages like Babylonian, Assyrian, and even Hittite, which is a little bit different because that's an Indo-European language. Cuneiform was adopted across the Near East. For example, the famous Amarna letters of the 14th century BCE found in Egypt are clay tablets written in Akkadian cuneiform, essentially an international diplomatic script. By enabling multilingual written communication, cuneiform had, I suppose, helped knit together a surprisingly cosmopolitan world of the Bronze Age. And this shows how writing did indeed change the world. It created an information network, transcending ethnic and spoken language boundaries, albeit controlled by a scholarly elite of scribes, but one step at a time. The cuneiform tradition is eventually lasted for 3,000 years. The last known cuneiform inscription is dated around 75 AD in Roman times, and that is an astonishing longevity for a system first scratched into a bit of clay 3,000 years beforehand. Well, with Sumer out of the way, let's get on to Egypt. We really can't go past them, can't we? Around about the same time that cuneiform was emerging in Mesopotamia, Egypt was undergoing political unification, and along with that, rapid development. Here, too, writing appeared seemingly all on its own, completely independent. Egyptian writing is most famously represented by hieroglyphs, little pictorial symbols of people, animals, and objects that adorn the temple walls and tombs. In fact, the word hieroglyph comes from the Greek, meaning sacred carvings. That reflects that they were often inscribed in stone in sacred contexts. But hieroglyphs were only one form. Egypt had other forms of writing too. They also developed cursive scripts, hieratic, and much later demotic for writing with ink on papyrus, for more everyday purposes. But let's focus on the origins. How and why did Egypt start writing? For a long time, the oldest known Egyptian inscriptions dated to around 3100, at the very start of the First Dynasty, which is shortly after the legendary unification of Upper and Lower Egypt under a single king, often identified as Narmer or Menes. You can obviously find the Narmer palette, that big old stele with him, a 10-foot tall Narmer clobbering the pathetic enemy. It's quite interesting, I think. However, in the late 20th century, archaeologists made a discovery at Abydos in Upper Egypt. In a pre-dynastic royal tomb, excavators found about 200 tiny tags made of ivory and bone, and each one of them had a few little symbols carved on them. These tags, about the size of postage stamps, had holes as if tying to bags or jars. They appear to have been labels attached to grave goods, possibly indicating the origin or context of the offerings left in the tomb. Each tag has between 1 and 4 signs. For instance, one might show a glyph of a grain silo with tally marks. Another might show an animal, or perhaps a combination of a place and a symbol with a numeral. In total, scholars identified around 50 distinct symbols on these tags. Some of the signs closely resemble later Egyptian hieroglyphs. For example, a symbol that looks like a bark or a scorpion, which strongly suggests that these were indeed the earliest writing form in Egypt. At least, what we know of for now. That being said, I keep saying what we know of for now. I really do hope that archaeological knowledge supersedes what we currently know about it. There really is so much out there left to find. Get excited about that. I'm excited about it, at least. Well, of course, all of this we just mentioned, these little tags, these little postage stamp things, it pushes the invention of Egyptian writing back to roughly the same time as Sumerian proto-cuneiform, and that indicates a parallel development. But what do these Abydos tags tell us about the impetus for writing in Egypt? The context is important. A royal tomb. It seems writing here was used in an administrative and ceremonial capacity, to inventory offerings for an elite burial, to ensure that in the afterlife the king or noble had all that was provisioned. And this hints at a dual purpose, partly utilitarian, labeling goods, perhaps denoting their origins or tax assessments, and partly ritual/elite. The very act of inscribing the tags might sanctify the goods or just assert the power of the tomb owner. And yeah, scholars conclude that early Egyptian writing likely served some purposes that are utilitarian or ceremonial, always depending on the type of writing and object. Let's take one example. An ink-inscribed pottery jar might simply mark how much oil it contains. Now that's a utilitarian purpose, whereas a carved royal name on a decorative mace head, well, that's obviously going to be ceremonial in its purpose. Interestingly, the surviving early evidence in Egypt leans towards the ceremonial and symbolic, perhaps because those inscribed artifacts in tombs and on stone had better odds of survival than ephemeral accounting records on papyrus. Nevertheless, we have reason to believe that bureaucratic needs were also a driver. Egypt around 3200 was coalescing into a unified state. Around about that time, it seems to have been a state unified under kings who had introduced writing and, well, eventually the first bureaucratic system of administration. In other words, the establishment of the Egyptian kingdom and its bureaucratic machinery went hand in hand with the early use of writing to keep that machinery running. Egyptian hieroglyphic writing, from those earliest tags and onwards, already shows considerable sophistication. By the time of the First Dynasty, scribes were using 3 types of signs that would remain staples of the system. First, we have logograms, a sign representing a whole word. Phonograms, a sign representing a sound or a syllable. And determinatives, non-phonetic signs added to clarify meanings. Think of things such as like an icon of a scroll after a word to signal it's an abstract concept. For example, a picture of a month could be a logogram meaning, a mouth rather, could be a logogram meaning mouth, or a phonogram for the sound because the Egyptian word for mouth was re. And at the end of the word they might add a picture of a man with a hand to mouth to indicate the word is something said or an occupation involving speech, that being a determinative. Now here's something impressive. One of the Abydos tags shows evidence of the rebus principle, a sign used not just for its literal object, but rather for its phonetic value, indicating that even this nascent stage Egyptians had moved beyond the pure picture writing. All this suggests that earlier experimental stages of writing, perhaps pure pictograms or simpler symbols, had already been surpassed by 3300 in Egypt. The full story of how they got there, well, that's still a bit of a mystery. Sorry to disappoint you. The missing links may have been written on perishable materials, I'm afraid, and they're just long gone. There was even a historical debate. Did Egyptians get the idea of writing from Mesopotamia through trade contracts, then adapt it in their own way, or rather did they invent it independently? Contacts certainly existed. Late Britannistic Egypt borrowed some motifs like cylinder seals and certain art styles from Mesopotamia, but the actual signs of early Egyptian writing are distinctly Egyptian. Scholars see it as a cultural adaptation of a foreign technology to local purposes. If any Mesopotamian influence existed at all, that is. But today, with the recognition that the Mesoamerican or Maya writing was invented wholly separately, we know that writing can emerge more than once in human history all on its own. Egyptian hieroglyphs are likely just another independent invention, arising from the unique conditions of the Nile Valley State formation. Once established, the Egyptian writing system was exceptionally stable over time. Hieroglyphs used in 3000 BCE are still readable in text from 1000 BCE, albeit with a few minor changes. Egyptians themselves believed that writing, which they called Medu Neger, the words of the god, was divinely created by Thoth, the god of wisdom. They saw writing as an immutable gift from the gods, and thus signs were often not altered lightly. Hieroglyphics were monumental and pictorial, which gave them a visual charm and sacred aura. However, for daily use, the Egyptians relied on hieratic, a cursive form of writing with ink on papyrus, in which the pictorial forms were abbreviated somewhat. This allowed scribes to write faster for administrative documents, letters, legal texts, and ultimately literature. The existence of papyrus documents shows that by the Old Kingdom, that is 2500 BCE, writing was already widespread in central administration, recording letters, censures, taxes, and accounts. Unfortunately, papyrus decays, so only in rare cases like the dry tomb of an overseer in Wadi el-Jarf or fragments in the Cairo Geniza do we catch a glimpse of this rich bureaucratic archive. What we do have in abundance are stone inscriptions. For instance, the pyramid texts, around 2400 BCE, hundreds of hieroglyphic spells carved inside royal tombs to guide the king in the afterlife, which are the earliest known extensive religious texts. By the Middle Kingdom and New Kingdom, hieroglyphs and cursive scripts were used to produce a vast corpus of literary works. Stories like Sinuhe or the Shipwrecked Sailor, wisdom texts like the instructions of Ptah-hotep, poetry, scientific manuals. They had a bit of everything. Writing had finally pervaded Egyptian high culture. One insight into how the Egyptians themselves perceived writing and the scribal profession comes from a text called the Satire of the Trades, or the Instruction of Geti from the Middle Kingdom, 2000 BCE. I did a full reading of it. Must have been about a year ago. Should be in the readings playlist if you are interested. Either way, just briefly, it's framed as a father advising his son to become a scribe rather than any other job, and the father moves on to somewhat mock the hardships of the other trades. The farmer breaks his back in the sun, the carpenter's covered in dust, etc., at the same time just praising the comforts of a scribe's work. In one copy, the text reads, "Happy is the heart of him who writes, he is young each day. Be a scribe, your body will be sleek, your hand will be soft. You are one who sits grandly in your house, your servants answer speedily, beer is poured copiously, and all who see you rejoice in good cheer." It's a little bit blown out of proportion, perhaps, but it is revealing. It does show that scribes enjoyed high status. In fact, they were part of the elite who ran the state, so you'd better hope to get some status out of that. But it also hints at literacy being generally low in the population, and indeed probably estimated around 5% were literate, probably less. So being a scribe certainly put one in a special and privileged category. Writing in Egypt was thus somewhat monopolized by a class of professionals, serving the pharaoh, the temples, and the bureaucracy. The pharaohs used writings as an instrument of royal ideology, from the earliest labels and monuments where kings list their titles and victories, to later grand stelae that record treaties or edicts. For example, around 196, the priests of Egypt inscribed the Rosetta Stone with a decree in 3 scripts, that being hieroglyphic, Demotic, and Greek, affirming the royal cult of Ptolemy V, an act that incidentally provided modern history with the key to deciphering the hieroglyphs in 1822 CE. More about that in a different video, I suppose. Okay, so let's turn our attention now to China, where we find another independent blossoming of the written word, this time with its own distinctive character and context. The Chinese script is unique in that it has evolved continuously from its earliest known form into the modern writing system used today. And the earliest confirmed evidence of writing in China comes from the Shang dynasty, 1600 to 1046 BCE, in particular from the royal capital near modern Anyang, around 1200 BCE rather. These are the famous oracle bone inscriptions, texts carved on animal bones and turtle shells used in divination. The very fact that the earliest extensive corpus is divinatory texts tells us something. Writing in China appears at first in a ritual and statecraft context, rather than a purely mercantile or administrative one. I've done a full video on the oracle bones too if you're interested. Check the Chinese history playlist. The Shang kings used divinations to make decisions on matters of war, agriculture, childbirth, the weather, pretty much every aspect of life. The procedure, called scapulomancy, involved heating ox shoulder blades and turtle shells until they cracked, then interpreting the crack patterns as messengers from ancestors or perhaps even the gods. But the remarkable part is that the Shang diviners carved the questions and sometimes the outcomes directly onto the bones, either before or after the ritual. For example, an inscription might read, "On day so-and-so, divined, if we can conduct the ritual, will the harvest be good?" The cracks say, "auspicious." Later, sometimes a verification was added. Harvest was indeed good, something like that. These inscribed questions and answers are the earliest historical documents of China. It's been noted, too, that oracle bones are indeed the earliest written records of Chinese civilization that give us a selective but vivid picture of what was concerning the Shang elite, just by the questions that they were asking. Pretty human concerns. By now, archaeologists have unearthed 150,000 plus oracle bone fragments with inscriptions, and that's a huge trove of data. The writing on them is called oracle bone script, or in Chinese, Jiaguwen. It is clearly an early form of Chinese characters too, yet quite developed. Scholars have catalogued about 4,000 distinct characters on the oracle bones. Many of these characters can be linked to later forms of the same character, although some are now archaic or still undeciphered. What is striking is that the script was already capable of expressing full Chinese language of the time, that is, Old Chinese. It wasn't a proto-writing or mnemonic system. It was a full writing system with logographs and phonetic components. This implies that writing likely began earlier than 1200 BCE, maybe in early Shang or even the late Neolithic.
but these earlier records, perhaps written on perishables like wood or bamboo, have either not survived, or if they were written on more durable materials, we've just not discovered them yet. Indeed, researchers reason that the earliest known examples seem much too developed to be the first try of it, suggesting a period of incubation or lost antecedents. But nonetheless, by the time of King Wu of Ding, that is, 1250 BCE, the Shang royal court had expert scribes carving complex texts on bones. Each oracle bone was typically for royal eyes only, part of palace divination ceremonies, so writing was initially a tool of the king and his ritual specialists, not something used by common merchants or villagers. This is a contrast to Mesopotamia, by the way, where early writing was more public and economic. In China, writing begins as an instrument of royal authority and ancestral communication. An interesting aspect of early Chinese writing is how it was discovered in modern times, a story that itself sounds, well, frankly, quite like a fairy tale. But it's true, trust me. You see, for centuries, Chinese apothecaries sold mysterious ancient bone fragments called dragon bones as medicine. They were ground up as a cure for different ailments. In 1899, a scholar named Wang Yirong in Beijing, suffering from malaria, was given dragon bone to use. But he noticed strange carvings on one piece. Being an antiquities enthusiast, he reported them as archaic characters. He and his friend Liu managed to buy more unground bones from the pharmacy, and soon realized that these were actually relics of an ancient script. It turned out that the bones were being found by local farmers in fields around Anyang. Over the next decade, scholars tracked down the source and began the excavations, unearthing thousands of inscribed bones and shells. Thus, the oracle bones came to light, revealing the Shang dynasty's long-lost writing system. It's poetic that a cure for memory medicine led to a discovery that cured a gap in cultural memory. The Chinese rediscovered their own earliest writing in this rather interesting way. The oracle bones, once destined for the mortar and pestle, are now recognized as priceless national treasures. With the oracle bone script as foundation, Chinese writing continued unbroken. After the fall of the Shang, the succeeding Zhou dynasty, 1046 to 256, continued to use writing, though oracle bone divination became less central. They had something different, something called the I Ching, and also milfoil for divination. Instead, writing appears on bronze inscriptions. Many Zhou bronze vessels have cast or engraved texts commemorating events such as feasts, battles, or grants of land. These inscriptions grew longer and more detailed in the Western Zhou, and especially the subsequent Warring States period. Early Chinese writing thus moved from ritual use to recording history, administration, and philosophy. By late Zhou, around 500 to 300 BCE, a rich written intellectual tradition emerged. The classics of Confucius, Sun Tzu, Lao Tzu, and others. They were all written on bamboo strips. The script underwent stylistic changes, of course, from oracle bone script to bronzeware to a standardized small seal script by the Qin dynasty in 221, and eventually to the clerical and more regular scripts in the Han. Yet through all this, the basic logographic principle remained. Modern Chinese characters are direct descendants of those first carved signs. This continuity meant that writing became a core part of Chinese identity and governance very early. In 221, the first emperor of China,
Qin Shi Huang, famously unified the writing system across his empire, standardizing the characters. This was pretty important in uniting diverse regions. Even if people spoke different dialects or languages, the written characters were a common medium. Writing thus helped forge and maintain Chinese civilizational continuity from the Bronze Age onward. And still today, all of those different dialects in Chinese, whether it be Cantonese, I don't know, let's say the languages up in down in Yunnan, all those languages of the smaller ethnic groups, they're all written on those Chinese characters. Of course, there's a few smaller languages like Lisu that have Latin scripts, but we don't want to go into that. There's too much detail in that. I don't want to get onto the topic. Anyway, one might wonder, what about everyday uses like commerce? Surely ancient Chinese traders had to record their transactions too. Well, they likely did. But they probably weren't carting around bones and tortoise shells. They likely did it on perishable materials that simply haven't survived. Some early texts on bamboo or wood dealing with legal codes, treaties, or tallies have been found in tombs from the Warring States period. But our picture of earliest Chinese writing remains skewed towards the elite, ritual, and political sphere. In any case, it's evident that once writing existed in China, it was applied to all facets of life: statecraft, ritual, economy, scholarship, fortune-telling. Over 2 millennia, China compiled annals and chronicles, philosophical dialogues, administrative documents, and vast libraries of poetry and science, long before paper or printing, all laboriously copied by hand. The invention of writing gave the Chinese state a powerful tool for centralized rule and gave Chinese culture a means to preserve its philosophies and art. In later dynasties, mastery of writing, calligraphy, and literary composition became the pathway to social mobility through civil service examination system, a unique development where writing literally determined who would govern. This was much later, though, but it does show how deeply writing was woven into the identity of the civilization. On the other side of the world, in ancient Mesoamerica, Mexico, Central America, writing was invented yet again, independently of Old World influence. And this is remarkable because it shows the human need for writing emerges wherever a civilization reaches a certain level of complexity. Even in total isolation, Mesoamerica is unique in the Americas for having several indigenous writing systems before European contact. The scripts here are often called hieroglyphs too, especially the Maya hieroglyphs, because they have elaborate pictorial signs, but they functioned as mixed logographic syllabic systems akin to the Old World script. The exact origins of Mesoamerican writing are still somewhat mysterious, partly due to limited evidence and decipherment. We do know that by the classical Maya period, that is 250 to 900 CE, there was a fully operational and highly sophisticated script used by the Maya. But of course, the story begins even earlier. The Olmec civilization, 1200 to 400 BCE, often called the mother culture of Mesopotamia. They're a prime candidate for the first writing on the continent. As recent as 2006, researchers announced the discovery of the Cascayel block, a serpentine stone slab from Olmec territory, that is Veracruz, Mexico, with incised symbols dating back to roughly 900 BCE. The block has a haphazard arrangement of 62 signs, some repeating, which might represent an early attempt at recording language. If genuine, it could be the earliest writing in the Western Hemisphere.
However, the Kaskaya script, if that is what it is, remains undeciphered and isolated. Another contender is the Zapotec script of Oaxaca. On monuments at Monte Alban, archaeologists found glyphs dating back to around 500 BCE or earlier, which appear to record calendrical names and maybe conquests. One relief famously shows a toppled head with glyphs, possibly the name of a captive or defeated ruler. A clear sign of early writing used for political record. But again, these early Zapotec texts are not fully deciphered. But they do show that by 500 BCE writing was in use in parts of Mesoamerica. Because these earliest texts are rare and quite short, it's hard to pinpoint their exact content or linguistic identity. What we do know is by around 300 BCE to 1 CE, multiple regions had developed writing, likely inspired by predecessors. It is plausible that the idea spread from the Olmec to neighboring cultures, or multiple groups invented similar systems in parallel. The Maya script is the most famous and extensively studied. The Maya system was in use by the late pre-classic period. The site of San Bartolo in Guatemala has murals from 100 BCE to CE 100 with early Maya glyphs. By around 250 CE, the start of the classic period, Maya glyphic texts proliferate on stelae, altars, pottery, and in codices. Maya glyphs are beautifully intricate. Each block character can contain a combination of syllabic signs and logograms. Through painstaking work by epigraphers, Maya writing has been mostly deciphered in recent decades. We can now read the histories that Maya kings and scribes recorded in stone. But what were the functions of writing in Mesoamerican societies? From the evidence, writing here was closely tied to elite culture, ritual, and kingship. Many texts are essentially historical and propagandistic. They record dynastic lineages, royal births and accessions, wars, victories, dedication of temples, ceremonial dates. The Maya, for example, inscribed their monuments with dates in the long count calendar and associated events anchoring their kings in cosmic time. They also had glyphs for mythology and cosmology. For example, the Quiriguia stela famously gave a date corresponding to 3114 BCE. That is the Maya creation date. In addition, there were likely practical uses. There is evidence the Maya used hieroglyphs in astronomical almanacs and ritual books. The surviving post-classic Maya codices, like the Dresden Codex, are filled with tables for eclipse predictions, divination, and rituals. And undoubtedly, commerce and tribute were recorded, although most such records on perishable media are lost. That is the tragedy of this video, I'm afraid. Yes, we have a lot, but it's completely outnumbered by how much we don't have anymore. Either way, there is a telling observation that aside from stone carvings, the Mesoamericans primarily wrote on bark, paper, books, and deer hide, which unfortunately, yes, are quite susceptible to destruction. Indeed, one of the tragedies of history is that when the Spanish conquest of the Americas occurred in the 16th century, thousands of indigenous books were destroyed. A particularly painful example. In July 1562, Bishop Diego de Landa in Yucatan held an inquisition against Maya idolatry at Mani. In an auto-da-fe, he burned at least 27 Maya codices, and perhaps many more, along with 5,000 sacred images. Landa wrote, "We found a large number of books in these characters, and since they contained nothing but superstitions and falsehoods of the devil, we burned them.
which the natives took most grievously. These books, according to witnesses, contain the accumulated knowledge and history of the Maya. One Spanish account by Alonso de Zurita recalls seeing numerous books in Guatemala in 1540 that, quote, recorded their history for more than 800 years back, which elders could still interpret. But this all suggests that the Maya had a deep historical record and a literary tradition in their own script. Fray Bartolomeu de la Casa lamented that the destruction of the native books erased precious knowledge, and indeed, by 1700, almost all of them were gone. Only 3 or 4 Maya codices survived by chance, now named for Madrid, Dresden, Paris, and a fragment called Grolier, the Maya Codex of Mexico. Now this is a sobering reminder that writing's power to preserve memory can be abruptly shattered by careless and thoughtless human action. In this case, an entire literate tradition was nearly extinguished, contributing to the loss of identity and the history of the Maya and their peoples. What a damn shame. But let's consider the positive impact before the conquest. Mesoamerican writing allowed these civilizations to achieve remarkable feats. Accurate calendars and astronomical tracking. The Maya actually calculated solar eclipses and the Venus cycle to a high precision, by the way, which would be impossible to coordinate orally over centuries. And also monumental historical consciousness and theological richness. Furthermore, writing in Mesoamerica likely had a aesthetic and sacred aspect. The Maya called their writing perhaps Tzib, and yes, I'm probably not pronouncing that right. I'm afraid my Mayan language is not very good. Well, the scribes were often depicted in art as also proud and sometimes of noble blood. Itzamna, the Maya creator god, was said to have invented writing and books, acting as a patron of learning. Scribes in Maya culture could even be deified or mythologized. Similarly, the Aztecs, though their writing system was less phonetic, honored their own deities as keepers of knowledge. Writing and the calendar were considered gifts of Quetzalcoatl in some central Mexican myths. Clearly, writing was intertwined with religious identity. To have knowledge of the glyphs was to access divine or ancestral wisdom. We should mention briefly, though, the Aztec Mexica system. By the 15th century, the Aztecs used a pictographic writing for records, mostly logograms and numeric dots for dates, etc. It was not fully phonetic, but they did manage to record histories and tribute lists. After the Spanish conquest, some learned natives adapted the Latin alphabet to write out their languages, like the Nahuatl, and even annotate old pictorials, but the original indigenous scripts eventually fell out of use, replaced by the new scripts under the colonial rule. Well, before we finish up, let's have a look at a few lesser-known little facts. It'll be a bit of fun, won't it? Let's talk about the first library. You might assume that libraries are actually a later development, but as soon as multiple texts existed, people started collecting them. The Assyrian king Ashurbanipal of the 7th century BCE established a royal library at Nineveh that contained over 30,000 clay tablets, including literature like the Epic of Gilgamesh. Now, what is amusing is that Ashurbanipal prided himself on being able to read cuneiform himself. That is a rarity for kings, and he even had texts in Sumerian copied for posterity. At the time, Sumerian was long dead. He essentially ordered a national project of copying old texts to preserve knowledge, and because of this, we today have copies of ancient texts that would have otherwise perished in the city ruins.
This early library shows that even 2,600 years ago, people understood the value of collecting written knowledge for future generations. Many ancient scripts were forgotten over time and had to be deciphered by modern scholars. Each decipherment has tales of ingenuity. For instance, Egyptian hieroglyphs. No one could ever read them for almost 1,400 years, until Jean-Francois Champollion cracked the code in 1822 using the Rosetta Stone, which had Greek hieroglyphs, Greek hieroglyphs, rather, and demotic versions of the same text. In the case of Maya glyphs, their decipherment was even more recent, and rather involved a Russian linguist, Uruk, who in the 1950s used Landa's Spanish transcribed alphabet and recognized that Maya writing was a phonetic phonetic syllables. All right, so give me a break. I've been talking for an hour. I'm going to make a few mistakes. I do apologize. Later, an American epigrapher, Linda Shell, and others in the 1970s and 80s worked with the young Maya descendants to read their own glyphs, sparking a revival in understanding Maya history. And it is quite moving that now Maya people can read the inscriptions of their ancestors after centuries of silence. Similarly, cuneiform was deciphered in the 19th century via the Behistun inscription, a Persian king's trilingual inscription in Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian cuneiform, which allowed Sir Henry Rawlinson and others to do for cuneiform what Champollion did for hieroglyphs. Okay, so in ancient times, literacy was typically quite low, but there were exceptions. For example, in some periods of Mesopotamia, like in the city of Ugarit, 1200 BCE, there's evidence that quite a few merchants could at least write in cuneiform alphabet. Ugaritic had an alphabet of cuneiform of only about 30 signs, a little bit easier. In one house, archaeologists found a kind of classroom with an alphabet tablet and practice exercises, suggesting schooling outside of the temple. And in Roman Egypt, we have the ostraca, pottery shards with school exercises in Greek and Demotic, glimpses of kids learning about their letters. These little details show a human side of writing. Children laboring over alphabets, scribes getting tired and making mistakes. Some tablets have notes like, "The novice scribe wrote this as an apology for poor quality." In a 12th dynasty Egyptian letter, a father writes to his scribe's son complaining that he hasn't written anything in a long time, essentially an ancient, "Why haven't you written me?" gripe, showing writing used for personal communication as well. Not all ancient writing has been deciphered, by the way. The Indus script, 2500 to 1900 BCE in the Indus Valley, remains quite a mystery. Short inscriptions on seals that no one has convincingly read, partly lack to long texts or bilingual sources. Likewise, the Proto-Elamite script of Iran, late 4th millennium BC, is undeciphered. The Phaistos disc from Minoan Crete, too, the Rongorongo glyphs of Easter Island, they're also undeciphered. And that reminds us that writing alone does not guarantee understanding. We need the key to open that door. But until then, those voices are all locked away. There are lesser known writing systems go, but they tantalize archaeologists and linguists. Also, we have Linear A and Linear B from the Crete, Minoans and Mycenaeans. Well, it's worth noting, too, that writing isn't the only system humans devised to record information. For example, the Inca of Peru used a different kind of thing. Knotted cords to keep complex records, especially numeric data like censuses and inventories. While it's not writing, it functioned as a bureaucratic record system for the Incan Empire. It shows the drive to record can result in diverse solutions. But of course, no tied-up piece of rope can capture narrative or literature as writing does, though it certainly has its limits. And here we are, the end of the video for today. I hope you enjoyed it. Interesting to think about how they would have developed these early systems of writing. Certainly interesting. I mean, where do you even start with it? I often think of J.R.R. Tolkien as well, inventing his own little forms of languages. In fact, he was more of a linguist before he was an author. He'd effectively, from what I'd heard, wrote the Silmarillion, The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings as kind of a justification for his constructed language to exist in a world of its own. A crossfire of legend and history. A wedding feast on Mount Pelion is crashed by the goddess of discord. A golden apple thrown out into the crowd, and 3 goddesses quarrel over which one is the fairest. A simple vanity, but it kindles a chain of events leading to one of the most famous wars in literature. It is the Saga of Troy, a grand city besieged for 10 years by an alliance of Greek kings, straddling that boundary between myth and reality. In fact, for millennia, the Trojan War was only known through poetry and drama. The wrath of Achilles immortalized by the poet Homer, and the fall of Troy lamented by Virgil, the fates of its heroes woven into Greek tragedy. But that was until the late 19th century, where a spade-wielding adventurer, inspired by the tales of Homer in the trenches of northwest Turkey, claimed to uncover the very ruins of Troy itself. And all of a sudden, a legend of Greek myth stepped off the page and into the realm of real history. And that is our topic, history and myth. It invites us to navigate between the two worlds. On one side, we have the ancient mythological sources of Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, Virgil's Aeneid, and the lost epic cycle, the Greek plays by Euripides and others. And these works sure give us rich narratives of gods, heroes, and epic battles. But on the other side, we have the very human element, the modern historical and archaeological findings, clay tablets from Hittite archives that mention a city called Wilusa, that is strikingly similar to Helios, Troy's Greek name, but also the burnt remnants of a Bronze Age city at Hisarlik in Turkey, and artifacts unearthed by Heinrich Schliemann and subsequent archaeologists. The challenge, and possibly the thrill, is to see where these two sides converge. How much of Homer's tale is poetic fiction? And could it be rooted in a real events around 1200 BC? Did a Trojan War actually occur? And if so, did it resemble a saga that has captivated audiences for over 3,000 years? Well, there's no doubt that Troy is right there to be seen, but we're going to journey through the full mythic cycle of the Trojan War, from the judgment of Paris to the fiery fall of Troy itself. And along the way, of course, we'll have to cross-reference all of that with the historical evidence. Now, the introduction of any story should seize attention, of course, and Troy's story certainly provides the material. So picture the final night of the war, Troy's skyline engulfed in flames, the great wooden horse standing amid the chaos, and King Priam cut down at his own altar. Now that's a scene of dramatic closure, if there ever was one. But our introduction is in fact a beginning,
an invitation to peel back those layers, much like an archaeological dig would, and explore how a mythic war can be read on two different levels. On one level, a timeless human story of pride, war, love, and fate. And on another, a historical puzzle, scholars sifting through the charred debris and Hittite inscriptions, always debating if the war was fact or fiction, what really happened in Troy. And so as we proceed, with the Iliad in one hand and a trowel in another to speak, we'll let Homer and his fellow storytellers speak, and then we'll consult the mute testimony of ruins and archaeology. I hope we can tackle these scholarly debates and controversies head on. The question's pretty simple. Did the Trojan War really happen? Can we trust Homer as a quasi-historical account? Where exactly was Troy? And could the legendary war be a patchwork of many conflicts rather than one great siege? These are all the questions that have fired up academic debates for decades, and we're going to get to them all shortly. And with that roadmap set, let's step back into the Bronze Age, where gods meddle in mortal affairs, and a single moment of divine discord sets the stage for war. But let me welcome you to the channel first. Just quickly, I know, it is all in good manners. Anyone who's new to the channel, if you've not hit that subscribe button again, well, not again. If you hit it again, you'll unsubscribe. Just hit it one time, and that will suffice. That way, you'll get more content like this. And leave your comments for the algorithm. Thank you for everyone for supporting on the Patreon and YouTube memberships, the merch store. That's why this entire video is ad-free. Generous contributions from generous people, surely in the favor of the gods. All right then. Well, let's get serious, shall we? Relax, settle in. It's going to be a long one. So let's start with the Apple of Discord and the judgment of Paris. The legend of Troy's fall begins not on the battlefield, but at a wedding, a divine banquet. All the gods were invited to the wedding of Peleus, a Greek hero, and the sea nymph Thetis. All of them, except Eris, the goddess of strife. In all fairness, though, you probably wouldn't want the goddess of strife at your wedding. That's just inviting trouble. Well, you would imagine, too, that a goddess of strife would be quite insulted by this. So, Eris arrived anyway, and tossed a golden apple among the guests, inscribed with the words, "To the fairest." 3 powerful goddesses claimed the prize, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, and they put Zeus in a rather difficult situation to judge who truly deserved it. Well, poor old Zeus perhaps wisely abstained and passed the decision to a mortal, Paris, a prince of Troy who was at the time living as a shepherd on Mount Ida. Each goddess offered Paris a tempting bribe. Hera promised power and kingship. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle. And Aphrodite, in her true fashion, whispered of love. She would give him the most beautiful woman in the world as his wife. Of course, Paris, being a strapping young lad, chose Aphrodite, awarding her the apple. And in return, Aphrodite ensured that Paris would have Helen, the famed beauty who happened to be the queen of Sparta, as his consort. Thus, the judgment of Paris awarded the prize to Aphrodite, but it earned him the eternal enmity of the 2 other goddesses, and set the stage for a human conflict, because there was a problem. Sure, Helen was the most beautiful in the world, but she was already married. and her elopement, or in some people's eyes, abduction, would be the premise for a massive war. Ancient writers like Homer do not directly narrate the judgment of Paris. The Iliad actually begins in the war's 10th year, but this story was well known in Greek oral tradition, and later written in the summaries of the lost Kypria epic and in Apollodorus's library. The Judgment of Paris is a mythological, etiological tale, a story explaining the cause of a great event that neatly assigns divine blame for the Trojan War. Interestingly, even within myth, there were alternate tellings. For example, one version is in Euripides' play Helen, and it suggests that Helen never went to Troy at all. The gods sent a phantom double to Troy, while the real Helen stayed safe and sound in Egypt. A plot also reported by Herodotus as a rationalized account. Now, speaking of Herodotus, that 5th century BC historian, he relates that Egyptian priests told him Paris did go to Troy, but bought only a phantom Helen, and the real Helen was back with them during the war. The Trojans repeatedly swore to the Greek invaders that they did not have Helen, but the Greeks just refused to believe them and destroyed Troy in vain. Well, such variations show that even the ancients questioned elements of the standard tale. And according to the most popular account, Paris, bolstered by Aphrodite's favor, traveled to Sparta on a diplomatic mission, and there won the heart of Helen, or spirited her away, perhaps. Helen's husband, King Menelaus of Sparta, was so outraged by this betrayal of hospitality. In fairness, going to someone's house and stealing their wife is not being a very good house guest, I suppose. Well, he invoked an oath that had been sworn by all of Helen's former suitors. The legendary Oath of Tyndareus bound those Greek princes to defend the chosen husband's rights. Basically, to come to the aid of Menelaus if Helen was ever stolen. Thus, Menelaus turned to his brother Agamemnon, the High King of Mycenae, and together they rallied the kings and heroes of Greece to form a great expedition. Target: Troy. Among these were the famed warriors like Odysseus, the king of Ithaca, known for his cunning, Achilles, a peerless warrior of Phthia, son of Peleus and Thetis, Diomedes of Argos, Ajax of Salamis, Nestor of Pylos, and many more. A real who's who roster of heroic legend. It's kind of like that movie The Expendables with Jason Statham and Sylvester Stallone in it, that kind of thing. Just in ancient Greek terms, I suppose. But before they could set sail, however, the fleet gathered at Aulis and was becalmed by Artemis's wrath, according to one popular mythic episode. The seer Calchas revealed that Agamemnon had offended the goddess, and only the sacrifice of Agamemnon's own daughter, Iphigenia, would appease Artemis. Well, in a grim prelude to the war, Agamemnon carried out this sacrifice, though some versions say Artemis saved the girl at the last moment. This story, powerfully dramatized in Euripides' Iphigenia at Aulis, underscores the idea that the Trojan War was shadowed by divine machination and tragedies from its very inception. Finally setting sail, the Greek armada of 1,000 ships, the traditional number immortalized by the phrase, the face that launched 1,000 ships, referring to Helen, crossed the Aegean to Asia Minor. According to Homer's Iliad, catalogue of ships, over 1,000 vessels from various Greek kingdoms took part. Of course, the theme continues with modern historians seeing this as poetic exaggeration.
but perhaps rooted in the geography of Mycenaean Greece. The Greeks, who called themselves Achaeans in Homer's poems, landed on the coast of Troy's kingdom, the Troad. One early clash at the beach saw Achilles defeat Cycnus, an invulnerable son of Poseidon. The Trojans, led by Prince Hector, Paris's brother and Troy's greatest fighter, retreated behind their mighty city walls. And thus began the siege of Troy, which famously lasted 10 years in mythic time. It is worth noting that extended sieges were not typical in the Bronze Age warfare as we understand it historically. Maintaining thousands of troops far from home for a decade, it certainly strains credulity. Some scholars suspect the 10 years is a formulaic number, 10 being a symbol of completeness, or that the war may compress multiple raids over years. In the Hittite records, there isn't a direct account of the 10-year war, but intriguingly, there are hints of repeated conflicts in the region. The city we identify with Troy, called Wilusa in Hittite texts, appears to have faced political and military troubles more than once. For instance, a Hittite letter alludes to a rebellion or usurpation in Wilusa, and another recalls a matter concerning Wilusa that caused strife between the Hittites and, very likely, the Achaeans, known in the Hittite text as Ahyawa. These could be echoes of conflicts that later filtered into Greek epic as one grand war. But to the Greek bards, it was one war with a clear cause and an epic scope. Of course, the richest source for the war's events is the Iliad, an epic poem of 24 books that zooms in on a brief period in the final year of the siege. But the Iliad does not recount the entire war, rather just the wrath of Achilles and its consequences. And speaking of Achilles, he was the mightiest of the Greek warriors at the time. He feels dishonored by Agamemnon and withdraws from battle, which of course leads to disaster for the Greeks. During his absence, the Trojans, led by Hector, gain the upper hand and even threaten the Greek ships. Achilles' close friend, or perhaps cousin Patroclus, goes forth wearing Achilles' armor to rally the Achaeans, only to be slain by Hector. Of course, Achilles does not take this very well. Enraged and grief-stricken, he reconciles with Agamemnon and returns to combat, setting his eyes directly on Hector, killing him in single combat right outside the gates of Troy. But it wasn't over yet. He then brutally drags Hector's body behind the chariot, an image of heroic rage that has resonated for ages. The Iliad ends not with Troy's fall, but with Hector's funeral, as Achilles relents and returns the corpse to King Priam of Troy in a moment of shared humility. Through Homer's verses, we glean much about how the Greeks imagined Troy. Its epithet, windy Ilion with lofty walls, its wealth and strong gates, the people's valor, and, of course, the eventual doom. One poignant passage comes from the Iliad, Book 24, where Hector's widow, Andromache, foresees the fate awaiting their infant son and the city itself. Holding her child, Astyanax, she laments over Hector's corpse. Quote, "You have died young, and left me a widow in our halls, and our son is still a helpless babe. I fear he will never come to manhood, for our city will be destroyed and lost that day before. Soon all of Troy shall be ravaged and burned, and our son will be hurled from the walls by the Achaeans, or carried off in bitter slavery." A harrowing foreshadowing.
Indeed, later tradition says the Greeks killed Hector's infant son by throwing him off the city walls. It shows Homer's awareness of Troy's ultimate fate, even if he stops the story short of showing it. The sense of impending doom looms on the background of the Iliad, and that's what gives it quite a lot of its tragic power. Homer also presents Helen in a sympathetic light in the Iliad. In Troy, Helen feels sorrow and guilt for the war fought over her. She's not a mere prize, but a very complex and, well, upset woman with a lot of regrets. She even calls herself a hateful creature and mourns for Hector after his death, calling him her friend and protector in a foreign land. And there's nuances like this that remind us that mythic characters are multifaceted, not just archetypes. There's not much of this good guy, bad guy thing going on. It's much more complex than that. Now, as for Achilles, he is nearly invincible, but also tragically short-lived and emotionally volatile. Hector is a noble defender, but fated to lose. Odysseus is brave, but he's sly. These characterizations are literary creations, of course, but they've led some to wonder if names like Agamemnon, Achilles, or Odysseus might hide memories of real individuals, or simply represent story archetypes. Archaeology has found no inscriptions bearing the names of these heroes, and Hittite records mention no King Priam and no Achilles. One intriguing detail, though, a Hittite treaty is with one Alexandru of Wilusa. Alexandru is linguistically akin to Alexandros, which is Paris's name in the Greek tradition. So that leaves us with the question, could the Trojan prince Paris, or Alexander, have a kernel in the historical Wilusan king? Maybe it's a little bit speculative, but you must admit, it's hard to ignore. So after Hector's death, the Iliad leaves many questions unanswered. How exactly does Achilles meet his end? How does Troy finally fall? Well, for those events, we rely on later sources in the mythic tradition. According to Aethiopis, a lost epic in the cycle, and later poetry, Achilles went on to slay the Ethiopian king Memnon and the Amazon queen Penthesilea, who would come to Troy's aid. But soon after, Achilles himself was killed. Paris, aided by Apollo's arrow, struck Achilles in his one vulnerable spot. I'm sure you can guess where that vulnerable spot is. No, it's not there, it's in his heel. That's why it's the Achilles heel, you know. Well, anyway, that's what felled the great hero. And the loss of Achilles could have doomed the Greeks. But Odysseus and other strategists concocted an interesting trick, that being the Trojan horse. They'd have to use their brain, but the brawn had failed. So the story of the Trojan horse is not told in the Iliad, but it is briefly recounted in Homer's Odyssey and given full dramatic treatment in Virgil's Aeneid and other Greek sources. Basically, they built an enormous wooden horse and left it outside the gates, pretended to sail away, abandoning the siege. The Trojans, joyed to see the enemy gone, debated what to do with the curious horse. A Trojan priest, Laocoon, memorably warned his compatriots, "Men of Troy, do not trust the horse. Whatever it is, I fear the Greeks, even when they bring gifts." Well, to prove his point, Laocoon hurled a spear into the horse's side, and the hollow interior rang with an ominous sound. And indeed, we all know the story. The horse was a cunning ruse. It was filled to the brim with Greek warriors hiding inside. Despite the warning, Trojan opinion, and perhaps fate itself, swayed towards bringing the horse in. The Trojans thought it was a sacred offering to Athena and a trophy of war, and so they dragged the great wooden horse into the city and closed the gates. That night, as Troy slept, the Greek ships stealthily returned. The soldiers hidden in the horse's belly emerged under the cover of darkness, opened the gates, and let the Greek army pour into Troy. By dawn, Troy had fallen. The war that began with the prince's love and a god's quarrel ended in utter devastation. The Trojans who survived scattered to the winds, Aeneas toward Italy in myth, and perhaps to other lands. The Greeks paid a price too, though. The gods punished their excesses during the sack, such as Ajax the Lesser dragging up Trojan princess Cassandra from Athena's sanctuary. So many Greeks faced shipwrecks, wandering on the voyage home. The Odyssey itself is the story of Odysseus's arduous 10-year journey home after Troy's fall. In effect, the Trojan war saga doesn't conclude neatly with a victory, it just fans out into numerous subsequent legends. From a mythological standpoint, the war was seen by later Greeks as the end of the heroic age, a kind of watershed after which the demigods and heroes faded. It was even used to mark time. For example, the historian Eratosthenes calculated the fall of Troy at around 1184 BC, a chronicle anchor in Greek tradition. That date is intriguingly close to modern archaeology's estimate for a violent destruction of Troy around 1180. So whether it's coincidence or a case of myth preserving the memory of real events, it is a tantalizing convergence that we will explore further. So before turning to the historical and archaeological evidence for Troy, one more note on the mythic tradition. It is remarkably complex and layered. There is no single canonical account in antiquity. Homer's epics only cover parts of the story. The epic cycle, poems like Little Iliad, Helioporesis for the Sack, filled in the others. Tragedians reworked episodes, etc. Euripides' Trojan women about the captive women, or Helen with its alternate plot. And later Roman writers like Virgil and Ovid added their own interpretations. The broad outline, judgment of Paris, abduction of Helen, 10-year siege, Trojan horse, fall of Troy, became fixed in the popular imagination. But it's all those little details that vary so greatly. The pluralism of sources means our mythic Trojan War is a tapestry woven from many threads of centuries. The myths served as entertainment, moral lessons, and even quasi-historical reference for the Greeks, who did generally believe a war happened at Ilios. Notably, by the classical period, educated Greeks like Thucydides treated the Trojan War as a real event, albeit one embellished by poets and authors tried to rationalize the fantastic elements of it. And so we have now retold the Trojan War cycle. Not bad, it only took about half an hour, but, you come here for the detail, right? Well, at least we told it as the ancients knew it. As a grand narrative of human passion and divine intervention. But now we're going to get to what lies beneath it in terms of historical reality. So, the focus shifts from poetry to pottery. Well, my attempt at a joke of archaeology. We're modeling this material evidence. We'll stand on the hills of Hisarlik and examine the ruins that might be Troy. And we will dig into the clay tablets of Hittite diplomats to see if they whisper of a Trojan conflict. In doing so, we'll seek that historical kernel within the myth, a kernel that scholars still debate quite fiercely. Long before any archaeologist shoved a spade into the ground at Hisarlik, the first hints that Troy might be more than myth came not from the Greek sources, but from the Hittite ones. Now, I assume you know a little bit about the Hittite Empire, centered in Anatolia, that's in Turkey in the late Bronze Age. They left behind plenty of cuneiform archives that were deciphered in the 20th century, and among these records, scholars were quite startled to find names that sounded a little familiar. Wilusa and Taruisa, mentioned in the Hittite documents, it bears a striking resemblance to Wilios, the archaic Greek name for Ilios or Troy, and of course Troia. And so, as early as 1924, the linguist Emil Forer proposed that Wilusa was indeed Troy, and that the Hittite term Ahiawa referred to the Achaeans, that being the Mycenaean Greeks. This identification, initially controversial, has gained broad, if not unanimous, acceptance in modern scholarship. Wilusa Taruisa is likely the Hittite way of referring to the land of Troy and its vicinity. But what exactly do the texts tell us about Wilusa? They depict a region frequently entangled in the Hittites' western affairs. Around 1400 BC, a league of western Anatolian states called Asua, possibly the origin of the name Asia, by the way, rebelled against the Hittites. Wilusa was listed as one of the members of this Asua confederation, and interestingly, Hittite annals mention that the Asua rebellion might have had support from outsiders. In one case, a Mycenaean-style sword inscribed as spoils was found, hinting that Achaean warriors could have been meddling in Anatolian conflicts even then. Later, in the 13th century BC, the time that we may place the Trojan War historically, Wilusa was a vassal allied to the Hittite Empire. We have an actual treaty, too, known as the Alexandru Treaty, between the Hittite king Muwatalli II and a king of Wilusa named Alexandru. Alexandru, as we have noted, is phonetically akin to Alexandros, Paris's name. While it might be a coincidence, sure, it is fascinating to imagine a historical Trojan leader with that name making diplomatic accords. The treaty even invokes the gods as witnesses, including a deity called Apollonios, likely a Hittite rendering of Apollo. In Greek myth, Apollo was a patron of Troy. Remember, he aided Paris's arrow in slaying Achilles, hitting him in that weak spot. Or could this reflect a memory of Troy's people, indeed worshipped an Apollo-like figure? The pieces of the puzzle are certainly suggestive. They kind of seem to fall into place on their own, but we can't say 100%. But what we do have is other Hittite letters that not quite perfect the picture, but certainly supplement it. The Manapa Tarhunta letter, 1295 and 1280 BC, is a fragmentary one, but it appears to mention troubles in Wilusa, possibly that the ruler of that kingdom was deposed. A local warlord named Piamaradu, known for his stirring rebellions in the region, and perhaps with Ahiawan backing, is suspected to have seized Wilusa's throne at one point. Another document, Tayagawala letter, the mid-13th century, likely from the Hittite king Hattusili III to the Ahiawan king, refers to past hostilities and specifically a Wilusa incident, indicating that at some prior time the Hittites and the Ahiawa had a serious quarrel about Wilusa. In this letter, the Hittite king reminds his Ahiawan counterpart that, quote, "We have now made peace regarding Wilusa. You yourself know what happened regarding Wilusa in the past." Pretty tantalizing lines, and they seem to imply that a conflict was resolved. though details are lost due to breaks in the tablet. Did the Ahiawan forces attack Wilusa at some point and prompt a Hittite intervention or negotiation? Maybe. It seems plausible. One interpretation is that a Mycenaean Greek force may have at least once campaigned in the Troad, essentially a historical Trojan War scenario. However, hold your horses. Caution is warranted. The Hittite records do not explicitly describe a great war solely over a Helen-like figure. And you'd think a 10-year siege would be something that they would write down, but they just don't. They just outline political struggles in which Wilusa was sometimes in jeopardy. But nowhere do they state the Ahiawa launched a massive coalition to destroy Wilusa. Indeed, by the end of the 13th century, one letter, the Milawata letter, shows the Hittites reinstalling a deposed Wilusan king, and suggests the Ahiawa were no longer a major factor in the region. So, while Hittite texts seem to have established a city very much like Troy, did certainly exist and did have conflicts, they offer at best a broad backdrop for the Trojan War legend and not one-to-one confirmation. As the Hittitologist Trevor Bryce aptly warns, the evidence is scant and can be molded to fit various conclusions. The less material one has, the more easily it can be manipulated to fit whatever conclusion one wishes. Well, we certainly have a historical framework, a wealthy city in northwest Anatolia, involved in regional power plays and possibly at odds with the Mycenaean Greeks on occasion. This could form the kernel that later grew into the epic war story in Greek memory, especially after centuries of oral retellings. So, for centuries, the Europeans regarded the Trojan War as a pure myth, especially under the influence of Enlightenment skepticism. Just another story from Greek mythology. A bit of fun. By the early 19th century, many scholars doubted that Troy ever existed outside of Homer's imagination. The location of Troy was lost. There were guesses. Some thought it might have been a site called Bunarbashi near the Scamander River. Others pointed to Hisarlik, a large mound on the plain of Scamander, near the Dardanelles. In 1822, Charles McLaren argued that Hisarlik was likely the site, and an expatriate American archaeologist, Frank Calvert, became convinced and began modest excavations there in the 1860s. But it was Heinrich Schliemann, however, who truly put Troy on the map. Schliemann was a German businessman turned treasure hunter, with an almost fanatical passion for Homer. In 1868 he visited Hisarlik, met Calvert, who owned part of the mound, and agreed to collaborate. Armed with determination and massive piles of money, Schliemann arrived with Homer in one hand and a spade in the other, determined to make his name in archaeology. Schliemann's excavation at Hisarlik began in 1870 and continued in campaigns through the early 1870s. His approach, by today's standards, was, frankly, crude, if we're going to use the most polite terms for it, driven by the belief that the Troy of Homer must lie in the deepest levels of the mound. He assumed the city had to be extremely ancient. He hired dozens of local laborers and dug a vast trench straight through the center of the hill, 45 feet deep and 40 feet wide. And in doing so, he tore through layer after layer of remains, effectively gouging at the heart of the very ruins he sought. Walls, houses, artifacts from later periods, which ironically included the likely Homeric-era city, were tossed aside,
and destroyed as overburden. Schliemann was convinced that the earliest burned city layer he encountered, which we now call Troy II, from around 2500 BC, was the Troy of Priam. In 1873, he dramatically announced that he had found Priam's treasure, a cache of gold diadems, jewelry, and weapons, which he, in the style at the time, spiritedly smuggled out of the country in violation of Ottoman law. Schliemann even staged a now famous photograph for his Greek wife, Sophia, wearing the gold jewels of Helen from his hoard. The treasure, however, belonged to a city more than 1,000 years older than the Trojan War period. Modern archaeology dates Priam's Troy to around 1200 BCE, and that corresponds to layers 6 and 7, not Troy II. Schliemann's error was understandable, given the nascent state of archaeology at the time. Stratigraphy was poorly understood, but the damage was done. As one classical scholar wryly remarked, Schliemann did what the Greeks could not. He razed the walls of Troy. Nice legacy you've got there, Heinrich. Very nice. Well, indeed, his great trench, still visible today, cut through the fortifications of Troy II and higher levels. It is often called Schliemann's Trench, and I suppose, if anything, it stands as a cautionary monument over overzealous excavation. But despite his destructive methods, and sometimes exaggerated storytelling, in fact he was later caught embellishing accounts, such as falsely claiming his wife was present when he found Priam's treasure, Schliemann's achievement was monumental. In any case, he proved to the world that there was an ancient city at the spot traditionally identified as Troy. Under the ruins of a later Greek-Roman city, Ilium of classical times, he uncovered multiple Bronze Age layers of a rich settlement with mighty walls. In essence, he brought Troy from myth into archaeological reality, igniting public fascination and, of course, further scholarly investigation. After Schliemann, few could maintain that Troy was purely fictional. The conversation had shifted to which layer was the Troy of Homer's time, not whether Troy existed at all. Schliemann himself began to realize that the Troy he sought might not be the early one with the treasure. In his later seasons, especially after 1878, when he brought in a young architect named Wilhelm Dorpfeld for assistance, Schliemann paid more attention to the higher layers. Dorpfeld, who had a keen eye and a more scientific approach, eventually took over the excavations after Schliemann died in 1890, dramatically collapsing on the street in Naples after an ear infection. Imagine dying from an ear infection. Well, in the 1893 to 94 digs, Dorpfeld distinguished and carefully documented the successive layers of Troy. He numbered them 1 being the oldest and 9 being the latest, establishing a basic stratigraphy that is still used with refinements today. Dorpfeld concluded that Troy VI, a phase dated roughly 1700 to 1250, was a splendid city, large and wealthy, and perhaps the prime candidate for Homer's Troy. It had strong stone fortification walls about 5 meters thick, with impressive towers and gates. He observed that if not for an earthquake, the destruction could be attributed to war, as it matched aspects of Homer's description of Troy's grandeur. Dorpfeld surmised that Schliemann had tragically dug through the Homeric level to get to the older Troy, and for a time Troy VI, sometimes specifically subphase Troy 6H, the latest sublayer, was hailed as likely Homeric Troy. But it wasn't over yet. Enter Carl Blegen, an American archaeologist from the University of Cincinnati, who excavated at Troy in the 1930s. Blegen built upon Dorpfield's work, but came to a different conclusion regarding Troy 6. He found clear evidence that Troy 6's destruction around 1250 was caused by a massive earthquake. Walls leaned and had fissures, not the typical signals of siege warfare. However, Blegen's team discovered an abundance of compelling evidence in the subsequent layer, Troy 7A, indicating that it was the one destroyed by war. In the ruins of Troy 7A, they found arrowheads of bronze buried in the walls, skeletons of victims left unburied in the streets, signs of fire and looting, and all the other hallmarks of a sack. Now, they also found many storage rooms packed with large pithoi or storage jars, and that suggested to Blegen a population preparing for a siege, stockpiling provisions inside the citadel. Well, the evidence pointed to a lengthy siege, followed by a violent sack. Exactly the scenario of the Trojan War. Thus, he proposed that Troy 7A was likely the historical Troy of the Achaean War. He even dated the destruction to around 1250 in his reports, though later analysis nudged the date closer to 1180, aligning with the traditional 1184 date. It is possible that Blegen used the earlier dating to match one interpretation of the Trojan War date, but current consensus puts Troy 7A's fall at about 1180, which indeed roughly corresponds to archaeological evidence. Well, what about Troy 7B, 8, and 9? Well, after the war layer 7A, Troy 7B shows evidence of new people, or at least new cultural influences, Balkan-style pottery and architecture, possibly indicating migrants moving into the vacuum after Troy's destruction. Troy 7B1 and 7B2 might have been smaller rebuilds that lasted into the early Iron Age, but by around 950 BC the site was abandoned until the Greeks established a settlement in the Archaic period. Troy 9 is the Hellenistic city, also called Ilium, that was a minor city in Roman times, visited by Alexander the Great, and later favored by the Roman emperors, who fancied themselves as descendants of Aeneas. So, for our purposes, the key candidates are Troy 6 and 7A. Well, in the late 20th century, Troy received renewed archaeological attention. Starting in 1988, excavations led by Manfred Kaufmann of the University of Tübingen, in collaboration with the American archaeologist Brian Rose, brought modern technology and methods to Hisarlik. Kaufmann's team made a significant discovery, evidence of a large lower city, outside of the city walls, protected by a defensive ditch or moat. This indicated that late Bronze Age Troy was not just a hill fort, but a substantial city, covering perhaps 20+ hectares, when including the lower town, of course, which had its own perimeter defenses. Geophysical surveys and digs uncovered the remains of workshops, cobbled streets, and even a small cemetery. Well, all this bolstered the idea that Troy 6 and 7A was a major trade hub controlling access to the Dardanelles Strait, thus of strategic importance to the Mycenaeans, who would have wanted influence over trade routes between the Aegean and Black Sea. Kaufmann was a proponent of Troy's importance, suggesting the city was a commercial center and possibly the target of Mycenaean expansionism, akin to later Greek colonial forays. But not all agreed. There was a noted scholarly debate between Kaufmann and another scholar, Frank Kolb, in the early 2000s. Kolb argued that Troy 6 and 7
was not a particularly significant trade center warranting full-scale Greek invasion, but more of a small regional stronghold. He countered with new evidence of the lower city's scale. Perhaps the truth lies in between. Troy was regionally important, sitting at a crossroads of cultures, that being the Anatolian and Aegean, and likely prospering from trade. Archaeologists found, for example, remains of bronze casting, imported Mycenaean ceramics, and local wares. But it might not have been as rich as Homer's city of gold. But it certainly was not a backwater either. Now, here's something fascinating. There's plenty of archaeological finds that resonate with the Homeric details. Well, let's take, for instance, the Skyen Gate, the western gate of Troy's citadel. It's been excavated, and it matches the grand scale one imagines for the gate where the old King Priam stood to watch Hector and Achilles' duel. Nearby, a steep ramp leads up. Schliemann uncovered this ramp early on, thinking it was Priam's palace road. Also, around the Troy 7 walls, there were traces of warfare in the later phases. Arrowheads lodged in stones and sling rocks. In Troy's 7A's destruction layer, as noted, they found unburied human skeletons, people who died violently and weren't given proper burial. One of Blegan's startling discoveries was a pile of burnt debris and human remains that he calls the burnt house, or place of burning, outside the walls with cremation burials, possibly a temporary funeral site during the siege or evidence of post-destruction funerary rites. So, of course, one has to be careful not to romanticize the data. For example, Schliemann's so-called Priam's treasure, which included the spectacular gold diadem, is now dated to about 2400 BC, and that's far too early for Priam's time. It's got nothing to do with the Trojan War, other than the romantic name Schliemann gave it. Similarly, we have no archaeological evidence of a giant wooden horse. That was purely a stratagem and storytelling. Though intriguingly, a large wooden structure on wheels could be a siege engine. It's no indication that the Greeks had siege towers in 1200 BC, but later ages might have retrojected the idea. What is more plausible? The horse was a later poetic invention, perhaps inspired by the earthquake metaphor, or simply a dramatic folk tale motif of trickery. Archaeologically, Troy shows at least two destructions in the late Bronze Age, one around 1250, probably an earthquake, and one around 1180, fire and war. It's conceivable that memories of both could merge. If Mycenaeans were involved in some clash around 1250, taking advantage of the chaos in the wake of the natural disaster, then a later war around 1180 certainly finished the job. Greek storytellers centuries later might conflate these into one great war. Some have even speculated about a series of Trojan wars, perhaps minor hostilities in the 14th century, echoed in the Hittite letters about Wilusa. A bigger conflict in the mid-13th and a final sack at the late 13th, early 12th. Over 500 years of oral tradition, you can certainly imagine how these could blend in with each other. By Homer's era, 8th century BC, the tales were distilled into an epic cycle, the one that we're all familiar with. But what is truly remarkable is how later Greek tradition placed the Trojan War just at the cusp of the so-called late Bronze Age collapse, 1200 BC. Indeed, Troy's destruction around 1180 BC was part of a broader pattern. Within a few decades, most of the great Bronze Age palaces and cities in the eastern Mediterranean fell. The Egyptians got off relatively unscathed, but the Mycenaeans, the Hittites,
Ugarit, etc., they all suffered quite a bit of destruction. The causes of that systematic collapse are complex, and I've spoken about them in another video. But the Trojan War legend in Greek memory might have been one localized piece of that great puzzle, remembered because the Greeks made epic poetry out of it. And so, by combining the mythic narrative and the archaeological record, we can see many points of intersection. Troy was real, and it did fall in war. The timing aligns broadly with the myth. All those names, Wilusa, Helios, Alexandru, Alexander, provoke a raised eyebrow, sure. However, we also recognize differences. The war was likely smaller scale than Homer's pan-Hellenic expedition of heroes, and the cause was surely not the abduction of a single, really good-looking woman. More likely, economic or political motives underlay any Mycenaean aggression. If they attacked, perhaps it was for control of trade routes, or in retaliation for something more mundane than love. But human storytelling prefers the dramatic and personal cause, and that's why Helen's face becomes the symbol of war. It's just more entertaining. The archaeological work at Troy continues to refine our understanding, and will do for some time. But in any case, they've validated the existence of a city corresponding to Troy, and confirmed that it underwent the violent destruction, as described in the tale, just not exactly how it was described in the more fictional narrative. So, as we wrap up our time together today, we've treated the history and myth as kind of a dialogue between two different worlds. On the one hand, the myth gave us a dramatic narrative, a beauty contest among the goddesses, the queen's elopement, and all the rest, all the way up to the wooden horse that delivered a city to its doom. And on the other hand, history and archaeology gave us Bronze Age cities' ashes, Hittite diplomatic texts and a ruined citadel on a hill, silent testaments that needed interpretation. And think about it this way: whether or not Homer's story is true, if there was no story from Homer, would people actually care about Troy? Would have Heinrich Schliemann gone to all the trouble and all the expense to go and try and find it? Maybe it would just be some pile of rocks underground that no one really cares about. That's not to say that ruins are not fascinating. It's just that in that ancient past rooted in the myth, something spurs us on to prove it right rather than prove it wrong. It's that small opportunity that the story might be real that's so tantalizing. Now that's whether you're basing your desires in myth or historical reality. Still, whatever you find, it's pretty hard to be disappointed. Perhaps it's just a different story after all. And thus, we conclude our journey here at the gates of Troy. We've looked at them through the eyes of poets, the tools of archaeologists, and in doing so we gain not only the knowledge about a specific war or city, but also insight on how we construct and deconstruct the past. It teaches us about the power of narrative and the pursuit of truth, standing in the winds of the Troad, among those fragments of walls that once defied Achilles. We can feel the weight of both legend and reality. And I want you to go away with a further fascination. Go and look at Troy yourself. Hell, why not just get on a plane and go visit it? See what it's like for yourself. I don't know, do what you want. Anyway, that's our time done together today. Unless you want to go watch another video, you're welcome to make that choice. I will not stop you. Now, you may have noticed you didn't get any ads, which is because of the following people: Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Gary, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfenir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Stark Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Anthony, Talbury, Lucy, Brandon, and Gugu Bubonic. Thank you all so much. And I will see you in the next video. I hope you had fun. I certainly did. As always, lots of love to you all. Go and do your homework. And most of all, just have a good night. See you later, everyone. Bye-bye.